The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
Brilliances and blunders abound at the 2021 U.S. and U.S. Women's Championships in St. Louis. Despite being knotted in a three-way tie for first, sleeping giant Wesley So is perfectly poised to unravel the hopes of his rivals. U.S. women's leader Katerina Nemcova's tenure at the top finally ended, allowing young phenom Carissa Yip to take sole lead after crushing four-time champion Anna Zatonski. Will veterans show their wile, or will fresh faces prevail? Round 8 of exciting battles coming up next.
And welcome to round 8 of the U.S. Championship and the U.S. Women's Championship. Well, the players have been fighting hard for 7 rounds, and now it's the day before the rest day. The players at the top are struggling to maintain their lead, while players just under them will look to see if they can make a move. They do have a confessional booth. I'm going to jump right in and have my confession. Hello, everyone, and I have something to confess. I actually like Cristian and Yasser Seirawan. Let's jump to them right now for exciting action in the studio.
The majestic Gateway Arch overlooking the vibrant city of St. Louis, capital of chess in the United States and host of the 2021 U.S. Chess Championship and U.S. Women's Chess Championships. From the studio in St. Louis, I am your host, Grandmaster Cristian Chirila, and I'm joined by my brilliant co-host, Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Cristian, as always
a pleasure.
Yes, to be with you and Maurice calling all the action. It's been fun. And what fun we've been having. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage of the U.S. Championships. 7 out of the last 12 games in the last round were decisive. You think we're not having fun? The players are bringing their A game to these championships. Let's take a look at the current standings, beginning with the Open.
We're going to start in the Open section. Indeed, we have a three-way tie situation at the top. Wesley So, Sam Sevian, and Alex Lenderman with 4.5 points. Lenier Dominguez and Ray Robson closely behind. Ray, unfortunately for him, wasn't able to keep the pace with the leaders and fell under the sharp sword of Fabiano Caruana,
who's a half a point behind them and a full point behind. And in the ladies?
In the ladies section, we have a sole leader, and that has changed. Carissa Yip is in first place with 5 points. Following closely behind is Irina Krush and Katerina Nemcova, and Ashrita Eswaran with 4 points in sole fourth position.
And our format, Cristian?
Well, we've been playing a lot of rapid and bliss chess over the summer, Yasser, but now we're back to classical chess. 12-player round robin in both sections. The players are starting with 90 minutes for the first 40 moves. After that, they get an additional 30 minutes for the rest of the game. They also get an increment of 30 seconds per move, starting from move number 1.
No draw offers in either section has led to some really combative chess. How about our remaining schedule?
Well, we've been playing a lot of daily chess. Today's round number 8. Tomorrow is our second and final rest day, so plan your schedules accordingly. After that, round 9, 10, and 11 are coming on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. And if necessary, on Tuesday, October 19th, we will have the playoffs as well as the closing ceremony.
Very, very nice. And we also have in studio Grandmaster Maurice Ashley to drill down and tell us about the challenges facing our tournament leaders. Maurice, good to see you as always, my friend.
Good to see you, Yasser. Well, so far this tournament in the first 7 rounds has really been a tale of the underdogs, as players that we normally wouldn't expect to be running the show have in fact shown that they belong at the top. But now it's a tale of the favorites, as other names, the names that we do expect to be at the top, have emerged. And there's this one favorite named Wesley So, who has had quite an interesting tournament. Well, some might say not so interesting by his standards, but take a look. In round one, he drew his first game, and then immediately he won. That put him in a tie for first. But then he went through a bit of a malaise as he drew his next game, maintained his tie for first position, but then the story begins. He continued with drawing yet again, tie for second, drawing yet again in round 5. Again, this time a tie for third. And guess what? Deja vu all over again. He once again drew, but the key was he's only a half a point from the top. So in round 7, when he won, now you see him back at the top of the leaderboard where none of his competitors want to see him because he is a player who knows how to get it done. Take a look at last year. He actually performed better last year because he was either tied or in sole first all the way through that tournament before finally winning the title. He indeed is a winner, having won this twice. Wesley's looking to put a third notch on his belt. And as we take a look now at another one of the pre-tournament favorites, that is Carissa Yip, International Master, the youngest player in the competition, but the number 2 ranked player overall. She dispatched Anna Zatonski last game in brilliant style. Remember, she defeated Irina Krush, the 8-time champ, after a blunder, and now she has 2 champs ahead of her, former champs, that is Sabina Feuser in round 8. She'll have the young Yasser Seirawan in round 9, but then 2-time champ Nazi Paikidze in round 10, and her last round against the former leader who had been leading all the way through 6 rounds, Katerina Nemtsova, before Carissa finally overtook her last round. Let's take a look at 8-time champ Irina Krush. She knows what it takes to get this done, and she will have to face off in this next crucial round against 2-time former champ Nazi Paikidze, who's not having a great tournament. And there's Katerina Nemtsova, that name featuring yet again, as she has been playing well throughout this event. She hasn't lost a single game in the competition. I believe she's the only lady who hasn't lost a single game so far, but she finds herself a half a point out of the leaderboard, as you see Cervantes and Abrahamian also to be facing against Irina Krush. Let's talk about Nemtsova. As we said, she hasn't lost, but after her first 2 wins, she hasn't been able to win any more games. And she plays Irina Krush with black in round 9. Watch out there, that'll be a big game. And speaking of a huge game, she'll be playing against Carissa Yip with black again in round 11. A tall mountain to climb indeed. The ladies face off tremendously the last set of rounds, but everybody knows these last 4 round guys, you got to bring your A game.
No question about it. Katya's got a lot of challenges. And let's take a look at the pairings for round 8, starting with the ladies. Christian.
Well, the battles are intensifying. The nerves are being tested. We have Sharevic versus Zatonski, Foyshor versus Ip. That's a big matchup.
Huge.
Eswaran versus Tokirjonova, Paikidze versus Krush.
Huge.
Nemtsova versus Megan Lee, and Talia Cervantes versus Tatev Abrahamian.
Really nice marquee matchups. And in the open?
In the open section, we have Sam Shanklin, who's been having quite a quiet event so far against one of the leaders, Wesley. So, Naroditsky versus John Burke, Sam Sevian versus Dominguez.
Huge game right there.
That's a
on
marquee
the third
matchup
board.
right there. Robson versus Bruzon, Jeffrey Shong versus Fabiano Caruana.
Can Fabi do the impossible, climb back with some amazing finish?
Well, that's going to be a question he's going to answer today. And Darius Zvierch versus Alex Lenderman. And we see right there Darius Zvierch as well as Ray Robson.
Ray still in his lucky jacket. It's brought him success so far. And besides the prestige of the national titles and championships, Christian, what are they playing for?
Well, they're playing for a lot of money, Yasser.
Yeah, baby.
In the ladies section, we have $100,000 total prize fund. $25,000 goes to the victor. $18,000 second place, third place $13,000, going all the way to last place, $2,000. And nobody is going to win the Fisher bonus prize of $64,000 because nobody remains perfect in either fields.
Exactly. And in the open section?
In the open section, we have $194,000 total prize fund. $50,000 goes for first place, $35,000, $25,000 for third place, going all the way to the 12th place, $4,000.
Very handsome prize funds indeed as we get ready for this, the start of the 8th round. And again, these rounds that are just prior to the rest day, I have always felt they bring out everything that the players have.
Oh, absolutely.
Because the players know they can leave it all at the board. They don't have to pace themselves or conserve any energy. They've got a free day to recharge, and they're going to play a hard game. There we see Ray, who lost a, well, I want to say a horrifying, heartbreaking game yesterday against Bruzan, who blundered.
These guys are not even
2 losses.
Flinching right now.
Yeah, they're not looking.
They're not moving a muscle right now.
Exactly.
Not looking at each other.
And John Burke, our junior champion, he's been doing quite well, I think at least. Lowest rated player in the field, wearing this big target, and yet he's gotten some points.
Definitely
Learning
has
so
been
much from the
holding his own.
Absolutely.
Yep, absolutely.
And they're off, as they say. Round 8 underway, and if it's anything like round 7, wow, we're just having too much fun. This is amazing.
Wow.
Now, Fabiano is out of the leaderboard. That's very, very clear.
1 point behind the leaders.
But he's got the black pieces. He's facing Jeffrey Jean. Jeffrey has also had a little wobble at the start, but has recently righted the ship, I wanted to say.
He has indeed.
Now, if
He's
you're
been much more stable. Nevertheless, for example, if we remember his game a couple of rounds ago against Darius Vierch, he got a winning position.
That's
but
right.
then he was unable to convert that.
And close the deal, right?
Unusual for him. Those
Exactly.
type of end games, he's very clinical.
Right.
But
I want to say your black Fabius, do you essay a high risk, high reward kind of, let's say, semi-Slav with C7, C6, and try to go into a strategically difficult position? How would you approach this round if you were in Fabi's shoes? The reason I'm asking you that question, Christian, is you've done a lot of work with Fabi. You know his mindset in these crucial moments.
he's going to try to keep pieces on the board and play a long game. Nevertheless, he's not going to take any unnecessary risks.
So, for example, in the position that they have, you wouldn't sit there and suggest to him, play C7, C6.
No.
Play the Botvinnik pawn sacrifice with after bishop G5, D takes E4.
He still has 2 whites left, so I think he's banking a lot on those ones.
He doesn't have to burn
Right now,
bridges?
black, then he's going to have white, and then he's going to finish the game with another white sighting. So I think he's feeling quite good about his chances potentially to bring the remontada back.
Queen A4 check, a move I had actually first played, gosh, I want to say 30 years ago against Alexander Belyavsky in Vienna, knight C6.
The Rogozin has become such a popular choice at the top level nowadays. We see it in every single elite event right now.
No question. Maybe it's, I don't want to say it's the black side of the D4 Berlin or something.
Close
but
to
it's but it's really, really is. Well, it's so topical these days. Queen A4 check. So the idea very often in this line of the Rogozin is black plays castles, and he wants to play C7, C5, fighting for control of the center. The move Queen A4 check forces the knight to step in front of the pawn so that no more C7, C5, and this does give white an opportunity, I want to say, cement or secure a center, as he doesn't have to face that challenge. On the other hand, the queen on A4 is misplaced.
Big moment right now. After E3 castle, we can see bishop to D2. Okay, so Jeffrey is not going to go into some of the sharper lines of the Rogozin with A3 potentially. He decides to go with bishop to D2.
Exactly. Simply developing a bishop. Okay, it's not, the castles is going to lead to a double-edged kind of position. But basically what white is saying is, I'm expecting that one day you're going to have to play D5 takes E4. I'll recapture bishop takes c4. I'll bring my queen back to c2. How are you going to attack my center? Now, in these positions, there are lots of moves. I mean, I've seen rook e8, I've seen bishop d7, I've even seen a7,
We
a6.
see d takes c4, actually.
And probably d5 takes c4
Bishop
is
takes
the most
c4.
popular?
One of the most popular, yes,
Yeah.
because after bishop takes c4, you will be able to force the relocation of either the queen or the queen and the bishop with a6.
Right.
a6 followed by bishop d7. Of course, you cannot play b5 because that pawn would be hanging.
Right.
Nevertheless, as you are pointing out on your board, Yasser, the bishop goes back to d6, which usually helps the expansion in the center with e5. Try to attack
Right.
and change the pawn structure.
Yeah, something like bishop, okay, bishop d6 was Fabi's choice. Something of the nature of bishop d7, queen c2, bishop to d6, with or without a7, a6, and I mentioned that you can't challenge the center pawn with the move c7, c5, which leaves black the other pawn at, and
he decides to go bishop d6 first.
Right away.
Without essaying the move bishop to d7, potentially just leaving that bishop on c8, ready to go to g4 in one move. Or f5 in one move.
Should we get
e5?
the move e6, e5 in for free?
For free, yes.
Yeah, one of those questions. And immediately queen
c2,
c2,
e5.
and immediately e5. And this is what you were mentioning, that bishop g4. And what is the lifetime record, Cristian, between these two?
Well, this one definitely favors Fabiano Caruana. 1 win for Jeffrey, 3 losses and 3 draws. Definitely feels like Fabiano has the upper hand in the direct matchup.
It seems to me like those games primarily came out of the U.S. Championships.
They did indeed.
Because I would have expected them to have played more games against one another. But then on the other hand, Fabi obviously avoids the open events here in the United States. He would be taking an asymmetric risk as his second in the world ranking would be at stake in these open tournaments. So it's really in the U.S. Championships that they face off. They square off against each other.
And I think they met during the Sinfield Cup as well this year. Jeffrey did play in the Sinfield Cup for the first time.
Right.
They met. I'm not sure what they did, how they played in that one. I believe it was a draw, but we will have to check that.
Right, and
further.
I know Jeffrey is enjoying some wild cards.
He has,
in the Grand Chess Tour, so we'd like to see him becoming not a wild card, but a
regular.
A regular.
Yeah.
Thank you. A regular. Okay, takes, bishop takes e5, a very common position that comes out of this particular variation of the Rogozin. We're going to keep our eye on that.
Wow,
and just
f4 immediately.
Immediately?
Immediately f4.
Where do you see f4? Oh,
right
wow,
there,
right
on
there.
the board.
Okay, that
changes things.
dramatically, I was about to say, really? Okay, help me out here, Cristian. I'm going to take on c3.
Correct.
Because I want to fight for the e4 square.
Okay.
So if you take with the queen, I'll play knight e4. So you're going to take with the bishop. Now you take with the bishop, and I'll drop rook e1. Pardon me, rook e8 on the board. And I'm thinking I want to take this pawn.
But we've seen this position before.
Oh yeah,
haven't we?
this is the. Is this like from the Bucharest?
Yeah, we saw Aronian do this.
This
Was
is
it
Aronian
Aronian
versus Mamediarov,
Yes,
right?
yes. I wanted to say, okay, so it's still all theory.
It's still
Excuse
all
me.
theory. Nothing so special yet in
Good
this
morning,
game.
St. Louis.
Mamediarov versus Aronian, and Mamediarov caught him unprepared and took advantage of that and won a very easy game. Nevertheless, it is quite well known in Bucharest.
Yeah,
yes.
that's what I thought.
It's quite well known that if black knows what to do, they're going to equalize quite easily.
Maybe f4 is a move that Fabi really didn't want to see in that case, if the lines are so very forcing. But Maurice, we'd like to turn it over to you and ask you, what have you been drilling down upon?
Yeah, I've been looking at this game. If I can just pull it up on the...
I saw you had the bird's eye view of all the games you were keeping an eye on.
And it's this game. Take a look at this position right here. going from our leader, Carissa Yip, in the women's section versus Sabina Feuser. And Sabina played a nice G3 variation against potential Grunfeld or King's Indian. And then C5 showed up on the board, inviting some form of Benoni with D5 and maybe even a G3 Benko with B5. And Sabina said, I'm not going to fight you. I know you're a sharp, young dynamician.
Right.
You like to mix it up and drive people crazy with your tactics. I want a nice, solid spatial advantage. Let's stay cool. And the youngster said, no such luck. I've got wild ideas in my head, and I want to change up things and play a dynamic position with Queen A5 check. Now, Magnus Carlsen himself played this against Ding Liren in the Gold Money Asian Rapid Tournament earlier this year. Well, Ding Liren actually defeated him in that individual game. I believe it was a rapid game or maybe even a blitz game, but it certainly wasn't a classical game for sure. So Queen A5 check is something that is known and played at the highest level, but it seems as though it has caught Sabina by surprise, this move. Now, we should point out that knight c3 is a very natural move, but knight e4 is going to continue the argument without letting white just calmly develop and get her king to safety. Immediately, the aggression begins. The line runs queen d3, even takes here on d4, and after it takes, knight back to c5 is one of the variations. So you see, it's not like you can just waltz in here and say, oh yeah, this is just some casual line, I'm just gonna make automatic moves. The youngster is putting it to this former champ immediately, saying, I've got a line, I know it, do you?
Interesting question.
And we've seen her catch players in the opening often so far in this tournament. Both wins she had against the other former champions, they were on their back foot right away. They had black in those games. She's trying to do it now, especially with the black pieces herself.
Yeah. Carissa did get caught by Anna Sharovich, however, and where that was the Queen A5, H7, H6 open Sicilian, but she fought her way back. Great comeback.
Queen
by
A5
Carissa.
was the bad move.
That's
in
right.
that position, but now she's played this one, and we see knight BD2. That is not frequently played. And instantly, pawn takes on d4
by black.
With the threat of e5, you would say, keeping the pawn if you don't take back?
That is a very good
definitely.
question. But
Recapture.
Castle, e5, and then that is the question that we're going to have to answer. What happens after knight to b3 and e3? Does white have enough compensation due to the fact of the weaknesses of the dark squares?
If you didn't know what was going on, would you play this line sacrificing immediately with castles?
No.
I would recapture the pawn.
But remember, knight c6, the way black is playing, knight c6 is coming on the next move.
Right. That's the problem with knight BD2.
Aggression immediately. That's the problem with knight BD2. And you see she's stopping to think as her opponent immediately blitzed out the move. She's been ahead on the clock every game, Carissa. Like, she's just pressing her opponents on time, except that one bad game again against Sharovich, where she was under tremendous trouble, managed to win the game in the end. But she likes to play quickly and just keep the clock pressure on. Knight c6 coming on the next move to guard that pawn. I don't know. It looks like you got to take it.
Once you say A, you have to say B. Let's go castle.
You think you want to go with castle?
I mean, look, you played knight d2. I feel like you have to follow up with castle. If you take on d4, you're basically saying that, okay, I accept you foxed me out of the opening,
Right.
you equalized. I'm on the defensive right now because you're making moves with tempo. Knight to c6, I'm the one that has to find the defensive setup. If I go castle and you go e5, then I'm the one on the offensive, sure, at the cost of a pawn. But I'm going to go knight to b3, then follow up with e3. I'm the one making the moves with tempo. And I generally, especially in this type of situation when I'm 1.5 points behind the leader, as we see on the screen right now, Feuser is trying to find that elusive second title.
Yeah, exactly.
But she's very far away from Carissa. And if she wants to have a chance at
needs to win.
potentially snatching that title, she has to win this one.
No question. I want to go back to the open section in the game of Darush versus Alex Lenderman. Alex, of course, is one of our co-leaders. And again, we see a Rasalimo like Ray Robson played against Alex. Takes. Alex, true to his preparation, bishop g7, c3, queen c7. We've seen this move by Lenderman in the Karo Khan variation, where he played queen c7. He's got this attraction. Queen belongs on c7, everybody. The laws of chess, according to Lenderman. And after d3, e5, remember the game, I want to say that Fabiano played yesterday against Ray Robson, c4, e4, g4, and we have a reverse. And c3, knight f6, takes. I don't know if this is all theory. It certainly looks, all the moves look very consequent.
I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced because, to be honest, I don't like this whole sequence, d3, c3, d4 by white. Why not
like
c3 and d4?
It feels like a lost tempo,
yeah.
right? And I don't like the move queen b6, not one bit. You know me, I'm not giving up pawns unless I absolutely have to. But in this particular case, I like the queen on c7. Let's just play d5. Now, d5, e5, knight anywhere, actually. Can go knight e4, but my intention was to go knight d7. It was more like I'm expecting white to try to win the pawn in this fashion. And for me, this is great compensation.
Excellent
we just stop
compensation.
And say, look, I've got no issues, as we see Anna Sharovich in the boardroom.
And we see Alex far away there
Yeah,
relaxing
in his
on
chair.
his throne.
I was about to say, Danya has his throne. Does Alex have his throne?
I think they're sharing a throne.
You think so? So I'm not sure I'm a big fan of Alex's move,
Well,
queen b6.
It doesn't matter. You know who is a fan of this move, queen to b6?
Who?
Stockfish 14.
Seriously?
Oh,
Okay.
absolutely, because you see 1 hour and 34 minutes for Alex
And
Lenderman.
Alex is following the Stockfish 14
1 hour and
recommendation.
22 minutes for
Right.
Darius. He knows what he's doing. Queen to b6, he's still within his preparation.
Got it. Good point. Very, very good point. And speaking of Ray Robson, he's playing against Bruzan. Again, both of these players lost yesterday. Wonder what their mindset is coming into today's game. But back over to you, Maurice, as you've been looking at this marquee matchup of Fabi and Jeffrey.
Yes, and we know if Fabi's going to make a comeback, he basically has to win today.
Right.
I mean, if he doesn't make a move again, as he did yesterday with a win, he's just simply going to be completely out of it. Now, he said, no, I'm not thinking about the score anymore. I just want to play good chess. But he's a champ. And he definitely would love to write an incredible story, having played horribly in those first 6 rounds and somehow come back and actually win the tournament. That would be one for the ages. He's got a tall order against the young Jeffrey Zhang. But I want you to take a look at this position, guys. And I know when you classical players see the next move Fabi played, you're going to say, what? We've seen this position before. There are different moves to play here. This is the one that they had on the board. And I'm going to get off of this position and go here to the database. We've seen the move queen e7. We've seen knight g4 is actually the most popular move. We've seen the move queen e7. We've seen the move rook to e8. Those are interesting moves. Certainly this pawn on e3 is a target. So you see a weakness, attack the weakness. Simple chess. The move that you rarely see, only twice in the database, is the move g6. None of the top players have played this move, g6. No one. The highest rated player playing this is a 2312. There are only 2 games in the database. The other one is a 2100 player. G6 played by Fabi. And of course, you can imagine everybody saying, what are you doing? Like, look at this dark square bishop. You've turned into a god on this diagonal. Why would you play such a move? Of course, he's preparing the move bishop f5 and dominance over the e4 square. But is it enough? Now, the engines say, yes, this is fine. You can make an argument for this type of play. But I look at the board and I see this bishop. You see white has the advantage of the 2 bishops, but in particular this dark square bishop, and you see the move g6. You're not fixing your dark squares now after you play g6. That's it. You've weakened those squares irrecoverably. That's it. What do you guys think about a move like this? Would you play it in an actual game?
Hated it.
I would say that was a mouse slip.
That's a mouse slip.
That's mouse slip.
Yeah.
Opening up the diagonal, not going for the e3 pawn, which seems to be the only compensation for the lack of the 2 bishops. Doesn't make any sense to me. But of course, this is a concrete position. He wants to go bishop to f5 and immediately attack, challenge that bishop on c3.
Right.
Question is, where are you going to place that bishop? If you go to d4, then I'm going to be able to continually attack it with c6. After that, maybe f6 if I manage to kick that bishop.
So you're
from
talking about the move knight e4. Why don't you guys analyze that?
Well,
right
not
now?
knight e4 right now, but knight e4 after bishop
After bishop f5. Yeah,
Correct.
let's play a move for white.
Well,
Castles.
the move I really want to play is I want to play e4. Your move bishop f5 will take control over the e4 square. I just want to stop it, and if you let me, I'm going to castle and bring my rook to e1, and it's game over. So you have to do something
played
right now.
No move was played.
No move was played.
No move was
So
played.
the idea of e4 is like, again, if you play rook e8 and you're thinking, okay, like I got you to move your pawn. No, I'll happily continue.
Okay.
And unlike those variations where you start with rook e8 and a castle, look at these dark square weaknesses. Yes, you can tickle my queen, but now that I've induced rook e8, the pawn on f7 is hanging. It's game over.
Well, maybe bishop e6 is playable.
No, it's terrible.
So let's
Terrible.
go queen e7.
Wait,
Dark square weaknesses.
Yeah, but the knight is going to challenge that bishop soon, no?
It's
No.
ugly. This one looks ugly.
No. This is just this is bad. No. We don't want to.
I'm going to try to do something similar.
Black has to do something.
I want to go queen e7 first, and then go
Okay.
bishop to f5, so that my f7 pawn, you don't have any attack on that, and I can jump with the knight to e4 as soon as possible.
Okay, so queen e7, you're looking to provoke the move.
Correct.
Okay, so I'll step back for just a moment.
Wait, are you sure you can do that?
I think so.
Can I take on e4?
Okay.
I understand that's a dangerous, but if I
And
manage
put
to
a bishop
simplify
on f5, yeah?
precisely.
And this one, you've got this one.
Correct.
Good point. Okay, so I can't play. You know what I wanted you to do is I wanted to play bishop d3, provoke bishop f5, take on f6. Oops.
Oops, yeah.
No. Okay.
But you can still continue with e5,
Right. Now this is a
Bishop
different.
to f5.
This one you are neutralizing my dark square bishop, right?
The other variation the engine gives is also equal, by the way.
Equal. Wow.
Yes.
This position the engine gives as
E4, rook
equal. Holy
E5,
smokes!
bishop
I would
f5,
e5 bishop f5.
queen b3, and actually now improved on my bad queen bishop e6. Let's play queen e7
First.
first.
Okay.
And next move, you'll play knight e4, and the bishop will not be able to move off of that dark square because it will be attacked, or knight d2 will fork your pieces. So if castles,
Wow.
castles that way, the engine doesn't give.
c5.
And I guess
I have a feeling some b5 is going to come very soon. on the
no.
board.
Yeah, I was wondering if you get in the move b5 before I get to do stuff.
Or I can go a6 maybe first.
Well, is this knight though a little bit trapped?
It is, but again, it's a matter of who's going to open up their opponent's position, king's position first.
Clear, no question about that.
You know what?
Intriguing.
Let's try b5.
Yeah, that was the one move that I
Give
really
up
didn't want
that
to. That was the one pawn I really didn't want to take either. Bishop here.
Take my pawn, yes.
I don't
Come
want
on.
to take that guy. No.
The bishop on e1 also blocks the connection between the rooks. So rook d8 was a move before that.
And
No, before playing
Before.
b5. Just playing rook d8, challenging your rook and disrupting your
Exactly,
coordination.
exactly.
Rook e8 also is playable.
I-
It's
hoping
not an
to
obvious
exploit.
position. It's definitely not an obvious position.
It's a wild position, and it seems like Fabiano is quite familiar with it. He's
Okay, so-
played g6 chosen, this very sharp line, quite quickly.
So once again, I like white after the move e4, and the question is rook e8 or queen e7 from black's point of view, right? So if you play queen e7, how is for example, a position like this? I've stopped your control over the e4 square. Maybe I've given you control over the d4 square. Now the question is, am I using my majority? You're not at the moment using your majority. Can I
It
get
feels
an
very
F5
equal. It
before?
feels very equal to me. Bishop to e6. I just simply
Whoa.
don't see.
So you're going to accept a weakness.
I will.
After
yeah.
this,
Queen
this,
e7.
you're going to accept the pawn on.
Precisely. Yeah.
Ooh, okay. I like white. Maybe it's not anything to write home about.
c6.
But okay. I'm sorry. C6.
After rook to c1, yeah. c6. I just want to get the rook to d5. If I manage to get the rook to d5, then I'm very happy.
Exactly.
And
Rook
you
to
have a
D5.
weakness as well, because taking with the pawn, opening up the f file, your f4 pawn is, well,
I must confess there are a number of Berlins where I
We have
do
seen
see
this,
that f7 takes e6 and it was enough to neutralize white.
but Yasser, in my estimation, this
Yes.
choice of Fabiano Caruana to play the move g6 gives us a clear answer. He's here to play today.
Right, he's trying very
He's here
hard.
to play today. He doesn't want a quick draw. He wants to keep pieces on the board. He wants to keep dynamic play on the board. He's going to try to win this game.
Yeah, and he
Right.
showed that he's trying to win every game that from now on.
He has
in his
to.
tenacity yesterday, his opponent, Ray Robson, played with a lot of determination, but Fabi was able to take him down. Take a listen to what he had to say after the game.
Now, we can't queen right away. That's the blunder.
He's played it.
We're going to see it.
We're going to see it.
Because
G8 queens check.
But we got g8 equals queen check right here, right now. That's
Maybe
pretty.
he might play G8 and hit the clock first. What do you think?
You mean a Rexing field blunder?
No. He put the bishop. Stop it.
Bishop.
Stay up it, Bobby. That's not cool. That's not cool. That's not nice. Oh, come on.
What a guy.
What a guy.
At the end, you under-promoted to a bishop. Usually the computers give that as the best move because it gives up the least amount of material. Is that why you did it?
No, I've just never done that before,
Right.
so I might as well take.
First time in your life under-promoting to a bishop?
I don't remember having ever under-promoted to a bishop. No, knight is common, right? Even in middle games, right? There's some famous, famous combinations like with Queen H6, Queen H8, things like that, and the fork of the queens. But bishop is really
It's pretty rare.
I mean, usually you only see it in studies when there's a stalemate, things like that. But in a practical game, you almost never have any reason to promote to a bishop.
So it felt good to do, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the way he rolls. It felt good to do it. And I must say, in all my tournament experience, neither myself nor my opponents ever under-promoted to a bishop, so it was very nice to see that under-promotion. I'm still looking at this game. I'm amazed that Black can play the move G7 and G6 and get away with it. This
You know
is
he
the
prepared
impact,
it.
of course.
Deeply,
This
in
is the impact that computers have, is like moves that you would normally reject and go, oh, visually, I'm not going to give you the dark squares around my king.
Anti-position.
But the computer says, no, it's perfectly fine. You can do it. And then you get upset with your computer. And then you play against it, and the computer holds a position.
Who was that game against? Fabiano Caruana, King's Indian. Bishop takes c3 out of nowhere, giving up dark square bishop. That was a
King's
revolution
Indian.
last year, and he won that game. It was during one of, I think it was during one of the classical events, if I'm not mistaken. Still, this type of position,
Yeah.
King's Indian, you never give up your dark square bishop. But in that case, he just took on c3, and he
Right.
got a very good position out of the opening.
Okay.
He believes in, he's really a child of the computer,
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
generation. And he believes that he can out-prepare his opponent, he can surprise them, and he is constantly looking for surprising moves that look different, unusual, but after you analyze it for hours, you let Layla look for a while, you let Stockfish look, and there's some supercomputers look, and he says, this is fine. You just, it's ugly. G6 on the board is as ugly. You'll see every world champion. You'll see the classic player, Yasser Seirawan. You can't. What is this nonsense? That is something you simply would not do. Leave the pawn. It's the only pawn on the king side on a dark square, and you're just going to give it up while that bishop on c3 turns into a monster. But Fabi believes in his engine and his own estimation of wild different moves. And what has he benefit? How has he benefited? Jeffrey, like you, Yaz, is sitting there going, no, come on, wait, what?
No.
All right, what am I supposed to do here? Knowing full well that Fabi has prepared very deeply, but Jeffrey is frozen trying to figure out how to duck the main preparation of Caruana.
I'm flabbergasted, really. I look at this bishop and once more, Maurice, you said that after e4, the computer likes, is it the number one move of the computer, rook
It's
e8?
Queen e7. Queen e7 is the number one.
I'm sorry,
move.
Queen e7, okay.
Queen e7 is the number one
Queen
move.
e7 is the number one move of the computer.
It's better than the other move for the activity that's going to happen. And your move, bishop f6, the computer gives is slightly better for white.
Only.
Only,
That's
yes.
important. Because I thought I was getting
Bishop e6.
some kind of advantages here, but boy,
Everything you guys did, in fact, was just right according to the engine. The thing that I don't like about this variation
It's
is
too minimal, though.
that black is
Rook
not
d8.
trying to win.
pardon me,
Rook d8.
rook d8.
Yeah. It's just the material is so limited.
So if I take that,
I don't think I'm going to take like that. No, I see what you're doing. I'm going to take with the f pawn.
and if I take a pawn,
I don't understand. Why didn't you play queen b6? Why didn't you trade on c4, play queen b6, and rook d8? Was there something wrong with that?
Yeah, that's also a good
Before
good way.
this line, right? What if you trade down?
take.
Also,
And to be honest, take on b2.
also
What are you
taking on
gonna do?
b2 looks. I mean, I guess it's a 4 against 2, and
I was trying to drop in, but probably it's not enough. You've got
b5 maybe.
queen b6
Queen
check.
b6, b5.
I was hoping that I would somehow be able to utilize, you know,
This pressure,
playing
Yeah.
for f5 and f8 and opening up my rook.
in
But-
this position, I play rook d8 actually, rook a d8 after rook d7. Have the most fun in this line. And if you take on c7, I'll play rook d2,
Yeah, that would be nice.
and I'll have a lot of fun in that
That would
position.
be nice. And Jeffrey has been thinking for
A
20
long,
minutes, Yasser,
long,
right now.
long think, because he's kind of. I think he's also.
He's out of preparation.
Oh, no question about that.
No
but-
kidding. Jesus. What
I
is
think
that?
I mean, he's got to be thinking, how come there's not a refutation? If I succumb, and if I just say, I don't know how to deal with my problems, and after g6, I fall into your prep, which is that
Sure.
you do get to control the square e4 with the move bishop f5, and I go, okay, you got me.
Knight e4.
Knight e4. How is this? Because I am eyeballing the queenside pawn, am I not?
You can take it.
Okay.
But then I have a feeling that
Music
after
to my ears, by the way. I
Take
love
the
the way you
pawn.
said that you can take it. And I said, okay.
But doesn't knight c3 and queen d2
Knight c3,
come
queen
into
d2,
mind?
I think, resolves
No.
Black's problems.
I wouldn't say so.
Really?
I will not agree.
You will not agree with
In
us.
the immortal words of Ulf Anderson, play, boy.
Well, queen c3 is what?
Queen c3. I wanted to play queen c7,
You
Maurice.
cannot do that.
Queen
With-
c7, rook
Rook
c8.
c8, it's
With-
over.
Oh no!
There's no trick.
I was
Rook
going to.
C8.
No,
Rook
sorry,
C8 is over.
sorry,
Yeah.
sorry. Okay, I have to drop back with my bishop to protect the square and play for e4.
Wow.
It's
I
not
don't
enough.
think I would be
No,
afraid
It is not
in
enough.
this position.
All right. Well, let's go over to the ladies section and see how our tournament leaders are doing over there. Over to you, Maurice.
Well, let's start with this position here with the youngster playing queen a5. Also from the Fabiano Caruana school, play something funky, interesting, off the beaten track maybe, and let them figure it out. And I think it successfully worked for her as knight takes d4, Christian, not the move that you lauded, which was castles. Knight to c6, initiative, initiative, initiative. And now this move, knight to b3. And when you look at these two knights, you say, I don't like those knights. This one belongs on c3, if anything. But these two, b3, d2, after you started the game, by the way, this one came from all the way over here. No, we don't like this kind of play. Queen c7 and castles. Actually, yes, castles. and then the move knight to f3. Sorry, castles was played, and then the move knight to f3, and now d6. So it really is funny. This knight is the b1 knight, and that one is the g1 knight. That's pretty strange, and all the tempo spent just to get to this point. By the way, there is an enormous threat of knight to e5. This pawn will come under a double attack instantly with the queen on c7 and the knight on e5. So you got to pay attention to this possibility. That's why this knight is on f3 and making sure that gets shut down. But you look at black's play, and it's so fluid. Bishop e6 is going to come any moment. This knight on b3 is not well placed. Black has done everything right. And white will have to just play correctly. It should be okay, but the youngster has gotten herself in a good position. Let's go to Irina Krush's game for a moment against Nazi Pakidze. And this was sharp. This is right out of Sicilian theory. Khan theory, I believe, is what she played. E6, D4, takes, and A6. The kind of stuff Irina likes to do. She's playing against Naji, who is not playing well in this championship. She's drawn all her games but one, and that one she lost badly yesterday against...
Naji won a game?
She did win a game.
She did win a game. Oh, yes, she did win one game. But then she lost one badly against Megan Lee in a game that she should have drawn at the end. Miraculously so, after Megan blundered a winning position. We'll feature that position later on the show.
Absolutely, in our brilliancies and blunder segment. For me, this Taimanov Sicilian with... Also, Paulson?
Paulson, that's how I know it.
As with the E6, A6 line.
Taimanov, generally, the knight comes to C6. Am I just delusional about
when I see...
The name, I always get the names wrong.
Right. When I see the idea of an early bishop to D3, blah, 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 when I see the idea of an early bishop to D3 versus the knight C3, the routine knight C3, I always have it in the back of my mind that what White's setup is planning C2, C4.
Right.
They want to play a kind of a Marocci. So this transposition into a kind of Scheveningen variation where you just play bishop E7 and I'm not falling into a Kara's attack, the bishop on D3 for me, as opposed to the bishop on E2, is strangely enough misplaced.
I agree with you. Also, not only on E2, but also in case of a Kara's attack, potentially on G2.
Exactly. And after I see this A6, B5 by Black, I always think that Black actually has a very easy game. We're going to see Irina play castles. We're going to see a bishop B7. Maybe castles is the most precise. And then this knight is actually going to come to the C5 square. And that's the problem with the bishop on D3. It's oftentimes a target to this knight on C5. And unless you get to play E5 and F5 and some beautiful things happen on the king side, slowly, you're going to find yourself defending the pawn on E4. There was a brilliant game from the candidates. It actually destroyed Fabi's chances in the second half. He was white against Anish Giri in an open Sicilian.
Yes.
And it was sort of like he did everything right and then did nothing. And then Anish took over the game as he demonstrated all of the benefits that Black Sicilian players get in the end game. And that was, that was a real blow for Fabi.
And precisely that's the reason why players as White, they usually, whenever they delay this move, knight to C3 and have the bishop on D3, continue with that Marozzi bind choice with C4. C4 is considered to give White a stable long-term advantage. You're going to develop your pieces behind your pawn structure. You have that beautiful space advantage. And Black doesn't really have what to do as easily. Of course, he's always going to try, or she's always going to try to go B5 or D5, one of those breaks.
Right.
But unfortunately, it's not that easy to make them happen.
No.
Especially if you go to D5, then I can always take and then push my pawn to E5. I have a lot of options as White. She hasn't played the most principled option, and right now it seems, as you were mentioning, Yasser, that Black is just having a very effortless game.
Right. Between these two great players, what is their lifetime score?
Well, wow! That's domination for Nazi.
Hello. I mean, I knew that Irina And I knew Arena had lost in some U.S. championships. I just didn't realize it was that lopsided. Not many women can claim a score like that.
Absolutely
She
not.
came in recent years and stole the title from Arena twice. Arena had a very bad patch when she didn't win a championship for quite some time before finally winning last year her 8th.
Exactly.
But Nazi showing, hey, if you want to win the championship, you've got to beat the champion.
Right.
And that's what Nazi is looking to do now. So she knows that's a scary game. By the way, take a look at this position. And I want to ask those two materialists I know sitting at the desk what they think about this pawn to steal. Ready? This line, we're going into the Nemtsova versus Megan Lee game. Right. We saw we're going to look at a position we've seen not hundreds of times, but thousands of times. Right. Bishop d7, bishop c6, b takes c6. Now, I'm going to jump to the database, this position here, and this position we've got thousands of games.
Okay.
Castles played automatically 5,469 times.
I think you're missing a few.
There might be a few around in the database somewhere, but it's generally around
5,000.
Wow. 5,469 times players have castled. Number 2 is bishop to e3, 113 times. I mean, that's just like...
Favored by my wife, Yvette, by the way.
Really?
She's like this.
So, castles. The move I've never seen, but apparently has been played 35 times, and is number 5 on my list, is knight to b3.
Wow.
What?
I mean, I see that move, and I go, what?
What?
What is the point? How does this fit in anything in this position at all? Now, I'm just going to make sure I'm not just, just fooling everybody because,
Knight b3.
That was the move that was played. That's the move. Knight b3. Voluntarily. Now,
retreating from the center.
From the center, you're not like. Where's the knight going? Are you stopping c5?
This is not a good move.
There's no way, right? So you put the move on the board. It's been played sometimes, clearly 35 times. But knight b3 is like ew. Now here goes the question. The move is so bad that the engine is saying, I can refute the move. Now, and the move is queen to e7. The point is, we want this pawn. Like we actually want the pawn. And if you now castle, you say, I'm going to castle in this position. We'll take the pawn.
Right.
Like we're just taking it. That's it.
Exactly.
But check out the main line. White now after queen e5 plays rook e1, threatening f3. Bishop d6, a main threat. G3, and now black says, I'm just going to castle.
Right.
You can go right ahead and win the piece. If you like, I'm still in the variation. You take it, take. Now you haven't stolen a pawn. You've sacrificed a piece for 2 pawns. And the engine says this is completely dominating for black.
Exactly. Yeah.
So you're ready to play this way, yes?
Absolutely.
All right.
Give me this position as black. And by the way, in that position that you have on the board, black is the one with the light square bishop. And the pawn is sitting on g3. If white had a bishop on g2, it'd still be compensation. You take the bishop on c1, put it on g2. But without the light square bishop,
looks terrible. I'll show you a line here.
One of the lines is probably going to come something along the lines of h5, h4, or rook f3, rook takes g3.
And by the way, knight c3, a5, a4, bishop h3 for fun, bishop f4, sacrifice and
Give me that.
And it's just yummies.
It's over.
With these knights looking completely ridiculous, despite being a rook for some pawns up. Black is just laughing all the way to checkmate here.
Absolutely, absolutely. I really did not like whatsoever the move knight b3.
But
that felt
do
like
you think she's going to play queen e7?
Oh, she hasn't played queen e7
She
yet.
has not made the move yet. That's a computer move. Do you think she'll actually play this move? It's an unusual move, blocking your bishop and chasing a pawn.
I don't think she will.
It doesn't feel like a move a human will just sit there and decide, I'm going to play this line.
But even if she does,
I think I would be looking at that with absolutely tempestuous eyes. Like, give me that pawn,
But then you have to assess that piece sacrifice, because that piece is going to get lost. You cannot put three
That's
pieces
a judgment. That's
on the
easy to make.
same file, E
Yeah.
file, and then expect not
Oh, no,
to
no,
lose
no.
that knight on E4.
I'm losing the piece for sure. And I could actually show you a Riga variation in the Rui Lopez that I love to play as black that I sacrifice on. This move, knight b3, maybe you can help me here because I saw this and it was played by no less a figure as Magnus Carlsen. So everybody plays, you know what it is. It's the Najdorf, and nobody likes to play against the Najdorf because the variations are so lengthy and in-depth. And okay, Magnus, as we know, is S8, A3, but knight B3. And I looked at that move and I thought to myself, gosh, that loses a whole tempo. Right, the knight's in the center. You don't even black isn't even required to play e5 and create weaknesses.
That's the question. What do you play?
To cost it the tempo.
What
right?
do you play?
I don't know, but I always thought that the move knight b3 was a bad move.
And
like
this is the reason why they play knight to b3, because it just says black doesn't have any moves that's not going to commit something. So for example, if you play e6, then I can go f4 and we have a completely different position. If you go e5, this is the key point in this position. After e5, I'm going to develop the bishop not to e3, where
Not
it's
to
usually
E3.
developed, but to g5.
So you get to do it nicely in a single tempo.
Exactly. I'm going to go to g5, and now once again we get a different type of position. Knight to b3, of course, you can go b5, but then I have ideas of a4, and once again the character of the position changes. One of the main lines, actually, against knight to b3 is to say, okay, you know, I've seen this dragon before. Something about a dragon.
The Nottingham
And you usually
variation.
don't go with the knight to b3. You leave that knight on d4 so that it stops the action of the bishop on g7. That's
Right.
why I think g3 is one of the most common and probably the best moves in the position for black. Then you get g3, completely different story.
Boy, it sounds like you've almost been able to justify the move knight b3. I don't think the move knight b3 is justified in
Yes,
the
sir.
Megan
They
League
played
game.
bishop d2 in that position.
They play. I know.
They
I
played
mean,
bishop
like,
b2.
okay, it's an opening circus that is taking place. Knight b3, to my eyes, looks like a wasted move. Number one. Secondly, yeah, for me, it says to black, the initiative's yours. Go ahead and have fun. And I start to think about queen h4.
And let's go
By
back
the
just a
way,
second.
We just saw queen e7.
Right.
But I start to think about moves like queen h4 and queen e7. If you're going to give me the initiative, I'll take it.
I'll just explain to you how bad this
Please.
knight to b3 is. So I think the main line goes something along the lines of castle.
Before.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly.
Castle right now, and now you can go bishop to c5,
Right.
f3, knight to g5, f4, knight to e4.
Okay.
Now, one of the main lines and main ideas for black in this position is to actually force that knight from d4 to go somewhere, to b3.
Exactly.
And you do that by spending two very important tempes with queen to b8, queen to b6.
Okay. To
Now,
try to provoke.
To
and
provoke
drive
knight to
the-
b3, and then
Right.
you go back, and then, you know, because the
Right.
knight on d4 is beautifully placed to control a lot of things on the king side. Support the
Okay.
attack, because the attack is coming, f5 is coming, the expansion of the pawns is coming. That knight on d4 is a crucial piece. You need to keep it involved into the attack. You willingly, without it being attacked, go to b3.
Right.
Well, thank you very much. I'm sure I have not only queen to e7, but I can just simply continue developing normally. Bishop to e7,
I think that's what she's going to play.
maybe even f6 in this position. Try and
F6
take
doesn't
advantage.
threaten anything, unfortunately, because of queen h5.
Queen
check
h5, right.
if you
So
take
f6
on
is
e5.
probably premature. But I can go bishop to e7,
I think
castle,
she's
and then
gonna.
f6.
I think she's gonna play bishop e7. I'd be shocked if she put her queen on e7 and chase down that e5 pawn. If Yasser were sitting on the black side, I would not be surprised at all, not one bit. Queen h4 is another move worth considering, of course.
Right, and I would be, you know, very, very seriously contemplating these types of variations with queen h4.
There it is, bishop e7. I just knew she would not go for the materialistic sharp lines. I figured she would just play like a human, play a simple move, and keep it going.
I thought it was commentator's curse written all over it. The moment you said authoritatively, she's going to play bishop e7 and play castles and play it steady, And I said, here it comes, Queen H4, here it.
Right.
Because I'm thinking, these types of things where, like, I really don't, oops, excuse me, that was a mouse slip. I really don't like the move, gosh darn it. I'm going to get the bishop to d6 one of these days, I promise you. I really didn't like the move knight b3, and this is what I meant about seizing the initiative. If your opponent's going to say, yeah, go ahead, you can have an attack against my king if you like, I'm like, okay, okay. happy to oblige. And you can see what kind of threats black is generating with the move queen h4. But again, I love the variation you pointed out, Maurice. Queen e7, just hunt the pawn down and go bishop to d6.
Yeah, not human chess. Clearly, yes, it's concretely good. In fact, the best move. But that's why we look at the computer moves, and then that's why you have the grandmasters on the panel. Because we go, yeah, that's nice, what the computer said, but it may be accurate, but humans are playing the game. By the way, something shocking going on in the game between Jeffrey Zhang and Fabiano Caruana. Shocking indeed. You ready?
Okay.
Jeffrey, in this position after g6, sat and thought for 26 plus minutes.
Oh.
26 plus minutes against his g6 idea. Fabiano Caruana still had 129 and 30 seconds left on the clock. So he only used 30 seconds from his initial allotted 130, plus the increment, of course. And finally played e4. He said, that's the most principled move. It doesn't lose material. Yasser Seirawan approved. E4.
E4.
Engine approved as well.
Approved, okay.
That's the principal move. I know your database or your computer, your Layla, your Stockfish, whatever you've got, supercomputer, knows the move E4.
Right.
So what do you have prepared against it? After all, you blitzed out all your first several moves.
Exactly.
What's shocking is Fabiano hasn't moved.
Since the 26-minute
Since that 26-minute think, since E4, which he must have prepared against.
Totally right.
He is sitting here now 12 minutes almost in against the most principled looking, potentially dominating move if he's not careful in the position. How do you explain this?
Well, because what you said, Maurice, that he has two really decent moves, rook e8 and queen e7 both.
Queen e7 being the top choice.
And that maybe there's a, how do you say that? There's a moment in the game where if he goes queen e7, he has better chances, or if he goes rook e8, has better chances, but at a greater risk. I don't know what he could be evaluating, how he's weighing those two scales.
I think Maurice is puzzled by the fact that Fabiano has not responded instantaneously.
You play
Because
g6.
You play g6, you have to know what you're doing. Now, what I think the
point.
situation is, I believe Jeffrey surprised him with this.
With e4?
Correct. With this particular line of the Ragozin.
The Ragozin with queen
And then
e4
Fabiano was
bishop
like, look, I remember the main line, the one that we were discussing, the game between Mamediyarov and Aronian from Bucharest.
It should be a draw
where
with
it should
correct.
be a draw with correct play.
Right.
Maybe Jeffrey has something, but I don't want to make him prove it.
Okay.
What I do want is try to get him out of his book.
Okay.
With a variation that maybe I analyzed 3 months ago.
For somebody else.
For somebody else.
G6?
He looked at this G6 3 months ago. He remembers it works. And then he says, okay, I'm going to try it. I'm in a must-win or close to must-win situation if I want to fight for the title.
Right.
This is the time to risk it. Put it all on table, play the move
G6,
G6, hope that I can remember something.
You know what? This kind of commentator analysis.
You're really convincing me over
Hope that I can
Nobody
remember
believes
something.
you. What? G6 looks so bad. Look, it's like if you're going to play G6, it's because you remember the next 15 moves in the line.
doesn't.
You
He
can't play G6. It's like when he reaches for the G pawn, every GM in the room goes, dude, what you doing? You're shadubing the G pawn, right? That's what you're playing. You're just kind of adjusting, aren't you? You're moving it somewhere? Like, are you going to play G5 or something? What the hell is G6? G6 on the board, and you go, no, I got it. I got it covered. Trust me. Trust me, I know it. And then Yasser Seirawan strolls over and says, this is garbage.
Get out of here.
E4 is the best. E4 is going to rock your world. And you go, no. Yasser, you're old school.
I've got it planned.
I got Queen E7. I got all kinds of funky tactics with Bishop E6. You get nothing in this line. And Yasser's scratching his head.
I'm ready to rumble like.
The guy doesn't sit there for 26 minutes looking at the position play E4, and you start to think now, is he going to sit for 26 minutes? Like
Maybe.
Maybe. I'm just look at this. He's still like,
And he's like,
trying to remember.
And it doesn't look like he's prepared to answer in the next minute or two either. I mean, wow. Okay. Confusion.
Shocking is the word, isn't it?
Confused.
What?
What? Just to make a how do you say, a look around the horn just a bit, a very quiet Russian game appeared in the game between Sam Seirawan and Lanier Dominguez, a crucial game to our standings. As Sam Seirawan is having a fantastic U.S. championship. He is tied for first. He has defeated Fabiano Caruana in the tournament earlier in the tournament, and he is facing up against Lanier Dominguez, one of the top seeds, as white, and Lanier is trailing him by half a point. So how crucial is this game? And this used to be very, very fashionable a long time ago, but black players had equalized more or less so easily that white players had stopped playing this line. Bishop E3.
And I think there's a good point to show just before taking C5, d takes C5. You cannot go pawn hunting, as we always do.
Yes.
Queen to H5.
Yes.
G6, queen takes D5, because that.
You know, I must have fallen for this myself.
You
I
did.
mean, guilty so many times. So not this particular line, but just blundering my queen. I was
or G6.
I was just so mesmerized by.
Give me that central pawn,
Give me
of
that,
course.
and oops, the old discover check to the king, and there goes the queen. And again, I must say, I don't know if I might be. No, I don't think it's battery. I think it's just me. But there goes the queen. Yeah, and I think you're right. G6 in any case.
By the way, Sam, after 3 wins, 3 very decisive wins, he's now tied for first, and he's playing like a champion in the last 2 games.
And if I've got this right, Sam actually started his streak with a loss.
He did, against Alex Lenderman.
Yeah, and so bouncing back with great vigor, sign of a champion to be sure.
Back-to-back victories against, well, he won against
Wesley.
Fabiano Caruana.
That's I mentioned.
And then he beat a player that was unbeaten leading up to that game, Bruzon, with the black pieces.
That's right. Bruzon had all draws.
That's an incredible streak, and let's see if he will be able to keep it going against Lanier, who is also... Did he lose any games so far? He hasn't lost
he's
a single
undefeated.
game.
He is undefeated.
Is he the only undefeated player in the field? No. Alex Lenderman, I think, also is undefeated.
Also undefeated.
And among the leaders, Wesley So as well.
Also undefeated.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think those are the only undefeated players.
Speaking of Wesley So, Wesley is going up against Sam Shanklin, a former U.S. champion. Berlin defense with Rook D1 and this early Bishop E7 and G4. At a certain moment, I mean, I think H3, Knight C3 and H3, keeping the rook, not giving the rook check.
On F1, yeah.
Everybody was playing that, and that was like the height of fashion. I don't know why it's not played today, but these days they're going for the early G4, and the players quickly have reached a position that they both seem to be happy with, and wow, it's kind of funny to see that king on E8 with all of these open files, like he's standing in the middle of the highway, open E file, open D file, and nobody's bothering. What
And
gives?
Black says, let's open some more files.
Exactly. Bishop F4, give me your C7 pawn. Wesley says you can have it. I want to play F5. This is not the tepid Berlin that we're used to seeing, but Maurice, you have the game of Sabina and Carissa on your board.
Yes, and Carissa Yip is doing her best Vishwanathan Anand from the early 90s impression by playing as quickly as possible if she's not in trouble.
Yeah.
She's just putting the pressure on her opponents to get them into time trouble time and time again. The clock is part of the game in chess. And here she's using it as a weapon. After bishop f4 by Sabina, she played knight to h5 as though she expected, and a queen d2. By the way, knight h5 didn't just attack the bishop, it uncovered an attack on the b2 pawn. Immediately, queen d2, knight takes f4. You're going to give me your b2 pawn? Not justifiable in this position. Takes, and then she quickly played bishop d7. Actually took her about 4 minutes to decide she would put her bishop on d7 instead of e6, attacking a pawn. Rook ac1. Instantly, she played rook to d8. Rook, like instantly. What a hidden type of Nimzovician move you see there. And look at the clock times. 126 to 49 minutes. This is what
That's significant.
she's after very quickly as knight has gone to d4, re-centralizing itself. This is definitely what she wanted to get ahead on the clock. We'll see how much time she burns now. That bishop on g7 looks like an absolute monster on that diagonal. Of course, b3 could happen to take it off. And the only reason seconds are ticking away is because Carissa's actually not at the board at this moment. But Sabina does not want to fall behind on the clock. She knows it's part of the strategy. They should know by now that it's part of the strategy that Carissa uses. Get ahead on time. I'm not sure what their lifetime record is, but I would say Sabina probably has held her own against Carissa in history. Commentator's curse, I'll probably be dead wrong on that.
And you asked him.
Well, look at that.
Vibes.
Look at that. I'm 2 for 2 today.
Wow, you're on the
Indeed,
street.
Sabina has held her own.
Nice. 2 wins, 1 loss. Still not a lot of games between these two ladies. I wanted to say there's one other lady in the lady section who is playing rather quickly, Anna Sharovich. It seems to me that she has just recognized that her colleagues play far too slowly, mismanagement of the clock, and it too often happens that it's the difference of the clock that decides the game. Unfortunately, Anna Zatansky, as we know and we've seen throughout her career, often in time trouble. She's never been able to cure herself of this.
An aficionado.
Time
trouble aficionado.
One of the great fun that we get to do, Christian and Maurice, we really like it when we get challenges and questions from our audiences. We really enjoy your tweets, so hit us with some. Christian.
Absolutely. Let's see what the audience has in store for us.
Michael Mills asks,
have you ever had great games in an event that were overshadowed by brilliancies of other players?
Too often. Too often. Can you imagine playing in the Vaikonze with Garry Kasparov when he uncorks the brilliancy of a lifetime against Veselin Topalov? That game, Veselin Topalov, belongs in the Louvre. I mean, it's timeless. It's immortal, right? So you play the brilliancy of your life, and everybody says, Gary, ole, Olga.
You did play a very good game.
No, I'm just saying that I played in so many tournaments with Gary. You could always imagine I was sitting in his shadows.
That's one thing that we don't have in chess, and I do think that organizers should probably implement it. Brilliancy prize.
That's absolutely.
We had it in the
Sinquefield Cup, and by the way, I mean we were having trouble as it was the commentators who decided who won, and as commentators, we had trouble. We thought the commentators deserved it because we saw all the brilliant moves.
I want a nice
trophy
for it, you know, and everything.
Right. But yes, I'd love to see that for the players. Specifically, I can't think of one. But I feel like I've been in the shadow of Karpov and Kasparov so often that they've made brilliancies and everybody overlooked mine. Maurice. How about you, Maurice?
Nah, never. Come on.
Never?
When I play a brilliant game, nobody else.
Nobody pays attention?
No, I said nobody else can compare.
Oh, okay, compare. Sorry. I missed
Even
it.
if Yasser's in the tournament, it's not going to.
Missed it.
No, I'm kidding, of course. This position, e4 played after some thought. Instead of queen to e7, rook to e8. But what is some thought? if you prepared this position. 17 minutes.
Wow.
17 minutes to decide on rook to e8. Incredible to me that and away from the board now is Fabi. They are clearly in new territory. They are clearly in just shark-infested waters as far as Fabi is concerned. He's ready to ride the waves here. Okay. He wants to win at all costs, taking his rook off of f8, no longer guarding the f7 pawn. The engine actually gives bishop d3 as the best move.
Bishop d3.
Which is a bit of a surprise to me, for sure. But clearly Fabi is very, very obstinate, is what I'm going to use. He's like, I'm going to play chess. We're playing chess today. The chances I've taken and failed, be damned. I don't care. I'm going for stuff to keep this position busy, and let's see if you can beat me.
Okay. We've been talking about the long thinks of the players, and I've just been told, second one, that Lanier has just awakened from a
39-minute nap.
39-minute. I was going to say slumber, but not
That's a nap.
work. Wow.
And he does this every single game almost.
Right,
Regardless
of the position.
Exactly. We've seen him do this against Sam Shanklin. We've seen him do this against, yesterday against Daniel Naroditsky.
I was about to say against
that
Dania.
B3 move, he had like 40-something minutes against 1 hour and 20 minutes. He loves to do this, it seems like. Nothing like being 1 hour down on the clock.
I think he's only comfortable when he's down on time. By the way, as we get prepared for our first break of this round 8, we want to tell you about our sponsor, Q Boutique, and how, if you like our shows, we've got something
Well,
for
nobody
you,
stops Father Time, and the holiday season is coming. Get all your chess merch at qboutiquestl.com, and that you see right now on the screen is a limited edition T-shirt for the U.S. Chess Championships.
By the way, a big shout out to Emily, who had her birthday yesterday, but I got a burgundy blazer, the wind blazer that Maurice was wearing. Maurice comes to, we did a Parkside chat.
Okay.
He comes to the Parkside chat. He looks great. He's sportive. He's got this wind blazer. I go,
and you're in a
chess.
suit.
Yeah, no, I had to change out of the suit. That's a chess. What? Where's that from? Everybody's got one. No,
the cool kids.
No, it was a limited edition. I was like, Emily.
I need one too.
Don't be thinking
I'm going to take that one. I'm going to take that one.
We have a Parkside chat. Premium memberships.
We'll see you after the break. But yes, sir. One more question. What is the Parkside Chat?
Well, essentially, it's Maurice and I just hanging out together. We go and play a little chess. We do a lot of trash talking, but we share, well, I'm not going to say intimate stories, but we share stories about the chess world that have us cracking up. Maybe you'll enjoy it too.
That's definitely something I want to see.
Okay.
Yo, man, what's up? What's up? Listen, we're here in front of the St. Louis Chess Club, and it's the world famous club. As you know, we live here all the time, but there are great clubs all around the world.
Absolutely.
And I gotta say, there's great clubs in New York City.
Yeah,
for sure.
I played in a lot of them.
You got to talk New York City. The Marshall Chess Club. Fantastic. I was champion of the Marshall Chess Club. Let me just brag.
No way.
Absolutely. You know, that club was pretty strong, and somehow I managed to win a championship there. But the importance of clubs for chess, especially now in the digital age.
Yeah, in the past, you couldn't overstate the importance of the club. The club was the place, it's the hub, man. That's where everybody went. That's where we talked to each other. Do you know about the Russian championships? You got the bulletins. We traded books, we traded stories. We analyzed, we played. So the clubs, especially in the 70s, 80s, 90s, man, that was the gathering place. And on the West Coast, we had a marvelous club, the Mechanics Chess Club, San Francisco. I've been there, did lectures, played there, and that club from the 1850s, right? Still a vibrant place today. That's like a marvelous place. In New York, what was your favorite hangout?
Well, you know, like you said, without the clubs, how do you find players?
Exactly.
I remember going to the Manhattan Chess Club. The Manhattan Chess Club no longer exists now,
wonderful
but
club.
it was an institution. In fact, the Manhattan moved into the Carnegie Hall building.
Exactly.
Like, you know, you
Up
were-
on the 10th floor.
When you arrive as a musician, you go to Carnegie Hall.
Of course.
When you arrive as a chess player, you go to the Manhattan Chess Club.
Exactly.
And I remember going into the Manhattan Chess Club, and you've got all these famous grandmasters in there, and we'd have Friday night blitz.
Right.
And I would
played
walk
in those too.
I would walk in, right? And I remember once I walked into the Friday night blitz, and you know there was Steve Emmett, the tournament director, and I said to
Jeffrey
him,
Kastner.
no, in particular, I remember Steve Emmett. When I walked in, and I said to Steve, "Who's playing in the blitz tonight?" And he says to me, "You can't ask who's playing in the blitz and then not play." He thought I was trying to,
to hustle.
get a fast one, hustle.
Right.
I said to him, "I only want to play if there's strong players playing." And he shot. He said, "Well, we've got Benjamin, we've got Fed, we got DeLuge." I said, "Sign me up."
Yeah, I'm in.
'Cause that's the kind of strength level you had
Precisely.
at that club, and you always wanted to play. So it allowed me to get stronger as a player. If there were no clubs, there was no internet and stuff to be able to just jump on and get a strong player anytime you want. You needed a club in order to make that happen.
No question about it. And for me, in Seattle, when I was growing up, we had the American Chess Service, the ACS, and we had a guy organizer. There's always one organizer who is, there all the time. Robert Anthony Karch, we called him Rack. And Rack organized tournaments, I am not kidding, nearly every weekend. Congresses. I remember playing in these, at any kind of holiday. There was a Thanksgiving Day tournament. There was a Columbus Day tournament. There was a President's Day Open. All of these tournaments. And that's where I got strong. That's where I cut my teeth and, sharpened my game, and where I actually met all my friends. Now today, you want to talk about a digital age. My gosh, it's all online, which has been good in many ways. But I miss this. The camaraderie
at the club.
Move.
I'm thinking about old school clubs like the Flea House.
Oh, brilliant.
My good homeboy Willie Johnson, we call him
Right.
Pop. He tell me about the days in the Flea House where he'd come up,
Absolutely.
he'd see Ginger Shashvili hanging
Right.
out, and those players. You
Right.
know about the Flea House.
Oh gosh, yes. Okay, I go there in 1977. I'm 17 years old. I'm strong as an ox, surfer, swimmer's build, long hair, afro actually here. Come in, and the guy says to me, "You look like you're looking for something. What are you looking for?" I said, "A chess game. Social or for money?" I play for a little money. Come with me. Brings me to the table. Guys holding court. Got a new customer. The guy says, "Where are you from?" I go, "Seattle." He goes, "Seattle? That's close to Alaska. Alaska gets night odds." Now, understand me. At that exact moment in my life, there was one, possibly two people in the entire United States who could play even with me. They were Walter Brown and Bernard Zuckerman, and that was it. Everybody else, if I don't recognize Bernard Zuckerman or Walter Brown, you're toast. Guy's giving me night odds.
Unbelievable.
It's unbelievable. I don't know what I did, Maurice. Seriously, I was just like lollygagging, and I don't know, because there were side bets going on. I got confused. I lost the game.
What?
I lost game one.
Night odds?
I lost game. The best thing I could possibly do. Everybody jumped on the next game. I wiped them out. We played even, but he gave me time odds, 3-1. I wiped them out. We played even, 3-3. I wiped them out. I gave him 3-1. He says, come tomorrow. I show up the next day. Asa Hoffman comes in. That's their champion. Asa took one look at me and said, "No, we're going out to dinner. I'm going to treat you, raise pizza. You're going to wipe me out." And everybody in the Flea House, He's a kid.
That's an awesome story. You remind me of the days of a club that is very little known, the Kingsmen Chess Club.
Don't know it, no.
The Kingsmen Chess Club were a group of largely African-American players in Brooklyn. I ended up growing up with people who were from the Kingsmen Chess Club, the Black Bear School.
Yes,
but the
mentioned.
Kingsmen Chess Club, there were some serious players, and as a young expert, budding master, I would play against these guys. And John Evans, I remember, of course, Willie Johnson was a part of it,
You've mentioned
and the
so
like.
many times.
And it was because of a club like that you could go to, that you could say, here's a serious player, here are people you could sit down. It wasn't just blitz, it was even over the board, but casual over the board.
Right.
You don't do that nowadays.
Right.
Nobody sits down and plays games without clocks and time. No way in the world. But it was a place like that where I could go and grow as a young African-American in Brooklyn.
Right.
Without that club, I don't graduate.
And add to everything you said, you play a wonderful game. And then the guy says, no, man, I was doing great. I should have played this. And you analyze. And the next thing you know, you start appreciating the fact that you missed ideas. Somebody else, spectators come in and they go, no. That was fun.
Yeah, the fun part, of course, is, as you said, the kibitzers on the
Absolutely.
side. Hey, why didn't you do this? Everybody's 200 points stronger when they're on the side, and they're just talking, and you're what do you mean this and that? And that kind of camaraderie, how do you find it in a digital age? You just don't. That is a lost art.
Yeah.
And I used to love that about the analysis. Everybody's hands on the board.
Right.
You got to have rules now. You can't put your hand. If you touch the board, you got to put money. You have to put money. You touch our board.
Right,
Forget about
right.
it. That's the kind of stuff you just miss when you're always doing it on a computer online.
No question about it. That's the downside. There was one downside of a club I just got to mention. I had a club that I went to, and I cycled to the club. And frankly speaking, it was 20 minutes to get to the club, but that was downhill. It was an hour coming back uphill. You get to the club and there was nobody to play.
Oh, that's the tough part. I agree.
Nobody to play.
The digital age is quite different. You always have somebody to play.
Exactly.
And it's a great thing to have someplace like the St. Louis Chess Club.
Oh my goodness.
Where everyone can come and enjoy a game. And the best part, there's people like Yasser Seirawan,
Maurice Ashley,
a Cristian Chirila, and Alejandro Ramirez. Grandmasters everywhere.
Absolutely.
Hanging out. Always nice.
Always nice.
Let's play.
Let's
We're at
play.
the club.
Hey.
E4, you don't
I'm not
play
putting
E4.
money up.
You give me
Bring
a
it,
night out.
bring it.
Oh man, this is getting good. This is getting good.
Right. Okay.
Chinese variation.
No, I don't know that stuff. Yeah, that's too modern.
Welcome back, everybody, to our continuous coverage of round number 8 here at the U.S. Chess Championships. Yasser, I have to tell you, I was a bit jealous. You guys were having too much fun during those Parkside chats.
Yes, it's absolutely true. We were having too much fun during the break as well, because boss lady Jen Hummer said, you know what? On set, Yasser has the best hair. And Maurice couldn't even get a participation trophy. So we've been laughing, and he's been sore ever since.
Yep.
But talk about having too much fun. We've got our segment of the highlights and the lowlights.
The
brilliancies and the blunders.
Versus blunders.
And here we go. Yesterday's round just had us all so enthralled that we had too many games, remarkably enough, to choose from. And we're going to start with a game of between Arena and Ashritha. Arena has just established her knight on f5 and is just dreaming. Oh, it would be so nice to get the queen to g4, where the queen will attack the pawn on g7, attack the knight on e4. But wait a minute, the last move of Ashritha threatens knight c3. forking queen and rook. At first, Irina came on and confessed that she wanted to play rook c1, but she was extremely dissatisfied with this passive move. She thought and came up with a brilliancy. Rook to d5. And we were like, ooh, does this all work for Irina? Her main point was that after knight c3, go ahead and fork my queen and rook. Queen d3, knight takes d4, queen takes d4. You don't touch your queen. You can't bring the queen back to c6 because there's a royal fork with knight e7.
Whoops.
Yeah, exactly. Whoops, indeed. And then the idea was that she would have to play rook e8, and we discovered a forcing variation where knight d6, rook e7, and knight d4 would go on to give a very big advantage to Irina. Shritha avoided the exchange, but boy, did Irina play very well thereafter. Right here, she hit f4. Every one of Irina's moves were perfect, were just right on. And she finished with style after queen d7, knight e6, and you can just see the queen and knight are coordinating. Irina won a brilliant game. And Maurice, what do you have for us from yesterday's round?
Well, you talk about a brilliancy. Here we're going to talk about a blunder in a position that just looked very, very basic for Bruzon. You see the engine is giving a tiny, almost no advantage for white. But still, how do you go on to lose this position in the next 5 moves? Well, here's how you do it by first starting with the move King G2, a horrible howler, stopping this bishop from being able to go anywhere whatsoever. It doesn't look so bad, but after the brilliant knight to d7 in response, this bishop is suddenly going to be a target when the knight lands on e5, bishop to e3, knight to e5, and rook to b3 as this pawn was hanging. He said, gift me that pawn, please. Hey, it's a freebie. And now the second blunder, king to h2, trying to fix the problem so his bishop could come back home. However, the move a4 cleared the cobwebs, as now the rook has to leave somewhere. We'll put it on a square, and then knight to c3 will hit the queen that's defending the bishop that is no longer defended by the king. Those 2 king moves were not his proudest moments, Bruzon, and he resigned on the spot after a4.
For me, I have I want to say a co-blunder. We have those moments in chess. There are these nightmare moments, and we have these mutual blind spots moments as well. Megan has played a terrific game. She's way ahead material. All kinds of ways for white to win the position. She chose one of the many, knight h5, king g8. She's already 2 pawns, 3 pawns to the good, and now 4 pawns to the good. She's winning every which way but loose. The only one thing she doesn't want to do is allow counterplay against her king. She doesn't want to see this check. She played the winning move, king c2, and after queen a5, a very simple win could occur after queen e7 check, followed by rook takes e5. Megan did it in the wrong fashion. She played check, king h6. Now just stop for a moment here and recognize that black's king is stalemated. If black had no pieces on the board and it was her move, the game would be a draw. Here it comes, the nightmarish move, rook takes e5, snatching a draw from the jaws of victory. All Naji has to do is realize, I don't need my rook. Give up the rook. I don't need my queen either. Give up the queen. And it would have been a stalemate. No, she missed it. Check. King came back. Check. Queen. Now any queen trade releases the king from stalemate. It was gone. Just like that, in a poof of smoke, Megan went on to win. A co-blunder, mutual blindness. What do you have for us in the next
Well, let's
example?
leave the double blunders and go to some brilliancies, starting with this one with Carissa Yip against 4-time champion Anna Zatonsky. And the kid played like a boss from this position, starting with the move knight to b5. Move your rook out of the way. As you can look at this position, you see this king is exposed. This rook has no moves, and black is really congested back here in her own camp. And here we go. F4, it's time to party. And D4, nope, we're just gonna chill. And after bishop to C5, F5, the attack, just scorching, takes, and bishop back to E4, no trades for you. And after knight takes E5, she said, I got a trick waiting. I knew that was coming. B4, a fantastic move. Bishop takes B4, and now rook takes D4, hitting the queen, hitting the bishop on B4, and that's the game that got her into the lead in sole first place.
A brilliant squeezing blood from stone example was provided by Fabiano in his game against Ray Robson. Fabiano, desperate for victory and to knock Ray Robson off his perch, has been playing for an hour's 2 bishops versus bishop and knight, and Ray has been keeping the defense. After very, very careful maneuvering that had lasted for many moves, dozens of moves, Fabi reached this position. He bit the bullet and made, in our opinion, a brilliant piece sacrifice with the move. Bishop takes G5, knight takes G5, king to C5, 1 pawn for a bishop, but the king is targeting the black queen side, ready to go king B6, bishop D5. Ray was up to the challenge. Bishop to C8, and this is where Ray faltered. The computer shows an extraordinary way of drawing with the move knight E4 check. Ray in a bit of time trouble. Both players have been playing on their increments, played the very human move knight E6 check, and that was all that Fabi needed, that single mistake, and Fabi very nicely reeled home the point with these beautiful moves all the way to the very end, and did something I've never seen in the entirety of my chess career. He underpromoted right here his pawn on G7 to a bishop, threatening the knight, and after king takes G8, the pawn would queen with check, which would pick up the knight on D5. With the underpromotion to a bishop, Ray stopped the clock, ended the round, 7 victories out of 12 games. It was a marvelous round to call.
We had so much fun.
It was great.
It was great.
So, amazingly, 3 brilliancies versus 2 blunders. Or was it the other way around today?
Not a bad day. Yeah, sure.
It was a great day.
For sure. We had a lot of fun. But today is shaping up to be as tense as yesterday. And I want to go to the game between one of the leaders, Alex Lenderman, with the black pieces. We saw him essaying extremely well, good preparation.
The Rosalimo,
precisely.
the black side.
But right now it feels like he's a little bit behind. And I see him burning a lot of his time. Darius with a very confident position right now, very confident endgame. It seems like he got the dream. As white, you just want to play a position, potentially an endgame in which you cannot lose. Risk-free. And this is exactly what white is having right now. I don't think Alex is very happy with this position, and I want to call it as the predict a result game.
Ooh, okay. Well, then we're going to really drill down. Now, we left it at this point, and I was essaying the move D7, D5. So let's catch up to the players, and we're going to do the predict
a result after we catch up
after
with the
Queen
players.
B6. This is where I thought D5, Queen B6, and this is what we have not seen. Knight G5, attacking the pawn on E5 with the bishop, as well as the knight, bishop F4, F7, F6. Ooh, I like that move because it keeps this bishop on G7 hemmed in. And by the way, it's a very juicy looking square. Now, white is not up any material, but the split pawns on the queen side, the passivity of the bishop on G7, I think white is very, very much for choice. Can he win it?
Let's give it to Maurice. Let's
let him
start.
He's always complaining. He doesn't get a chance.
Let him start.
Maurice,
give him the first chance.
You picked the most boring position in history and say you can have this one, Maurice. I'm going to say draw, and I have nothing more to say on this one.
Go ahead.
Darius, what's the score?
2.5, I think.
He started really badly.
Yep.
Really
He's
badly,
coming back.
reeled in a little bit. Yeah,
He's got the
2.5, I
wind
think.
in the sails, and he could really shake up the leaderboard because
Precisely.
I want to see a win.
You want to see a win,
I
or are you
want to see-
predicting a win?
I am both. I'm
gonna go with-
predicting a win. I want to see a win. Shake up the leaderboard. Come on, Darj. Play a great game.
I've seen Alex as a very confident preparation, especially in this Rosalimo, but I think this one did not go his way. He chose wrong.
Yeah,
And
sometimes it
I like
happens.
white. I think Darius is going to take the full point home.
Okay. And
And
Var.
Var.
And once again, all by himself, on a limb, is Maurice. Now remember, last time he did that, he embarrassed us all.
He did,
he
yeah,
got it right.
yeah,
we got
yeah.
it wrong. So, I mean, if he picks this one up, this predictive
VAR also
game
takes the
segment
win.
goes, yeah, I know, goes out the door.
This would be a home run for Maurice. If he
No.
wins this, we're never going to hear it.
I know. Oh, it'll be
So-
tasered already.
Darius
Thinking
it
about
is.
it. Okay, why did you pick Darsh? What is it about his position in particular
Look,
that
it's a close game. Of course, white has the advantage, but the material is very limited. Now,
nice pieces? The only
I
thing
love
missing is the
structure.
rook.
I love the pieces. I don't like the
That's right.
coordination of black's pieces.
Nope. No.
I see the fact that, sure, you might be able to defend that pawn on c6, but where is the knight on g4 going? How are you going to open up the bishop? Of course, the answer to that is probably via f5, but that's going to weaken the pawn structure even further.
Right.
That's why the combination of all these factors just give white a very pleasant advantage, long-term advantage, and I feel Darius is ready to nurse that into a full point.
And how do you start? Do you start with the move h2, h3, or do you move your bishop?
Well, h2, h3 is a very intriguing move.
I
I did not spot it.
Right.
I was looking at the position. I was thinking bishop to d2 might be the right choice, but
But you know it's going to get tickled.
Tickled,
when
yeah,
you got to go bishop d2. I was attracted to the move h3 because essentially that was, to my eyes, the most forcing move. Anytime a piece gets attacked, black, of course, is looking to play captures, but g5 takes f4, h3 takes g4. I think that's everybody will agree that's a good knight versus bad bishop.
So what if I take on f2?
Conversely, knight f2, king f2 takes with
oh,
material
wait,
equality.
wait. Knight f2, bishop d6.
I didn't even see bishop d6, by the way. Sorry,
So knight f2 is not
my
even an option.
bad. My bad. Bishop d6.
Knight f2 is not even an option, unfortunately, for black. And if he has to go knight to h6, it feels like he has to go knight to h6.
In that case, knight h6. The inclusion of h3 and knight h6 must favor white.
And now you can transfer the knight maybe to an even better square, c5. I was thinking bishop e3, knight f5, and c5. Bishop c5.
I'm a pawn grabber. I just
That's
love
fine.
grabbing pawns.
I
So-
want to grab the pawn as well. You want to grab it like this.
so that I'm stopping you from playing the defense of the pawn. I didn't play
Rook
bishop.
f7 is coming, no?
Yeah, knight d5. Let's go. Let's go.
And after ace, knight.
Rook d7, knight d5, and rooks. If there's one small drawback in white's position, it's that rook on. But as soon as that rook shows up anywhere, it's all white.
I have to say, I love white's position. I
H3.
love this move, h3.
H3 might be the way to go. Maybe he's thinking about f3. I don't know. But we'll keep an eye on that. Our predicted game. What have you? Has Fabi not moved? Come on.
Oh, no.
wait.
No, Bobby did move.
Woo!
He did move
Giving me a
fine,
heart
but-
attack over
And he
here.
moved with a spectacular effect as well.
Oh.
In this position, bishop to d3 was played. That is given as the #1 move by the engine, by the way. And it thinks knight d5 was the best way for black to go.
To continue, yeah.
Until Fabi said, I don't care about your engine. Knight takes on e4, a piece
Wow.
sacrifice. Definitely a special move there, as knight takes e4, forces bishop takes on e4, of course. And now bishop to f5, looking to win the game by simply capturing the bishop. But wait a minute, there's a bishop e5 sighting. Trade. Well, I couldn't win your light square bishop. Let's win back this dark square bishop. And this is what Fabi is essaying, saying, I think I've solved all my problems, or the majority of my problems here, as I'm about to take this bishop. What do you guys think? I think Yasser is shaking his head, saying, heck no. But this is Fabi's choice of how he wants to play.
It feels to me like it's the game that Jeffrey had against Wesley So. You'll remember in that game against Wesley So, it was a major piece ending where Wesley's king, the black king, wasn't really very well defended, and Jeffrey was making all of these types of attacking shadows. Wesley defended magnificently, got very lucky to get out of here with a draw, and Jeffrey's tournament went south almost immediately by his failure to win this game. This is just exactly one of those similar positions. I hate black.
Same here.
I
You don't
hate
shy away from the main lines that generally
Black's
equalize
position.
comfortably into this G6 just to get into this position. Slightly worse position with a weak king. I'm going to press forever.
Okay, hold on.
Let me just show
You
you what
said-
let me just make my point. Sorry, Maurice. Rook to D1. Okay, you just played attacking my bishop. I'm tickling your queen. Just hang with me for a second. Here. Now, after you take, black is a pawn up. Black is a pawn up. But after you see F5, you say, wait a minute, this queen is really magnificent. In the center of the board, it's hitting B7, it's hitting G6. White's two rooks are cooperating. I don't think F6 is necessarily a winning threat, but ooh, don't let me take that pawn. That will open up your king. Sorry, Maurice, jump right in and tell me.
I wanted
is
to
not the
buttress
only
your point.
Yeah,
I just wanted
please.
to buttress your point. This is the Wesley So game.
Yes,
You referenced
sure.
the game, so
Right.
I just brought it up. We see here the two queen and two rooks, which Jeffrey had as white against Wesley. Queen, two rooks, exposed king. This king is more exposed than the game we're seeing now in some ways because of the G line, but then in other ways, the fact that this pawn is actually on G6 in the Fabi game gives a different kind of exposure as well. But this is the ending you were talking about that he failed to win against Heroic
And if
Defense.
you could go just a little bit further in that position from what you currently have.
Well, Queen C7, and then
Move
F6
with
was played. Queen takes D5, Queen takes D5, King H8, Rook F2, Rook C1 was what happened in the game.
Yeah, and
Queen
what
to
I was
E6 and
what,
Rook
what
D8.
I had in mind was that White's queen had a kind of a dominating centralized position by Jeffrey, and Wesley was doing everything he could to kind of get some compensation with a perpet, and again to save a very, very difficult game. I think that and help me out here, Maurice. After Rook D1.
Not in this game, in the other game.
Yeah, in the current game, if Jeffrey starts with the move Rook D1, tickling the queen has to go. I put the queen on E7. Maybe there's another square. Takes back the bishop after castles, and then we have F5, and I just say,
What if the queen? I'm going to recapture that.
You're going to
What if the
capture.
queen went to C8 though?
I feel like I need.
Yeah, sir.
Queen went to C8.
What if the queen goes to C8? Just to
and
deal with
castles?
your idea. No,
The same thing.
No, you're going to do the same thing.
I'm doing the same thing.
And that's when the queen is actually very badly placed because you cannot
C8?
go to
Yeah,
E6,
so
you
queen
cannot get back
E7.
into the game unless you take on F5.
Okay, so you'd like to take on F5.
I would
and
still like
of
to take
course,
on F5.
And I, of course, would like to recapture.
And
Now,
I just
you were
wanna see
saying
rook to
that
D8.
in the game of Jeffrey and Wesley, there was a G6. There was no G6 pawn.
Right, there's a pawn on F6.
But
Here he's up a pawn. So
of course, he's
you're
up
arguing
a pawn,
more
but his
than
king
you're arguing
shield has
exposed
been
king and compensation.
exactly. That's exactly what I'm arguing.
So let's go rook D8.
Rook A,
Yeah,
D8.
I
of
just want to
course.
exchange some pieces, of course. And
Okay, so
with the
now,
queen and a rook by itself, I don't see the checkmate patterns. Of course, if we have both sets of rooks on the board, then it becomes a bit more unclear for black. Rook to D8, what do? Do you want to take the pawn back? I'll offer you the pawn back.
You're too generous.
I'm a nice guy.
A very nice guy. I am going to look at a possibility of doubling the rooks. I want to play something along the lines of a queen G4 check. You can't play queen G7 because of rook G5. Queen G4 check, rook on F7 is hopefully my special sauce. I've dropped the pawn to get here.
So what if I go rook to D4?
You are giving me the b7 pawn.
Queen
in
D,
that case.
Queen
I really don't want to give you that
c5
pawn.
check, maybe?
Queen D6.
Queen d6.
What?
That was why, by the way, I threw in the move rook d1, because if I had castled right away and played f5, then you would have played the queen d4 check, and I was trying to avoid the trade of queens, obviously. So queen d6, well, let me get out of the way. Queen takes b7.
But now Queen B6.
Queen b
I'm happy.
Correct.
I got the queens off the board.
You did. You sure did.
I'm very happy.
I agree wholeheartedly.
And
with
even
that.
in that situation is not completely over because you can take and then jump on f7 and then still maintain
but-
some pressure.
But really,
but in that position-
I was hoping to leverage my superiority. The fact that your king has such a limited pawn shield, I was hoping to do more.
But then I can go rook f8.
I know.
I have ideas, defensive ideas.
Defensive ideas.
It's not going to be easy for Fabiano to defend this one.
Clearly not.
With a naked king like this, you're always one move away from getting checkmated or being forced to give up
Something
heavy material.
heavy. Yeah. Wow. Okay.
But I like your idea of sacrificing a pawn, very typical, just to create this blockage in the center so that your queen is shielded from any sort of attacks.
Right.
Centralized, beautiful queen ready to pounce towards the black king, and then f5, getting all the pieces involved. You don't want to go g5 as black because leaving that f pawn free to roam, that's not a good idea. It looks good for white.
Optically, it looks really good. It feels like the right approach that white should make, but I'm sure the computers will sit there and
The engine is always going to defend this.
Defend it so very well. You don't realize that defensive resources exist. I like that move, queen d6, by the way, very, very much, because it just, the one thing I don't want to do is ever give you counterplay along the first rank by putting my king in a checkmating back rank mate, because then I'm going to have to play h3 and make luft. Not easy for Jeffrey. I prefer his position, but at first I was super optimistic when I saw the move f5, and I thought white all the way. Now I'm less sure.
Maurice, how is doing our leader in the women's section?
Well,
Carissa.
Carissa Yip is doing great. I mean, just great. Look at this
Really?
position she's gotten. She's traded off the light square bishops.
Okay.
Left this king. Well, look at this knight acting like a pawn on g2, but just not as good. What a piece. I mean, just looks terrible. Where's it going? Not f4, not h4, and e1 maybe, but can't right now. It's pinned. The queen is just parked on that square. This bishop is magnificent by contrast. On this diagonal, she does have a little c5 threat. The rook will move out the way, and it's just fluid, easy play for her. A great position for black to use. If she wins this game, she will put so much pressure on her competitors. Winning with the black pieces, for one, as she's moved her rook over to c8, avoiding that threat, and also threatening herself, and a quick b3. But the big thing she's doing is that lead on the clock, guys. She's almost an hour ahead. I mean, she just keeps playing quickly, intuitively on every move, trusting her instincts. She might look for a rook c5, rook h5 idea just to
Reverse.
scare her opponent. Looks like there is a defense, however,
scare
as
me.
a couple of moves. But man, if she wins this game, again, it'll be huge given that she is half a point ahead of Irina and Katerina in this contest, and both of those will have to try to keep pace. Irina right now has an interesting position, but no advantage against Naji Pekidze in their individual matchup. You can see this one is gone to a quiet Sicilian. Certainly nothing for Irina to worry about per se, but ain't much going on, frankly. Like opposite colored bishops that start. The rook does have an eye on this pawn, but that pawn can be defended for all time. It just doesn't look like anything real is going on. Someone will have to make some mistake for a win to appear here. These two very solid players, respectful players. Irina knows Naji has defeated her a bunch of times. She's not going to just go after her because Naji doesn't lose that easily. Meantime, Katerina, with her very enterprising play in her game against Megan, she dodged a bullet there, but Megan is playing very straightforward chess with the black pieces right now. We can pull up that position.
Enterprising is a very generous term by you, Maurice.
Well, she's playing straightforward F6, go for the break,
Right.
and or knight on E4. There's nothing more black could want out of this opening.
A dream.
Like, thank you very much for just wasting time with this move, and everything is just perfect. And it is now on her opponent, who's not in any real-time pressure by comparison, only 8 minutes behind on the clock. But Katarina knows it's a slippery slope you're on when you don't keep up the pace. And a loss here could simply eliminate her from contention after having led for as many as 6 rounds.
Speaking of tournament leaders, the game of Sam Shanklin versus Wesley So, kind of, it's the Berlin endings. I mean, we've seen so many of these, we've kind of shied away from it. In truth, it's actually a pretty exciting position that the two players have essayed. When we left this position, I was thinking to myself, this black king on these open highways, it's so rare to see a king just standing there like that. And after the move, we were just here after the move F5, actually. That was what, and I really liked the decision very much that Sam made, which was to play G5, and after rook up, knight back to E2. You want my pawn? Go ahead and have it. You can trade on G5, and after we get this swap in, guess what's left on the board? Well, a very, very
Yasser.
powerful knight.
Can we go back just 1 second?
Oh, excuse me? Yes, please.
He's on knight G3, just finishing the game after bishop takes G5.
It's always strange. I've always felt that as far as the bishops are concerned, for an exchange and a pawn, I'm not sure that this would finish the game.
Really?
I think we would be playing for a very, very long time. For example, suppose I were to play the move bishop to D6, and I'm going to put the king on F7, and remember, I've got 2 bishops and a pawn against a knight in an exchange. So I was thinking it in a different way. I was thinking that white was playing a straight-up pawn sacrifice, 2 double pawns, but with a bad bishop. And my next move is going to be knight F4 and rook G1. I'm not saying white's winning. I'm just saying I'm getting closer to a 2-result game, even though I'm a pawn down. Wesley, in any case, felt the same way. He declined to capture, and after king G2, the players have reached the bishops of opposite color ending. Usually that's a signal that it's going to be a draw. However, in this particular case, the game continues and flares anew after the move F4. Not 100% sure who stands better. Likely the computers are saying 0-0.
Absolutely.
Maurice, you got the game on front of you as well. You've been looking at it.
I'm curious. What do you think, Yaz, about the strategy? But both of you think about the strategy that Wesley has employed. He said when he was here yesterday, +3 wins the championship. +3. There's 4 rounds to go, and he's standing at +2. 4 rounds. He, not just him, but Sam, and also Lenderman. And he thinks +3. Only 1 win in the next 4 will do it. That seems to me
very conservative.
Super conservative, right? Not ambitious at all. You would think he should try to win 2 more games.
Oh, sure.
But he's saying, I just want 1 win, therefore I'm going to be conservative with black myself, and I'm going to look for my chances in one of my 2 white games.
Okay.
It's just incredible that he's so conservative about the tournament right now. I know it's a difficult field, that's
of course
sure, but do you think he'll play himself out of the championship just trying to get +3?
I think he's basing those estimations on his co-leaders. Sam Sievin and Alex Lenderman, he doesn't believe that they will be able to win more than 1 game. If it was Fabiano Caruana, Lenier Dominguez on 4.5, I think he would change his tune.
I think Wesley's got it completely wrong. I think that he's looking at the tournament field. He's saying it's so strong. 70% of the games are going to be a draw. When you ever see a field this competitive, and when 70% of the games are going to be a draw, then +3, that sounds really good. He's not looking at the tournament he's in. 7 out of 12 games were decisive yesterday. Look at how many decisive games there are. People are making brilliancies and blunders. I don't think +3 wins a tournament. I think +4 might get a tie, by the way.
Really?
Really. I think that look at what's happening in the field. And the players feel that too. It's sort of like when they see all of this craziness going on, they're inspired. And they want to get in on the action too. By the way, look at this move. F5, F4 by Wesley.
The one that you were predicting, trying to drop the rook to H2, that would be almost decisive.
Yeah, it would really put Sam's king in a world of hurt suddenly, because
was played instantaneously by Sam, and that is rook to G1, getting ready to cover on the second rank with rook to G2.
And argue also, hey, look, how are you going to deal with G6 with a check? And I can advance my pawn. So rook to G1. The thing that was going through my mind is, as black, I wanted to put my bishop on D5, my rook on H3, actually, not worrying about bishop takes F4 because of rook H3. I don't like the pawn coming to G6. Let me start with this move, King G6.
I think this is the money move right now.
And now
King
it's
G6.
all about bishop and rook. If black gets those two moves in, Wesley's in the driver's seat. White, of course, can
You are
do
also
something.
threatening to go rook to H2, and if rook to G2 comes, then you can exchange that and pick up the pawn on G5.
Right. I don't feel like I'm in any danger whatsoever in Wesley's shoes. Back over to you and Maurice in the Carissa game. Is she doing the rover?
Well, I would feel like I was in danger if I was playing this young phenom, and she just plays such direct chess. She does remind me in that way of Bobby Fischer. Just clear, let's go. Every move, direct. Deal with these threats. I got issues you have to defend. And she did play the move rook to C5, the rover in effect. I want to play rook H5 and mate you.
Right.
What you got? Now, a challenging moment. Rook D5 can be met by the other rook over to C8. White's piece is just so fluid. Everything about them. While, again, we said there's some black's pieces, white's pieces.
Yeah, jammed up.
No, this is not what you want to do when you're playing chess. So rook C5 on the board. The thing about it, too, is, again, the speed of it. She's got an hour and 12 minutes on the clock. They played 24 moves. She's played her 23rd move, in fact. 23 moves, 17 to go. 27 minutes. Make that 22 minutes now. My clock is delayed over here. 22 minutes for Sabina, and she played rook D5, rook C8 actually on the board. This is just looking so delish for black. Every move, just direct, easy peasy, no complicated threats. B5 will come in its own due time. It looks like black's position just effortless to play. Meantime, if I've got a knight sitting on G2, I'm upset. I'm upset. I need that knight on D5 somewhere.
Right.
Somewhere doing something. Even C3. Well, not C3 because it would just be such a targeted square. Maybe E4. Just not where it is. This knight is awful, and yes, it's defending, but when all of black's pieces are working and yours are just huddling in your own camp, you've got to feel terrible. And you see now, Sabina is trying to keep pace. She feels the actual psychological pressure that the youngster is putting on her by playing quickly, and she wants to keep pace and make moves, but you see the uncertainty. Twice there she raised her hand to make a move. Is this number 3? And there it is, 3 times now without playing the move that she's thinking about. She is feeling the nervous tension, no question about it.
And this just goes to show the amount of confidence this young lady gathered after that crucial victory against Anna Sharevic. Before that, she was hesitant.
Yes.
Especially in that game that she lost. We saw knight to C8 instead of knight to C4. She was spending a lot of time on those decisions. In the game with Anna Sharevic, queen to A5, 30 minutes think. Did not take on D4, big hesitation. After that, H6, big hesitation. After that win yesterday against Anna Zatansky, she was like a tank.
She was so happy.
She just rolled over her opponent, destroyed her opponent, and this is exactly what is happening right now as well.
Well, let me bring up that game because I'm not, I understand the hesitation that Sabina was feeling right here, because again, it's very self-evident that what black wants to do is play the move E7, E6, force the trade of rooks, and then this rook wants to slide over to H5. E3, E4, in my estimation, what that is trying to do on Sabina's part is maybe to give her knight a little bit of space. By the way, that would be very nice, but more importantly, trying to force this queen to move so that the knight itself can move. So let's take a look. Let's have some fun.
Absolutely.
After e4, e6, let's go. Let Chirila.
So let's
Creative spirit. Now
let's
you
just
can't.
show the most obvious variation.
Don't
Rook takes
eat-
d6. Do not take that pawn because after rook h5.
Grandmasters, especially Yasser Seirawan, does
Don't
not
take that
does not give up a pawn easily. I remember a beautiful quote by somebody. I think it was from the Soviet Union, when Michael Tal sacrifices a pawn, take it immediately and then think.
Think later, yeah.
Michael
spend too much time on it.
Budvinnik sacrifices a pawn. Think about it, then take it. Tigran Petrosian sacrifices a pawn. You can resign your loss. So e7, e6. Let's do it. Now we gotta take the rook. We
Probably
can't
have to
take the pawn.
Well, just 1 second, Yasser.
Yes, please.
Can I go rook to g5 and try to create this shell of pawns?
Well, wait a minute. Isn't rook d3 winning a pawn?
I didn't see rook d3. My main line I wanted to say was I thought I was channeling Sabina here with the idea of trading the rooks and getting rid of the queen. But I'm sorry, Maurice, you may have hit the nail right on the noggin here. Just a second.
I mean, maybe not, because a queen h6 with rook h5 is an idea.
But still you have h4 at the end. So you're exchanging one pair of rooks.
I'm not sure.
So
Just
let's
a
go
second.
rook to d8.
Let's start with check, yeah.
Rook to e8, bishop back.
Okay, you don't want to exchange a pair of rooks. I see what you're
Absolutely
doing.
not.
So
I
now I have
want
to
you
go
to play
h4.
h4.
I think I have to
and
play
now, can I show for the audience what you might have inadvertently missed?
Yeah, absolutely. No, that's beautiful.
The point is the d8 rook is suddenly.
I was only
Oops.
calculating the exchange of the rooks.
First.
Then h4 would have been beautiful.
Exactly. As Maurice says,
Then I don't have to give a check.
don't trade unless it's forced, fantastic, or
Forced or
not
fantastic.
so good.
Otherwise,
Forced, fantastic, or
Uh,
forgettable.
Forgettable.
That's the one.
That was the third F. I keep forgetting the third F. It's my
forgettable.
Bronx. My Bronx.
All right, so let's go h4. Rook h5, h4.
Oh, sorry. Rook d6.
Rook d6, rook h5, h4.
Gotcha.
But now you have,
The
with the bishop not tied to the king, you can go bishop f6. This looks winning.
Yes, precisely so.
Unless you
By
have
the way, I
some
have a
miracle after f5 to try to keep.
I suspect,
tension on the board.
I'm not saying it's true, but I do suspect that something of this nature may also be winning. This exchange sacrifice where, for example, I put my bishop here, or maybe I include check. How do I do that? You know what I want to do.
Yeah.
I want to put my bishop on f4. I'm just
Wait,
saying.
just 1 second.
But you're,
Rook c5? Rook c5, you can go e5. Yeah, the game
hold
still
on.
goes on.
This game would go on, but I think the best defense would be the Wesley So Fabiano Caruana defense,
What's
which
that
would be
defense?
Which one is that?
rook, same line, rook d3, queen h6, takes on d6.
takes on
Unless you have something I don't.
rook h5.
Rook
Sorry.
keep going, yeah. Rook d6, rook h5,
H5,
king
yeah.
g1.
That's okay.
King
Rook takes
g1.
h2.
That's a very spicy.
And then push.
And then f3.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's
hoo,
safe.
hoo.
I'm just saying it's probably the best defense.
Playing with fire there.
It's,
Feels like.
and let's just take a look at Chirila's road ahead as she's eyeballing her first U.S. Women's Championship title.
Well, that's not an easy road ahead we see today.
No,
with
it
the
isn't.
black pieces, she's playing against Bina Foyeshore. She's going to have white against Ashwita Eswaran in the 9th round.
Right.
After that, black with a former champion, Naji Paikidze. And then in the last round, that is the big matchup
wow.
against Katerina Nemtsova, who has been leading the event all throughout.
It
Now
may be a
she's-
big matchup.
It may be.
And I hope for Katya's sake it is, because again, she had been leading throughout.
has.
It would be nice if those two ended up playing and for, as they say, all the marbles.
Absolutely.
It would be very nice. We're keeping our eye on this game of Chirila. By the way, after the move e4, You've been mentioning, Maurice, that Carissa's been playing quickly. Has she slowed down?
No, of course not.
No!
Of course not. The kid's playing.
No, you're kidding me?
Rapid fire. Every move a threat. What did I say? Every move a threat. Every move a threat. She brought the queen. The queen looked like it was on such a great square here.
Beautiful.
And she said, I got no time to wait. I'm going to just bring my queen back and let's go. That's exactly what she did.
Did that move cause her advantage to slip?
No, not at all. The engine loves it.
Really?
E6, let me turn this on. E6, rook D3, given the first move, queen H6, and queen to E3 given, and your pawn is under fire, and the queen can always go to G3 to guard this pawn. And the engine says black is still better, but not as better.
As the game.
If that's proper English, as what she did, queen E6.
Queen
E6 targeting the pawn. Now, the plan I've been waiting on is B5. That's just
right.
to open the C file for your rooks. But she's decided to play again with threats. Every move, a concrete threat. Queen E6 now. There's your pawn under attack. Do something with that. Make a weakness of some kind. And she'd love to see some endgame as well if her rook gets down to C2. But at the moment, she can't force it. But B5 is coming. B5 is just waiting to be played. And every move a threat, her opponent now, after queen to E6, down to 16 minutes on the clock to play 15 moves in a worse position. In a decidedly worse position at that, where black's pieces, black's moves are easy. Just, I'm going to play B5. Whatever you do next, I'm going to create a new threat, and then another threat, and then another threat, and just keep bothering you. Somehow, you've got to get her to stop making threats so you have time to just find something useful to do. But every move, she's just constantly bugging her opponent. And I've been speaking, and now she's at 15 minutes and change. And the more she thinks, the more likely the odds of a crazy blunder. And Carissa, not sitting at the table, another good technique to back away and let your opponent stew in their own juices, thinking and thinking, what am I supposed to do to solve all the problems coming at me? Sabina, of course, a past champion, has handled situations like this before. Here we see Carissa sitting back down, totally relaxed. Like, I got all the time in the world. You're the one under pressure, both on the board and on the clock.
She's playing so fast.
Question for both of you. You're both incredibly experienced grandmasters, but in my experience, it has been when my opponent's in time trouble, it's a good idea for me to get up from the board and let my opponent think. Oftentimes when I sit at the board when my opponent's in time trouble, they see my presence, they feel my presence, and then they want to move. Whereas when I'm gone, it's sort of like the pressure of my being at the board allows them to think some more, and suddenly their clock or their flag is really in time trouble.
That was my strategy
Your
as
experience as well?
That was my strategy as well. I don't know if it's the correct strategy.
I don't know either.
A lot of people say, look, your opponent is thinking.
Right.
Think on his time.
Clear.
Or her time. And I think right now, that's actually what Carissa is doing. She's back on the board, she's thinking.
Right.
Now, when it gets down to their last 2 minutes, 3 minutes on the clock, that's when you have to put immediate pressure. Mm-hmm. If you find the move, don't be somewhere at the bathroom and give them another 5 minutes to think.
Right.
No. That's when you have to make a move immediately.
Exactly. When they're under the 5
If it is an
minute mark.
immediate move, of course. If it's not, then you have to spend your time, let them stew, let them wait for your decision, and then make the best move. And this is something that a lot of players don't do. They play on their opponent's time trouble. And sometimes it backfires.
Exactly. Maurice, jump in there with your own experience. How do you, do you like to stay at the board when your opponent's thinking, or what's been your approach?
You mean when they're in time pressure?
Well, time pressure is kind of hard to find, but when they have, for example, 15 minutes, not immediate time pressure.
Usually just time pressure.
Yeah.
If they have some time on the clock, it's okay to sit there or walk around. I like to walk around in general, just to think in my own head about what's happening on the board instead of just staring at the position. I find that just relaxes me, and I have no problem doing that. But in terms of time pressure, definitely when they're in trouble, walk away, calmly walk away, and let them suffer in their own thoughts and not feel any of my eagerness and my anticipation in my body language as they're sitting in front of me. And then when they're in real-time pressure, move slowly. Calmly, don't let them stew. Even look away. Just make them feel like, when is the move going to happen? Please, please. Because I feel when you're in time pressure, it doesn't help you to have more time to think.
Okay.
It doesn't help that I'm burning clock. It's worse on you psychologically. At least that's been my experience. Now, let's go to this position. And it is time for a human versus machine.
Whoa.
The engine is saying, guys, that you guys are dominating right now, up a clean pawn in the position.
We're not up a clean pawn.
No, it's what it's assessing.
1 point. Yeah.
1 point is assessing. After knight f6, Lindemann in deep trouble in this game. It is on you to try to show how he's going to suffer and die. What would be your next, we're going to give you 10 moves. What would be 8 to 10? What would be your next several moves to increase the advantage and prove that black is in deep, deep trouble, and you would be able to finish it off, even if Stockfish were defending this position?
Well, I'm sitting there saying we, as white, have these beautiful pieces, in particular, the rook on e6, the bishop on d6, very active. I like the knight on c3. I'm a pawn grubber. I want to win a pawn, so I'm sensing that the pawn that I can win is this pawn on c6. So every fiber of my being
How do you want to do that?
is crying, play bishop e5, attack the knight, rook takes c6, bingo bongo. Let's
second.
clip a pawn.
1 second.
You think Maurice is laying a trap for us?
Bishop to sorry, rook to bishop to e5.
Yeah.
Doesn't rook to e8 is a move? Rook to e8.
Ah, rook takes, bishop takes f6, rook takes e6 is fine.
You're
Rook
still with a
takes-
pawn with rook f6. I'm just going to help you out.
No, that's
Rook
not
f6,
the.
rook
No,
takes
I don't,
e5,
I don't want
bishop versus a knight.
No,
No, that's not enough.
no,
Let's preserve the bishop.
Okay, so bishop e5, rook e8 is a trap. The dirty rat thing.
He
Bishop.
picked this one because he knows it's extremely difficult. Material is limited, and the engine is defending perfectly
Brilliantly.
in this type of
Yeah.
situations.
No, it's the only real position on the board where, in the whole place, where white is clearly
He gave
better.
us a couple of easy ones in previous rounds.
Yeah.
Now he's trying to get revenge on us. I see what he's doing.
Okay,
What
so
are you
let's go
talking
bishop c5.
about?
But no, bishop c5. He
like
wants
that
to do the same thing. He wants to go knight d7, and he wants to say, "Go ahead, win the pawn, but I'm going to get this good bishop on the g7." But in that case, our rook is on
Exactly.
on
I think
c5,
it's a better
hitting
situation.
f5.
Yeah, it's a better
So I
situation
like
for
bishop
us.
c5.
Let's go
too.
bishop c5.
All
Okay,
right,
we're-
bishop c5, your move.
Right.
Okay, the engine gives, after some thought,
The machine?
rook to b8.
Rook b8.
Rook
All
b8,
right,
just
all
to
right.
tickle down on our.
Now we have to be careful.
We do.
Do I think so? So let's go rook to b8. Put it on the board.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I
I thought I moved.
Look, I'm
it
playing
there.
against the engine. I don't want to play blindfold chess against the engine.
No,
Yes, sir.
I apologize. I thought I had made the move. I didn't realize I hadn't. Okay, now there's something about b3, knight d7.
Knight d7.
I don't really
no.
like loosening up our position. Now we can play knight a4, but something kind of throws me off about that move too. I'm not delighted
But then
with
what
knight
else?
a4. I'm
I feel we
thinking more
need to
knight,
get that
knight
construction.
d1.
Knight d1.
Because on knight d1,
No,
yes,
no,
yes,
no,
yes,
it
think.
cannot be a good move.
Think. Knight d1,
Knight
if,
d4.
if he did something bad,
Sure.
like a rook c8, then the knight could jump to e3, and that was great for
I
us.
see what you're saying.
Another idea, maybe we should also be considering bishop d4. No, okay. All right, what do you like?
I
Do you
kind of
like
bishop
b3?
d4 actually. I kind of like your idea of bishop d4.
Bishop d4?
b3 or knight a4. I feel knight a4 just
I don't like
it's a bit
b3.
less loose.
I'm not ready to vote for b3.
Okay,
Are you ready to vote for knight d1? Or what would you like to do?
I would vote for knight a4, but look, I'm going to trust you on this one. Let's go knight d1.
Knight d1.
Knight d1, okay, we'll go with that one. Knight to e4.
Wow.
He's coming at us.
Wow, knight to d4.
No, we cannot take on a7 because
Why can't we take on a7?
he's going to go rook a8.
He's going to go rook a8.
But then we go rook e7.
Okay, we're going to take a pawn.
Wait.
What?
There's something happening. Yes, sir. There's something happening here, and I just don't like the look of it.
What's your fear? What are we?
I think after
overlooking?
we take on a7, he goes rook d8.
Rook
d8.
and then knight e3.
And now he can go rook to d2, or he can just simply take.
Well, a bishop on a7 will defend f2, so we'll be happy. There's some happiness. We're taking a pawn,
All right,
Maurice.
yes, sir. Take the pawn.
Come on.
Taking the pawn. Okay, after taking the pawn, the sly rook to b7.
Rook to b7.
Rook to b7. Oh my goodness.
Rook to b7. Okay, our bishop doesn't have many squares. And if we have to go back to e3, then
no
we're
more
getting
squares
this
for the knight.
Oh man, that wasn't the right pawn for us to capture. But we have no choice. We have to go bishop e3. I think we blew it.
Bishop
We blew
e3,
it.
rook
You blew it,
to
Yasser, with this
d7.
knight d1.
Look,
Take
we're
some
in this-
responsibility here.
Wait a minute, you
Take
said
some
you agreed with
responsibility
them.
here.
You
Hello,
agreed with them.
rook d7.
Rook
Come on.
d7.
We're still in the driver's seat, baby. Knight has to go back to c3. So what?
Okay.
We're
Knight
pawn
to
up.
c3.
We give the pawn back.
We give the
All right.
pawn back. I
Well,
mean,
actually, the engine is going wild. He's trying to win a piece. King f7.
King
Your rook is
f7.
trapped.
What?
The engine starts to play a very direct variation now.
Rook
Let's
takes c6.
take on c6.
Rook c6. Bishop takes c3.
He takes
Pawn takes his forced. You got to play.
Yeah.
Rook d1 check.
King up.
Is happening.
King h2. And f4.
f4.
That's fine.
I think we can live with this.
Bishop d4.
Bishop d4. And now knight to d2. And you no longer can
He's got a perp.
make your advantage work.
He's got a perp.
That's not a perp. That's a mate threat. So you better solve it.
I assume I have to move my pawn.
Yes.
But then
G pawn.
f3.
Or g4. Either way, right?
And now an easy perp after knight f3 and knight
Knight
h4
h4.
check.
Right.
You have not handled.
Not
It
handled.
looks like
Success.
the machine has won that fight
Oh,
in the
come
human
on.
versus machine battle.
get a rematch or something? Can we get
No
a
rematch.
Where did we go wrong? Where did we go wrong?
On your very first move,
Bishop c5?
you should have played bishop a3, anticipating his defense of his pawn of rook b8. Bishop a3 is supposed to be the best move right this moment.
And bishop c5 doesn't keep any advantage?
It does keep an advantage. It does. Rook b8. Knight d1 is not engine approved. Knight a4,
Knight a4
is the
was
best
engine
move in this
approved.
position, keeping also some advantage.
Okay.
Yeah, knight a4 and b3. We have to create that construction. Interesting, but we
impressive.
we do have a result.
We'll see. We'll
result
see
for-
if. By the way, you guys were able to look at the board, discuss, and move pieces.
Yeah.
Darish has no such luxury.
That is
Will he
true.
be able to take the position he has
That is
and
true.
take it home against Lindemann? In the meantime, Wesley So has drawn against Sam Shanklin, so he is currently in sole first at the moment, pending many other games.
Mm-hmm.
Wesley, sort of conservative. He's got 3 more rounds,
Right.
but he at least now gets to go home and rest and relax, as does Sam.
Wow. And just looking at the finish of the game of Wesley So, the players got into bishops of opposite color endgame and found a repetition.
Not very eventful that was.
But look at this grab. I mean, shades of Bobby Fischer, Boris Spassky, 1972. Bobby got his bishop trap when he grabbed such a pawn, and this time the bishop was able to get back. Not the most inspired, eventful game, but from Wesley's perspective,
He's
he has
happy.
black
He's
against a very strong opponent. He made a comfortable draw at the office. He's in the
Consistency, consistency, consistency.
Right.
Yes, sir. This is how you win tournaments. You win with white, you make a draw with black, and you don't lose.
that's a winning formula to be sure. What's happening in the Carissa game, Maurice?
By the way, that was Karpov's formula. That was not Kasparov's formula.
Kasparov's is kind of like win, 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 win.
Anybody sitting in front of you,
Yeah,
kill
right.
them. Now, again, Queen e6 attacking the pawn was played. She had 21 minutes. She played rook e1 at 14:56.
Okay.
Defending the pawn. It's not okay. She's got 14 moves, 14 moves to make. So her opponent at 110 played bishop h6 at 107. pinning this pawn and saying, you're not moving the queen away, you're not moving the knight away. Well, she did move the queen away. And then what she do? B5, about time. 2 minutes only later. She is down,
waiting.
is white, with 13 moves to go, to 10 minutes on the clock.
This is not
10 minutes. You're worse on the board by a lot. All of White's pieces,
Well, Black's pieces.
Let's call it Black's pieces. All of Black's pieces look great.
Yeah.
White's pawn structure is heavily compromised, as is the king, as is the knight on G2. It is clearly better for Black, and you have a confident young lady staring down the board right now. 9:42 left. Sabina is going to have to come up with some kind of magic to save this position because Black is in complete control, looking to separate herself from the pack. A win here and a draw by Irina, who, by the way, has already lost to Carissa, may have her running away with the tournament.
Right?
I mean, she would need to lose a game for the players to catch her
To have a reasonable
to have any chance. If she wins right now with the Black pieces,
yikes.
that it would
Against
be
a
yikes.
former champion?
Indeed, if she does this. She will have taken down 3 of the former champions in the field. She hasn't played Naji yet. Would she make it a 4th as well? That would be how you prove I am the new champ. And that could give the kind of confidence that will make her maybe even to a dynasty winner as she takes over from the previous generation.
A wrecking ball in the making, no question, as she's facing these champions. I just want to turn to the game. As far as standings concerned, maybe it's not the biggest game between Jeffrey and Fabi from a standings point of view, but we know that
it
it's
is
a
a big
huge
one.
game
It is a big one.
for Fabi, most especially because he needs to get on some kind of streak. And well, I win, win. Jeffrey did not play rook d1, queen e7 castles, and go for the pawn sacrifice that I was pounding the table for. Instead, his approach was a very, very, I want to say, safety-first oriented approach. He just castled, took, and then after queen e7 took, and said, look, it's 2 versus 2. 2 versus 2. I'm going to play the move b2, b3. I've got the better structure. I've got the slightly safer king.
Not enough. Not
You're
enough.
not going to beat me, and maybe on a good day, if you overpress Mr. number 2 player in the world, Fabiano Caruana, if you think I'm a punching bag, maybe you will overplay your hand.
Fabiano is not overpressing this one, and he's not losing this one. This is going to go down as a draw very easily.
A result
A5
that
is going
doesn't.
for the exchange of those pawns. This is not going to last for a very long time.
Yeah, a draw as a result that does not help either man's campaign. In the open section, I also wanted to go to the game of Lanier and Sam because that's another marquee matchup.
Another one of
Lanier-
our co-leaders
and-
going into this round.
And Lanier was one of those who had gone into one of those tanks that he's think tanks that he's very, very famous for. He is currently in a queen.
Think tank, but check the times right now, Yasser. 43 minutes for Lanier, 23 minutes for Sam Sevian. So Sam went into a tank as well.
Yeah, what happened?
I have no idea.
I have no idea either. Well, at the moment, half a pawn up for Sam as he.
Half a pawn, yeah.
Right, it's a double
That's a
pawn.
good way to put it.
We just played the move rook b1. Let's see, queen, rook b1. And this is the current situation.
Well, look, right now Sam is ready for a draw.
I think so.
I think
too.
Sam is on the defensive because you can take on c2, take on b7, take on c4. You cannot take on a7 because you're getting checkmated on the back rank. Then we defend all the pawns and we make a draw. Shake hands.
Sounds fair, but over to you, Maurice, as you'd like to drill a little bit deeper into this game.
No, just giving the facts of this one, it was
Okay.
here.
Right.
He had 57 minutes on the clock,
Okay.
57:34, and to trade on E8 took him almost 30 minutes.
Wow.
That's where he went down on the clock. The most difficult decision, I guess. And he finally traded after a 30-minute think. We should start playing rapid chess. 30 minutes?
30 minutes?
I think a lot of people in the audience would say,
Come
I could trade on E8 in about 10 seconds.
Yeah.
It took him 30 minutes to make this decision, and that is why he is currently in the time pressure, or at least down on the clock as compared to Lanier,
Maurice,
giving him the favor back.
One player that you were mentioning is dominating is Dariusz Wiercz against Lenderman, but he just played this move, bishop to e7. How do we assess that move?
A move we shied away from, because I think for both of us, we were thinking that we could get into this particular ending. King f7, bishop takes, rook takes, and we didn't want this ending with this. You know, we thought that White was cashing in his chips a little bit too early. Maybe we were wrong in our judgment?
You weren't. The engines hate bishop e7.
Okay, that's what I thought.
You're absolutely correct.
Yeah.
King f7, go right for that endgame, and it's not enough.
Really? Wow. What I'm seeing is also that he has only 10 minutes on the clock. Oh, man, that's not looking good. Take that graphic away, producer. Take that graphic away, producer.
No. Stay on this graphic momentarily, please. Please. I just want my co-host, my co-commentator,
the quality of my life just took a nosedive.
This
for the next 2 or 3 days. This is the only thing you're going to hear from Maurice.
You know what this is about?
I might not be able to sleep.
This is about being a true maverick. That's like, you know, when you boldly take the road less traveled. You know, where's M. Scott Peck when you need him? Like,
a profiling courage.
Absolutely.
I mean, anybody could have said draw.
Any Mickey Mouse artist could have looked at a better position and said, you're going to win. But
the game is not over. That's all I'm trying to say.
That's true. The game's not over. It's not over. But anytime, producer, you want to bring that graphic back. Anytime, pull it on back.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, man, I just feel
Scrap it. Scrap the graphic. Let's move on.
Again, the quality of my life. Like, what's going on? I mean, it's been a crazy U.S. Championships. Unfortunately for Ray Robson and Broussard, really nothing has happened. They've gotten into one of these Berlin endings, Petrov endings, exchange French defense endings that really never really go anywhere. And a draw is... That game has a draw written all over the result.
Did you see Fabi's last move?
No.
We saw A5, and we expected A4.
Please don't shock us.
C5, A5 and C5 both? Okay, that's a shock. C5. Now I have to pick that game up. I just wanted to say that John Burke and Danya Naroditsky looks like a draw. Maybe Danya has the better of it. Okay, bring A5 and C5. Okay,
that's a
that's very
bold decision.
Yeah, very provocative to be sure. Opening up, we talk about the absolute 7th, opening up the 7th rank. So he is inviting a check on the F7 square, and he says, okay, I'll
slide over
King
to
H8.
Yeah.
And nothing happening.
What if I just slide over to H1?
You want to, you know, another move I'm just thinking about too. You know, I'm a pawn grubber, and so
sure.
Queen B5, setting up for the prosaic. I don't care. Queen takes, C5, rook takes. That could freeze the rooks. Maybe that's a nice move too. Maurice, over to you, please.
Well, take a look at what has transpired in the game between Carissa and Sabina. This is huge for the standings. This might be the championship right here. It's a little early, obviously it's a lot early, but if she starts getting on a roll like this, as she has, she lost the really terrible game against Begum, and since then, Carissa's been on a roll. And she's just dominating right now. And take a look at this position as we see Queen D3 played, B5 finally played. And what do you want to do when you are defending? Well, what you don't want to do is start just pushing all your pawns forward because that's going to cost you all kinds of structural issues. F5, calm, Queen F6, F takes G6. Yes, you got rid of a pair of pawns. You open up this file, by the way, Queen H3. It's like disjointed attacks. A one-move attack on the queen, a one-move attack on the bishop. Well, the bishop doesn't want to be here anymore. Now C takes B5, A takes B5. This is F2 pawn, by the way, that could have been captured. But just for the moment, she's taken back, and she's saying no risk in this position. There's a rook that's going to land on c2. f2 is currently hanging. The position has not improved in the last 4 moves for white in any way, shape, or form. In fact, it's gotten worse because the structure has simply collapsed completely. No pawn on c4, no pawn on f4, and it's just open, free play. And then, if that wasn't bad enough, she's now down to 4 minutes and finally, actually, a full hour lead. Make that 3+ on the clock. And she's got to find 8 moves. I don't think any of us would think we're going to survive with the white pieces if we had this position. Big trouble. Great chance for Carissa to put a headlock on this tournament and make everybody feel like the champion will be crowned soon enough. Okay, again, there's going to be a rest day and 3 rounds to go. Somebody's going to have to beat her. I'd love to see her road ahead, by the way, as she is so calm, so confident now after that loss that she had a horrible game against Begim Tokirjonova. She has come back. She's beaten Irina, former 8-time champ. She's beaten Anna Zatonsky, repping New York, by the way, right there. You know she's a champ. Anna Zatonsky, 4-time champ. And now taking down another former champion. This would be an incredible tournament for the ages. If this 18-year-old can pull it off, she will take down, still games, a lot left to go still, but looking good. Then she gets the other youngster, Eswaran, and then Paikidze, the 4th champion in the field in round 10 with black, by the way, with black. Not going to be easy. Maybe by then she will have won the tournament, but again, we're just projecting way, way ahead. I know somebody picked her to win the tournament, by the way. We might need to be reminded
I remember
of that.
predicting.
We don't need to see that graphic either.
either.
We don't need to see that one either.
And by the
We've
way,
seen too many graphics. We've seen too many graphics.
Look at VAR. I've got to say, VAR is really an astute man. Give him credit for following behind. Yes.
Again, the quality of our life has really taken a
It's
nosedive.
tumbling.
What happened in the
Yasser, what
last
can we do?
3 days? I want to turn our attention to my pick,
Let's look at
Arena
that one.
Crush against Naji. Because Carissa's playing such a wonderful game, a control game, we left it after Bishop D2. We explained to our audience if there's a deficit, a fallback in White's position, it's that the bishop on d3 is oftentimes a target to this knight on c5. Irina knows that, and she took it off. We got this position, and I don't like the move that Irina played. I like the 2 bishops. I would have just dropped back with the queen, no problem. Yes, you can take the pawn back. But this bishop on b7 does a great job at holding up the a6 pawn. So something like queen d8, knight takes a4, rook c8 has to favor black. She did play the move rook c8, pardon me, knight d5, and Naji was able to get bishops of opposite color. Still, I think black is doing very well. Let's pick up the
Black
pace.
is for choice here.
Let's pick up the pace a bit, and we have reached this position.
Bishop to d7, last move. Retreating like this.
Give
getting
me the
ready
pawn.
attack the weaknesses. That
By
makes
the
a lot
way,
of sense.
it's very
I love that move.
funny in the Sicilian how oftentimes the knight drops back to the e8 square and covers everything.
I love that
There's
move.
a weakness on d6. There's a weakness on g7. Put a knight on e8. Shades of Ulf Anderson. Look at some of Ulf's games. He played the Sicilians impeccably.
Well, look, he spent so much time and resources creating that attack on the g7 soft swap. Knight e8 just makes your pieces obsolete.
Right. This is the queen on g3 as well as the bishop on b2, hoping to crash through on the g7. Nope, the knight sits there. Advantage Arena, I can't say it's overwhelming. No, not at all. I'm expecting the queen to come back. But all right, we'll keep an eye on that. And over to Maurice.
You've got to keep an eye on this game. It's a ticking clock. At any moment, she will win it. Carissa Yip in this position after queen to e3. She played queen into b2. You've got all your attacks, your f5s, your queen h3s. Congratulations. Now it's my turn. Queen b2, hitting this pawn on a2, also eyeing this one on f2, and now a4 on the board, and it's just pick your choice. Well, which way do you want to play here?
Rook c3.
Rook c3 calls your attention. Yes, there's a rook f2, so we can just demolish everything on this side. If you defend, there's a bishop d4, and it's all falling apart. Let's see which one she finally chooses, but she's just got a plethora of possibilities here. Just a completely dominant position and performance. We'll see which one she picks, but right now, 1 hour and 3 minutes, 252. 252 for her opponent. And Sabina Foiser, a great champ, has 2 wins and 1 loss only against Carissa. Carissa's trying to even up that score right now to make it all square. But it's looking very good for her at the moment.
When I was playing the modern defenses with these bishops on g7, I mean, my dream would always be that this bishop, my pride and joy on g7 would land on the d4 square.
Such a nice
and
square.
lord over the position both on the queen side. Bishop d4.
Oh, you have the a pawn that's going to a7? No. My bishop pawn d4 is protecting everything.
By the way, let me make you first on f2. Very, very nice game. And as we're getting closer and closer to the time controls.
This one doesn't feel like
no, this is
going
not
anywhere. There is a Ray Robson versus Bruzon game.
Danya,
not looking like much. Danya,
a little bit, just
not
because
so
of the
much.
pawn structure, not enough. Maurice, do you have some action for us?
When you don't put your foot on the gas, go for it. Try, be more enterprising. Sometimes, oftentimes in chess, it comes back to haunt you. Remember this knight b3 from many moons ago, the woeful knight to b3. We hated it. We said this is going to be bad for her. Well, look at what has transpired. Now the knight looks like a genius on the square because Megan didn't challenge her aggressively enough, and white has come out of this with her teeth, and not only that, with opportunities to say, well, let's trade off these dark square bishops, and this piece is not going to be that special. I'll have a pass pawn, I'll have a knight on c5. She has righted the ship as white and the momentum going her way. Remember that same thing happened to Carissa against Anna Shurevich. A horrible opening, but outplayed her opponent and won. This is a possibility for a huge win for Katerina to look back at Carissa and say, no, I'm over your shoulder right now. It's not over yet. And by the way, we play in round 11. So if I can keep pace, don't start writing your name in the history books just yet.
Good point. And here is the current standings with all the games still in the play. Carissa Yip,
5 points, leading the pack. She's probably going to have 6 points after this round. Irina Krush with a slight advantage against Nazi Paikidze, half a point behind the leaders right now. Katerina Nemtsova as well, half a point behind the leaders.
Okay, and before we go on break, we want to just take some more
tweets.
Yeah, let's.
Yes, sir.
Tassamada's production staff. What do you got? Eugene Deal asks,
are there techniques top chess players use to memorize main lines and all the variations? It seems humanly impossible to memorize all the lines.
I agree. It is humanly impossible. Speaking for myself, it wasn't so much I was trying to memorize the lines as to really, really understand the ideas.
Precisely.
If I've got the ideas, I'll recall the moves. But if I don't know the main strategic ideas and the tactics, it's very easy for me not to play the moves accurately, but I have no chance of memorizing it because I don't understand them. So first you have to understand the ideas behind the moves and make every effort thereafter to look at the strategies and tactics.
And to build up on that point, because it's so crucial, I think it's highly important to not just focus on the opening, but also focus on the ensuing middle game, as well as the pawn structure, to understand what your plans are in those positions that you are playing, and repeat them. Repeat, because this is what the top players are doing. The top players are checking their lines, they have their files, and they go over their files hundreds of times before the tournament. After that, in the morning before the round, they're just repeating whatever they repeated 100 times previous.
Right. Jump in, Maurice, yourself. What did you have a technique when you were studying openings as a way of not memorizing, but knowing the openings?
If I don't understand something,
No chance.
I have no chance. I can't play. I refuse to memorize moves. I will only remember if I understand. And not only that, I don't want to just memorize. I want to understand. I seek understanding at all costs. And then it becomes easier not only to remember your lines, but also to create new ones if you need to at the board, because you have a very intimate understanding of the kind of possibilities that can happen. So no way, I never tried to memorize moves. I was never a great opening specialist anyway, but I always want to understand what I'm looking at. And once you get that intimate understanding, then the dominoes just fall easy to connect the cobwebs of variations. I guess is a better metaphor. The cobwebs of variation become simplified, and then the spider can lay the traps. All right, away from the poetry,
Carissa.
and to this position, Carissa's played rook c1 check, knight to e1. This knight was on g2. It didn't get any better by going to e1. Now all you need to do is put a queen somewhere here or here. This looks like a great square. It hits this pawn, it hits this pawn. I'm a little surprised she let this pawn stay on the board the way she did, but she's decided it's going nowhere fast. Rook c3, pick that off, move the rook over, push this guy. Meantime, you're suffering horribly, and only a minute and change left on the clock. It is 6 moves left, but she's got 144, and Carissa doing the right thing. No rush, all right? No rush. This is how you play. Just relax, find the most precise move. Queen a1 might be more precise because it tells her you're not pushing your a-pawn. Don't even think about pushing your a-pawn. But queen b1 looks good too with the rook c3 threat. Everything going her way, and no need to rush, because the more Sabina looks at the position, the more variation she's going to find losing for herself.
Yeah.
No rush, but she has 1 hour on the clock, so she's definitely been rushing up to this point. I do like the idea of queen b1, followed by bishop c3, and then pick up the pawn on b1.
Well, that's the point. Queen b1, I've got to get off of the pin. I don't have any choice.
You don't have time to go a5.
Or anything else. I've got to go after queen b1 and or queen a1, king g2.
Yes.
Now, then you've got your choice. You can play bishop c3 if you like, force my knight to move, or you can play rook c3, as Maurice was saying, and pick off the pawn on b3 that way. In any case, Sabina's just hoping against hope she will have the chance to play king g2.
King g2 played instantly.
Yeah, she has no
knew
choice.
She had to play it.
And by the way, that pressure of the clock, maybe a lot of players don't like moving instantly. Maybe
but now rook c3.
They prefer leisurely writing down the move, but Sabina had no choice. She had to play king g2 very
What's
quickly.
her next move here?
I'm thinking queen a7. Just
finding something to attack.
Yeah, getting out of dodge to begin with, but I'm not happy. You can take on b3. You could play queen d1.
e7 is hanging.
But that was why queen
to
d1 might be even better than anything. But
Queen a7, queen takes b3, and once you play queen takes e7.
Queen a7, bishop f6, and just asking you to make another move.
Hard to defend
also
that.
Yep.
Right? I mean, the b3 pawn is not going in. Carissa's looking good. I just wanted to turn our attention briefly to...
Wait, but she has to move, guys. Before you do that, it's 1:30 left on her clock. Let's just stick with this. Oh man, I just spoke, and it's 1:22 left on her clock.
That was 20. That was the fastest 20 seconds. I mean, Usain Bolt could have run 5 meters in that 20 seconds.
Let's just get her to time control at 37 before we move away, as she now is about to go under a minute. And she's feeling it. She sees losses everywhere, and she needs to put her queen somewhere, hovering for the moment, and she's at 56 seconds.
Queen a7, come on, you don't have a choice.
She's got to move,
You're
but
threatening queen b8 check, and queen takes b4, queen takes e7.
It's a bad position, and there are no good moves right now.
Well, there's one good move, queen a7. Do it.
do it. Queen B6
Threatening
instead.
Queen D8 check and Queen E7, threatening Queen B4.
Well, Queen D8 is Bishop F8 at worst. So I can just take your pawn right now. But she's kept her queen
But also
out
just
of the
King
way
H7, guys.
of the A pawn.
King H7 doesn't lose anything.
Well,
after
B4
Queen
is
takes
hanging.
B3.
What?
No,
Sorry.
Queen takes B3, of course. Queen
Okay.
takes B3 first, and after Queen to D8, King to H7 also makes a lot of sense.
Because Queen E7 is
Queen
won
E7,
by-
I can take on A4. I can go Queen to D1. I'm
How
just.
dare you? You would give up your E7
That's
pawn.
fine.
You won't play
I'll
Bishop
give you
F8?
one pawn, and that's it. And
But
then
if
I'm
you
gonna
play
go
Bishop
Queen
F8,
D1.
don't you win everything anyway?
I
Exactly.
want to keep the bishop on G7 to support the push of the B pawn. I just want to finish the game.
What?
So after
Greed.
Queen D8, King H7, Queen E7, I'm going to go Queen D1, and then I'm just going to push the pawn.
Okay.
Two moves to time control, 49 seconds
No
on the clock.
choice.
This is why she played Queen B6. So
She's
she
going
can
for
push
A5.
The A pawn. This was the reason, and saying you're going to have to somehow deal
Terrible.
with this. We don't believe it.
No,
we believe
Queen-
that's a dead pawn. in
That
fact.
was, I believe that was a really big error because I think Queen C4 simply ending the game now. Queen C4 hits the rook.
Ooh, and the
prepares
E-pawn
Bishop
is-
D4, which
Ooh,
will kill,
ooh,
which will kill the A pawn. And now I like what you were saying, Christian. B pawn, bring me glory.
No, but Yasser, isn't the E pawn looking like it's dropping?
Queen
Yes,
C4
Queen
is
C4
ending
is-
the game
It's
right
a
now.
super powerful move.
I mean, that's a killer.
That's a
You
great-
may not drop the pawn immediately after rook to E3, but that's like resigns.
that was where the bishop
D4.
D4, and it's all
makes a
flow.
glorious appearance, and it is flow. That's
Does she
sweet.
see it, and will she play it quickly as she's done so far? Because we're seeing a game that could end any moment. The time control is only one move away for white. Just one move away.
You mentioned it very early. Viswanathan Anand, the teen Vishy, played so quickly, it was really offsetting to his opponents who are used to everybody playing at a very sedate, quiet pace. And he would play the whole game in 15 minutes. Very, very common. And that speed of play has really upset Sabina. She's not settled at all, and you can just see the difference in the body language.
There's a line here, Queen C4, A6.
Give me the rook.
Give the rook, and then A7.
Rook A3 is always.
But then
going
rook
to be
A3
a
says, go
possibility.
ahead, you can have my rook, and then I'll take the
You
knight.
Give me the knight.
You
Thank you very
don't
much.
take pawns with check. Queen takes
Sure,
E4
I can do that
check.
as well. Look,
That could
anything,
also get it
anything
done.
We're going to do more training together. It's going. You got. We're going to have
That's
to
why
work
I'm only the
harder.
treasurer. Yes, sir.
We got to work
He's
harder.
only a treasure. And so this one, we're going to just keep our eye as Queen C4, we're waiting to see happen on that
Is it
board.
one more move for time control?
One more move.
in that game. Okay, and we expect that Queen C4, Sabina is going to figure out something, but it's not looking good. I just wanted to turn our. By the way, did we have some questions? Did we have a Twitter for it? We did?
Actually,
no,
we
no,
did.
we're all
No.
good. We're all good. Hello, everybody. Keep us on our toes in our Tweeterverse. We have the game of Jeffrey Zhang. After the, I want to say, perplexing move C7, C5, came Queen B5, which I kind of like, being in the center of all the attention here. Give me this or give me this. And Fabi is on the back foot for sure. He's going to be a pawn down.
Is he?
Likely a draw. Yeah, well, he's on the back foot. Why
I don't
not?
see it.
Why? What? Huh? What?
So Queen E6.
Queen E6.
I understand you're going to be a pawn up, but I'm not convinced that I would call that back foot. I think it's a very easy.
Very
draw.
easy. Absolute seventh is not bothering you, right?
No, because you have to worry about your absolute 7 as well.
So you want
Also,
to
I'm not convinced that I don't want to start with rook to E2.
rook to E2.
Can we start with rook to E2? No. Rook to E2 with the A pawn still on board.
I'm sorry, here.
Right here, rook to e2.
Gotcha. Rook to e2.
And this is the line that I have in mind. You take on a4.
Okay,
I take on a2.
on a2.
You go to c7.
Correct.
I take on a4.
With either
the
rook or
second rook.
Yeah, okay.
Rook to f7. You set up your
Nice.
beautiful 7th rank
I'm a hero.
domination. But now I give a check. No,
Check.
no, I'm just going to give a check, and I'm going to go rook to f8, and then you're going to take my rook, you're going to take the pawn on h7,
And we're
but that's
gonna
2
shake
versus
hands.
1, and it's just a draw.
Very nice. So there's nothing in it, unfortunately.
I don't see it.
For Jeffrey, that is, you demonstrated a very easy way.
And he did
for-
play queen to e6, so we might be heading into this variation.
You know, Fabi. You know
I
Fabi
know
well.
him. Yeah, yeah. He
Yeah.
calculates this type of things.
Very nice.
I hate
Quite
to say this,
precisely.
guys.
Yes,
The way
please.
this round is shaping up, we might not see a single win
Beside
in the
Carissa?
open section.
Oh,
In the
okay.
open section.
Yeah.
We might
Oh.
not see a single win. In the women's section, Carissa is going to win.
Right.
That we will predict. There are a couple of games, for example, there's a Zatonsky game that's looking very good for Anna.
Okay.
A while ago, it was looking good for Sharovich, and she was playing quickly, but she did something funky with her pawns over here, and there's a solid position for black. This knight is headed to d6, and then to e4. The c3
Magnificent
pawn
square.
is problematic, so that is an issue. And the other games that look like they were advantages, but I can't find any game where I can say definitively, well, actually, Nemtsova is completely outplaying Megan Lee. Every move is getting better and better for white as the bishop decided not to trade here, and now the knight can go to d4, or bishop back to d4, knight c5. Everything is starting to flow white's way. But we saw 7 wins yesterday.
Yeah,
Players
we
have come
were-
stalwart today and said, not today. It's not going to be that easy. So we may not see any wins in the open, and maybe 2 or 3 in the women's section. So maybe our least contentious round of the entire tournament so far.
Okay, let's just pick up on these games because we're seeing a lot of rook endings. Here, take a look, for example, in the game between Jeffrey and Fabi. A rook ending is about to appear. They take a look at the game between Lanier. Okay, so this was the Fabi game where we're about to see queen's trade and a rook ending. Here's the Lanier game against Sam Sevian, another crucial game to our standings. Rook ending, we're expecting a draw there to Maurice's point, and that was the draw. And then this is the Darush game. I'll predict a game. You, I, and everybody with an understanding and wisdom has chosen a victory for Darush. Only one person, and I won't mention any names, thought that this could be a draw.
Very good.
Don't provoke him.
Very good.
right?
Do not provoke the guy.
Don't poke.
Don't poke the bear.
How serious is White's advantage? I always felt, because I played in too many open tournaments, I always
I'm
felt
not
that
convinced.
I could win these.
Maurice, what do you have?
Carissa.
Just one more move played.
Queen
Carissa
C4.
did finally play Queen
That
C4.
was
It
the
is on the
money
board.
move.
This is move 39. And let's see what, with 47 seconds left,
I don't see the answer.
what has Sabina no doubt saw Queen C4 and must have been wondering what she would do and has some kind of move. Everything looks bad, of course, but she's got to have a move. And this will be the 40th move for her. And then she'll stop and think, and she'll look and look and look to see whether or not she has a chance. But this is the move we're looking for, as she has 20 seconds left on the clock.
I don't see it. If she plays the move rook e3, if I was in Carissa's shoes, I would capture the rook on e3. You would recapture the queen and then b3. And the queen dominates the a pawn. King f1.
That's such an ugly position.
Oh.
King to f1, tying up your rook.
Grandmasters hate,
king, your rook, your
hate
knight.
walking into pins. And she just walked into one of the worst kinds, a pin against the king. Well, isn't rook a3 stopping the a pawn
Rook
on rook
a3
a2?
is probably the easy way.
I always look for easy. Another
Rook
easy.
c1 is
How
probably
about
the
b3?
way. No, but
b3.
rook c1, I'm threatening checkmate in 2 moves.
Oh, my
Rook
goodness.
takes e1.
that
Rook takes
is nice.
e1 is on tap, and if you try to defend with f3, then I have an extra tempo to go bishop c3, and that
Oh, that's it. That's resignation.
That's it.
That's going to be the game. You have to
That's
play
very clear.
A6.
No, this is
Well,
game over.
it's move 41, so she's going to stop.
No, A6,
and
rook
think,
takes C1.
But,
And that's it.
oh, yeah, you're right. So A6.
Checkmate in 2 moves. You have to defend against that. No, the game is over.
So this is that move was really nice. You know what?
This is nice. What she's doing to these champions.
2 on flag.
No, she has made time control, so no problem there. But rook takes you have to play F3. Bishop
Right.
C3,
No, bishop
King
C3,
F2 allows bishop D4 check.
It's over.
Yeah.
She can stop the clock right
She
now.
can indeed.
Rook.
She has no queen check to disrupt things, bringing her queen back. She can play queen E3.
Queen E3
Queen
is
E3,
the
bishop
only
C3.
move, and then King G2. Queen E3 is the only move not to lose massive material.
No, sorry. Queen E3, bishop D4,
Also very strong, very strong.
Bishop
Very
D4,
strong.
queen D2.
B3. Okay,
Yeah,
you know what?
B3 is the
I'm not
move.
even looking at
No,
trying to
no,
kill
no.
you instantaneously.
B3
I
is
want to
the-
go B3, B2, and get
B3,
another
B2 is
queen
it.
on the board.
B3,
You know-
B2.
You want to
finishes
play
the
this
job.
game? All right,
Yeah.
let's play this game.
That's
B3,
it. No, but I
B2.
mean, at least
No,
it's not made immediately. Queen E3, and then Black says, time to push my pawn.
Right.
Why aren't you resigning, a la Fabi? Okay, that is over. That will give her her point. She knows it.
You know, it was a very funny point that when Carissa played the move Rook C1, I didn't realize she was threatening to play mate in 2. My immediate thought here, when you don't see Rook C1 and Rook E1, my immediate thought was to play B3. And the idea was behind A6 was to play Rook C2.
Carissa is
And then
so
it was like
sharp.
B2,
Still completely.
and that was, I thought, simplest.
Definitely
but okay.
winning. But Yasser,
Yes,
and
please.
Chris, Carissa is so sharp. We're seeing an
Rook
insight
C1.
window into her style. She sees direct ideas quickly. Just like quick
does.
tactics,
Yeah.
quick. And she pushes it on the players and says, solve this problem. So here's another problem. Here's another problem. She's not playing nuanced positional chess maneuvers. Nah. Just go after the throat, Bobby Fischer style, very direct, clear-cut chess. Remember Geller said famously, Fischer can't win the championship. His style's too simple. He's playing direct moves all the time.
Yeah.
That's why he beat
Petrosian.
Taimanov 6-0. That's why he beat Larson 6-0. And that's why he schooled Petrosian. And then that's why he schooled one Boris Spassky. Just that direct style, see the tactics real quick, solve this problem. Every move, a problem. Sometimes chess is just easy when you're that much of a genius. Carissa following in those footsteps with these direct threats, and now our opponent looks at her position and says, what am I supposed to do?
It's
You
over.
know who, for me, very, very much exemplified the type of style you just described was Grandmaster Larry Christensen. He was tactically incredibly aware. He was really, really gifted. And his approach was crystal clear. He's coming at you, he's coming at you, and he's coming at you tactically. By the way, who does Carissa work with? Who's been one of her longtime coaches?
In Massachusetts?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Larry Christensen.
I did not know
Larry
that.
Christensen has been working with Carissa for a number of years. No doubt she's picked up a lot of his really great habits that made him a U.S. champion as well.
A great
Rook
person to
C1 was
emulate,
very nice.
we
Yeah.
would say. Rook C1.
Rook C1 looks like the money move, and
Queen E3 found.
The only move to keep the game alive, even if it's only
the
for
torture alive.
No, but
a move or-
B3
a
is
move or
just
two.
so strong. B3, B2 resigns.
Queen E3 is the way to keep the torture alive.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. That's, funnily enough, one of the reasons why maybe B3, the rook on C3 controlled E3, so B3 followed by rook C2 really
Right now.
is, no, before, was really
Before.
clean. I didn't see rook
Look,
take C1.
I like what she's doing.
You
right
love it.
Play
don't we
bishop
all?
D4, play B3, play whatever you want in this
I like
position.
B3.
You're going to win the game.
Yeah.
And
B3
B3,
is
without
on the
much
board.
thought, that's a pawn that's queening shortly.
She's
and she's
going to
played
go
A6,
A6. That's the only way to do something in the position.
deflecting the queen, but she could just play B2
Correct.
and
After A7, she could also play bishop D4.
no, B2 on the board. By the way, A7 is meant by rook E1. Hello.
Oh.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
That's a style.
That's a style.
A7.
A7, you're
Let
not
me
queening.
just show it on my board. A7. And
We might see it,
We
actually,
see
guys.
that checkmate earlier with the queen coming to C1. But in this case, thanks to this pawn on B2, we've got C1 covered. No, you don't. That's
Bing, bing.
checkmate to the king. And no style points for under-promoting to a rook.
No, not this time. Not this time. By the way, you can also under-promote to a rook.
She's
and you
pushed.
completely-
We're going to see it. We're
completely
going to see the delicious finish of rook takes E1 followed by queen C1. She's
Yes.
beating these champions in style.
Wow.
In style.
Very.
Oh, come on. Spoiled it. Spoiled it.
it.
Oh, well, if you're not going to take, then you're just going to lose.
Okay,
it's
resign.
over. It's time to resign now as you're down a full piece and the lady's saying, you can keep playing if you like. You got
Right.
no chance.
I know exactly how Carissa feels. She's playing against a party pooper. I got them. I'm surrounded by them. None of them let me show. None of you guys let me show my brilliance.
But come on, this is worse. This
I
is
know.
so bad for you to keep playing. Now she's queening anyway. You're not going to play rook takes b2. So she's
Exactly.
queening anyway. You're going to fight two queens and a rook and a bishop. Like what? You're not promoting.
nope,
This really, she should have stopped the clock after rook takes e1.
That was a style
Respectfully.
finish. A style finish. I'm not Shritha. She had a.
Hold on, we see resignation as a.
We're going to see a
Let's just
resignation.
let
We
the
have to see a
resignation
resignation
happen,
right
because
now.
this is our leader, and
Okay.
just
Fair.
I'm not sure what she's looking at. There's no move.
Right.
There's not even a
I
reasonable
think
feint.
she's looking.
There's
at
no
rook.
stalemate like there was in the Nazi Paikis.
there's not even like a bluff.
Looking at like rookie one. Yeah, that was the only move I
Come
could see.
on.
Rookie one, you can't queen.
Bishop D4.
Correct. That's the blow. That's the killer blow. Well, we've seen a number of killer blows up to this moment. But
Just
Bishop
don't
D4.
go B1 because that prolongs the game. Queen to A6. Okay, this is even easier. Okay, is
Easier
it
than
time?
Bishop to D4? Okay, never mind. Never
Is
mind.
it
No,
A win is a win.
We're not.
A
A win is a win is a win.
Yeah.
She's just basically moving, saying you can keep going, miss, but everybody's dropping now.
Yeah.
B1 is coming, and there's absolutely no way to stop it.
There's also rook takes rook, queen takes a7 coming.
Correct.
There's also queen a7 coming.
There's also
Okay,
king.
let's count them up.
Can I play king H7 like Fabi and just say, okay, it's time?
Right?
You could play g5. You could play d5. You could play f5 probably. You could do whatever you like.
In fact, you can touch any single piece, any single move probably wins at this point.
Not queen d3. Like,
Not queen F1, not queen F1 or queen E2.
I've blown enough one positions in my life not to support you on that one. There might be just one move, as we saw
there are a few
between
moves. There are a few moves, yeah.
Megan
oh
and
yeah,
Najee.
that stalemate issue. That was not cute.
That was not fun. That
That
was
could
not
have hurt
fun.
really badly.
Yeah,
She could have had nightmares for a while if that had happened.
truly.
All the other games are just being played, so we don't have anything decisive to share. So
was
this
about
is
to
the one we're
say.
staring on because we want to see what may be the championship, or a huge step at least in the championship, beating three champions. Have you, Yasser, in your career in the U.S. Championship, on route to winning the championship, can you remember beating three former champions in that exact tournament?
Boy, not offhand, not even close, actually. Oftentimes when I went up against players like Shabalov or Christensen or DeFermian or Benjamin, it was sort of like, draw those guys and beat the newcomers. So if I won one or two, that usually meant I was well on my way to winning a championship. But beating that many, no, it just doesn't happen. I mean, that's the talk about the passing of the torch.
Right.
That's the way it's done.
This is a third champion she will have defeated in a row.
Wow.
She's won, knocked that one off. And she's beating them all easily.
Right.
Now, there have been no fights.
This was a one-sided game.
This was one-sided. The game against Anna was one-sided.
And Irina was a
just
terrible
blundered
blunder.
quickly
Yeah.
under pressure.
And
And
nothing-
that was it. it's incredible. I can't imagine her doing the same thing again to Naji. We will definitely look at that game to see with the black pieces as well,
Right.
pulling that off. But if you're going to crown a new champion, this is how
It's done.
it's absolutely done.
I did, for some time, I did want to turn our attention to the game of Ashritha, if only for a moment, because Begum, in my view, has a really excellent opportunity, I believe, in seizing the initiative. It's 2 connected pass pawns on the queen side versus 2 connected pass pawns in the center / king side, these 2 pawns. And one way of getting those pawns moving is to drop the knight in on c3. You're doing it with a gain of tempo against the queen. I don't care where the queen goes, a1 or b3, b5, b6.
Here's the resignation.
That's the resignation, sorry, that we've been waiting for. It took Sabina a while to recognize it was over, and our congratulations to Carissa.
She
Looking
played
good.
an impeccable game, I have to say. Absolutely
good.
no flaw.
Right. Nicely done.
Wow. Impressive.
And now going back to your game,
Yes.
explain for
Sorry,
Well,
she's a point and a half
yes,
at the
sir.
end of the field right now.
Exactly.
As of now,
As
yes.
of the moment.
But we do
With
have Irina
many
Krush
pending games.
as well as
Katja.
Katja.
Yeah.
They're still playing.
Yeah, and this was the moment where I'm thinking knight c3, queen b3,
And b4.
and b4. And Ashritha is frankly in real trouble.
So the idea being that if you go something along the lines of course, you have to free some space for that bishop to come back.
Right.
So you have to go rook to c2. Sure, let's go
Yeah.
rook to c2.
Rook to c2.
And now queen to f5 or queen to a6.
Right. That
Those
was the whole
pawns
point.
are looking so threatening.
Exactly. That was the point. I wanted to boot this knight out of the way. If I can boot the knight out of the way, and I really liked this. One of the
By
things
the way,
that a
is
lot
that
of
queen trapped? Just one second, let's go back.
on
So
b3.
can you go a4?
Good point. A4.
And knight c3 is on the board right now.
Okay, the queen would have to.
And now, can I take on a3?
and I will recapture. I will.
You
capture.
will recapture.
I will capture.
And now I will take on c3, and now we'll go a2. Am I
You know,
queening?
It's funny. Even if this were to work,
You wouldn't go for it.
I wouldn't go for it just because I hate the doubled A pawns. That, like, for example, here you might win
Rook
a
to
knight.
b3, yes.
You know, it's like super weird. But what I really liked is this move right here, Queen A6. One of the things a lot of players don't do mentally is you have to X-ray. In other words, you put the queen on A6, and you're putting the queen on the diagonal F1, A6. Even if something's on D3, the queen X-rays E2 and F1. And why is that important? Because I've got a knight E2 potential check, and that's why I liked to push the knight away. But while we're looking at Begum's potential victory, we do have a victor in studio.
The young lady of the hour, our leader in the women's section, Carissa Ip, is with Maurice Ashley.
Thanks, Christian. And with a draw by Irina Krush, she's now full point ahead of second place with the game pending. Katerina Nemtsova, they're certainly in the mix. We saw you lose a bad game earlier in the tournament. Now you've won 3 in a row. You've defeated 3 former champions in the same tournament. Things could not be going any better for you. What's been the secret?
I mean, I don't really know. Like I said earlier, maybe a couple of rounds ago, like my friends are telling me I need to relax a bit, get out of my head. And I think that's really helped me play like better chess. So, yeah.
We see you pressing your opponents on the clock. Is that intentional, or it's just you see the move, you want to play it?
Kind of a little bit of both. I feel like everyone gets a lot more anxious when they're way behind on the clock. And usually for me, I always find that like my first instinct is usually a pretty good move. So, yeah. Your
style seems pretty direct. Threaten here, threaten here, threaten here, figure out these moves. What contributes to that style? Because you don't seem to be doing deep positional maneuvers. It's all about putting the threats on them and seeing whether or not they can solve what to do.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's all about like putting pressure on your opponent, and they always kind of eventually crack if you do it right. So yeah.
This game, the opening seemed to go very well for you. You play Queen A5 check. Preparation?
Yeah, it was like a little bit of preparation from actually last year's championship against Anna Zatonsky. So I had that line prepared in advance, and I saw that Sabina had like sort of allowed for this position in her game against Irina. So I didn't really look too closely into it because it kind of requires like a very specific set of moves from white. But I kind of knew like the general idea, and I knew that like knight d2 is not really the best because then I kind of get like a nice accelerated dragon style position with her knight being misplaced on d2 instead of c3.
Yeah, you got that position very, very quickly. When did you feel confident? I know you got the chance to play knight h5, knight takes f4, and it seemed like things were going in your direction.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like after I got the bishop pair and like ruined her kingside structure a little bit, I just felt generally pretty good about my position. I felt like my style is sort of just usually putting pressure on my opponents, right? Like we've mentioned. So I thought this was like very easy for me to play as opposed to her having to find like all the right moves to keep the balance.
You've won very powerfully in every game. This one was, again, direct and strong. What's it going to take for you? You're going into a rest day. What's the mindset needed now to close this thing out?
I mean, I kind of just want to keep like the same mindset. Like I said, every time I get stressed, I just play worse. So just want to focus on playing good chess.
All right. Congrats on your performance so far. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
Carissa, I did have a question for you because the move that you played, Queen E6, exactly in this position, turned out to be a really strong move, and everything worked marvelously from that point forwards. And yet for me, the move Queen E6 was a difficult move to find. I would have resisted playing that move. In fact, the move I was absolutely, at least I had convinced myself you were going to do, was trying, you played rook c5 to do a rook up and over, and I was pretty sure you were going to play e6, which is not that great a move. It's an advantage for you still. How did you come in this position to make the move Queen e6, which, like I said, is a very good move? How did that? Your queen looked so good on h3. You moved it away.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I felt like she was kind of threatening Queen d3 anyway, so my queen would have to be forced back.
Okay.
And I kind of already started like trying to play on the queen side a little bit with my b5 push. And if she doesn't exchange off the rooks, then it's very bad.
That came exactly one move late. Whoops, I apologize. I came exactly just a little bit later. So you actually came up with Queen e6, and again, you gave up the h3 square. Sorry. Please go ahead. Continue with what you were saying.
Oh yeah, I was just saying, I was trying to start like some queenside play, and I thought my queen would probably be better positioned on e6.
Okay.
And like e4 kind of is a little bit of a weakness for her, I felt like.
Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, my queen was going to get kicked off h3 anyway, so I thought I would just do it on my own terms.
If I may ask you one last question, were you annoyed in any way that she didn't resign earlier? When players are playing in that kind of lost position, or you just feel like they're playing, I don't care?
No, I mean, I still felt like I had some accurate moves left to make until the end of the game, so it was pretty reasonable, I thought, to wait until then.
Play.
Yeah.
All right, well, again, congratulations. Get your rest. We'll see you in 2 days.
Thank you.
Absolutely, Carissa. Well done. Very, very impressive. Wrecking ball, I would say.
Huge win for Carissa, especially
just approached the women's championship.
She's getting closer and closer to winning that title.
With Irina making a draw, and by the way, with Fabi making
a draw.
Which leader game should we jump to?
Well, I think, Yasser, we're ready right now to take a break because we've passed that time control zone. Now it's time to take a break and resume after.
Okay, see you on the other side.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
Can you hear it? It's the sound of hope and health and strength. It's the sound of compassion, of open doors, where people and machines are in tune and miracles occur. It's the sound of personalized healthcare and active communities. It sounds like life, and it's what you hear when you really listen.
Founded in 1839, the University of Missouri is steeped in tradition. The recently founded Mizzou Chess Program is a partnership between the University of Missouri and the St. Louis Chess Club. Collegiate chess has been experiencing a meteoric rise at the national level. Through its tradition of excellence, Mizzou has always strived for the best. Mizzou Chess is working towards raising the bar by bringing our institution's ethos of respect, responsibility, discovery, and excellence to the chessboard.
We're the Manos. Welcome to our show. Go, go, go. That's our show. Now go plan yours at visitmo.com.
When you visit St. Louis, you'll probably want to watch the Cardinals or the Blues. What about after the game? Heading back to the hotel would be a major error. Instead, boogie through the city and discover the music that gave the Blues their name at the National Blues Museum, Broadway Oyster Bar, or even the legendary Blueberry Hill. So whether you love the Cardinals, the Blues, or the Blues, come play with us. And you guys know I can't play this, right? St. Lou is always exploring.
picked a game.
Welcome back, everybody, to our continuous coverage of round number 8 here at the 2021 U.S. Chess Championships.
You're still smiling from the break. We had some fun.
Well, we did indeed. There's a lot of very tense games, and a lot of them have concluded as well. We did get a result in the game between Daniel Naroditsky and John Burke. That finished in a draw. I think we're getting another result right now as we are talking. That game between Sam Sevian and Dominguez seems to be fizzling out into a draw. It's actually done right now, confirmed. Put it in the books.
Do around the horn look.
Let's do that.
But if they're all going to be finishing a la tempo
let's
here,
do an around the horn.
Let's start with the game of Begum. In this position, we liked black, and what Begum did was very interesting. She took on A3, following your advice, which was to play the position very dynamically. She had these connected pass pawns, now they're doubled, but she's just planted a rook on B2 with the idea of focusing on this F2 pawn, and also, as we're about to see, after the move rook F1, rook B8, Roro, pay attention because rook B1 is also on black's agenda. We were looking during the break at the move rook C1, A2, knight C4, rook E2, and we both like black a lot, but did she make the right decision in accepting the double pawns? If you don't, how do you say it? You don't manage to win.
If you don't execute right now,
right?
White has the better structure.
Well, the 8 pawns may not bring home the bacon, so we'll keep an eye on this game. Continuing our remaining games, we have this game of Cervantes and Tatev. I thought that this game had been heading for a draw for some time. That still seems to be the case, I believe. Keep an eye on that. Now, this is the big game right here. Katja versus Megum. After the queen trade, oh, what a surprising move by Katja. Katja just played the move C3. I mean, every fiber of my being would have been to grab this A pawn as quickly as possible in order to get a passed A pawn. Regardless, I do think Katja's completely winning. Why? Well, it's all about this pawn on E7. That is the pride and joy of White's position, and White's going to leverage that pawn on E7. Katja is going to play the move rook F1, play H3 just to avoid any back rank mates, and drop the rook on F8, and black will be helpless.
In fact, this could be a very sad situation for black because rook F1, you will be forced to defend that rook on E8 with the bishop on G6, and
king is
might
stuck.
Get into a Zuzwang situation.
King is stuck.
I'm just going to run my king all the way to the A file, pick up the A pawn, then push the A pawn, game over.
It might be worse than that because the bishop can't move, won't be able to move. We can imagine. Let's put some move on the board. After bishop E4, let's just imagine, for argument's sake, rook F1. I'm going to make a move A6. Let me put the rook here. Let me put the bishop back here. Let me go here. This is the worst case scenario right here. I'm setting it up for us right here. Once you play, you said you're going to run your king to the queen side. I'm saying you don't even have to do anything. You got no moves. The rook can't move, the bishop can't move, and the king can't move. Wow. Total domination.
This is not looking good. And if you take on F8, I can even take with the queen. It's not a stalemate.
No, under promote to a knight.
But you're going to get a knight. Yeah.
Oh, no. It looks, this is over. There's nothing to discuss, and Katja will be at least putting some pressure on our tournament leader, Carissa. This game, wow, will the real Anna Zatonsky please stand up? From playing a terrible game, as she played against Carissa, she's been putting on a positional clinic against Anna Sherovich. Anna, prematurely, I wanted to say, pushed her pawns on the king side, and it's all Zatonsky. She's looking really great. Let's go to I believe we have 2 remaining games in the open section. This is Ray Robson Bruzan. Knight endings, they can be very peculiar. But this one, can
Such an equal endgame. Knight to f4, of course, is the big question in this
Exactly.
position. Maybe knight to f4 now, or after you take on a5.
Well, let me play knight f4 now, just to...
I will take on g4. I
You
have
will?
to take on
Okay.
g4. I feel like I have to take on g4.
Fair,
And now
fair.
king to f7.
Okay.
Oh, but maybe I can go g5 and force the trade of those. That dangerous pawn
That's
on
what I
H5
wanted to
on the
say.
H5. Yeah.
I'm really looking forward to having an H pawn, and if we do it, yeah. I was afraid if I did the capture immediately, that okay, we could capture here, take, 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 and if I went after this pawn, then black would go after the H4 pawn. Feels like a draw in the air there. Okay. We'll keep an eye on that. And then our, shall we call it predict the result game between Dariush and Alexander Lenderman, a hugely important game as Alex came into today's round in a three-way tie for first. Why aren't we winning?
I'm not sure if we're winning or not.
I said, why aren't we winning? I think we are winning. Why don't we do? Okay, let's give black
H6,
a move,
sure.
H6, and let's play F4.
Okay, so we trade
We
those
take,
pawns.
Take, and now I want, with my rook
That's
defending, I want on a very good day to bring my king to B5.
That's fine. So I give you a check.
On F2. Okay, and yay.
King g5.
Yay. Uh-oh. Is it one of
Rook
those?
g2.
It is one of those where, sadly,
You can take on a4, but then I'm probably going to take back on b2.
just a second. So I could have put, oh, good. That's what I want. King to d6, rook to g2, rook takes here, and my a pawn is now released. You want to take
So I take on
the
b2.
But then I've got the perfect situation. I've got my rook defending the pawn, and I don't think your rook will be able to stop the combination of king and a pawn.
And by the way, h6 was played, so we might be heading into this situation.
Okay, so
Darius has made the time control. This was a very important topic in this game because he was playing on increment since move 20.
Whoa, after his great preparation that he had against Ray Robson, where he was just spanking out all of those moves, this is a game where he was on the back foot early.
No. Darius.
Darius
was on the back foot. Yes.
Sorry.
No, Lenderman is never in time trouble.
Really?
He's almost never in time trouble.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm saying that the white's rook is perfect. It's defending, okay, in these endings, these rook and pawn endgames where white has an extra pawn on the queen side, oftentimes to win the game, we have to rush our king over.
We do.
To support the queen side. While we're rushing our king over to support the queen side, something bad usually happens on the king side. Some pawn gets traded, or the black king, the black king creates some counterplay over there. But in this particular case, because the rook is on the fourth already defending g4, what I'm thinking is we just take. We just take. Is it h6? Okay, we make a move. Okay, we just take the pawn. I mean, this is the worst way for white to play this, but I'm suggesting that this could be a situation where, as my king starts its journey to the queen side, you're not getting the counterplay on the king side.
So isn't this very specific? Rook a2, rook a1 here.
Rook a1, king e4.
No, I don't want to allow you to go to e4.
Let's just keep going. Let's just keep going. I want to see this work out. King g5.
King g5.
King d5.
Let's say
h5.
h5. Oh, this is even.
Takes.
You're being.
King.
I just pushed the pawn after that. The rook on the b file, b4 is just winning.
King.
a5, a4, a6.
King.
A6. Did
I think you were a bit too lenient with what you were doing.
I'm sure. I was trying to do it in the worst possible
King.
way. So king b7 is a winning threat. So we have to go king c8, right?
Yeah.
And why aren't we
King
winning?
B8, King B8.
King b8.
No,
Apologies.
you have to go A7, but then
Yeah, no, I'm winning.
Rook A2. How are you?
Check. It's a bridge.
Ah, you can give a check. Yeah.
It's a simple bridge. Funk. Your king is not in the
So
drawing
it was one
zone.
tempo in that line.
Yeah, and I played it in the worst possible way.
It is
and
the
even
worst
my co-host over here sat there and said,
No,
"As you could have improved, and I did it grossly,
Yeah.
purposefully."
No, but let's go back. That rook has to cut the king. You cannot allow king e4.
Okay.
It's just
So, by the way, I think this is the current position.
no, we don't. No. H6 is on the board, and right now Darius is calculating these lines.
Okay.
So F4 seems very logical.
Right. Let's do it.
Probably the only way to make any progress.
Okay.
Take.
And now you said you want to cut me, or what
Well,
did you
not
say?
yet. We can go king to F6. Sure.
Okay. I'll go king to e4.
Ah, you don't want to take on A4 because I think
No,
this is
I'll-
what we're looking at.
Exactly. How are you going to cut me from getting over to the queen side?
Mm.
I'll wait for you to play rook here, or if you want king
Sure,
g5.
I'll go there. I'll go
Okay.
there. Rook to D2.
Oh, sorry. Where's my mouse? There's my mouse. Rook to d2. I'll take. Munch.
Rook takes B2.
Okay. Now I'll king d5 or rook b4. Not sure.
Rook D2.
Rook to d2. Did I do it
King
wrong?
G5.
Wrongly? King e5.
That's fine.
What's fine? H5. Tell me what's fine. I like it. I want to play rook d4 and then go with my king. Again, it just happens that the rook is perfectly positioned on the fourth rank defending the g4 pawn.
I think you might be in time to win this one. It just doesn't seem like I have the defense.
Not to mention any names, but a certain person was really celebrating his draw that he had called a long time ago.
Well, if you're going to play bad moves.
Well, that's the way we do it. That's, of course, what we're going to do.
Since you guys get to.
Well, we had fun.
It turns out here,
Maurice got up from his chair.
Yeah,
ready
I like to defend his,
showcase the defense.
To defend his prediction. Well, if he's not ready to defend his prediction, who will?
In this position, king f6.
Right, f4.
Takes.
By the way, we have the bad move h6 already
On the board. All right, so I'll play h6.
Okay, so that's the transposition of our current. And we were trying, I believe, king e4, Maurice. For
King
white.
e4, king e6.
And how does that help? Should I continue king d4?
Okay.
I take the pawn on h6. You take on b2. I get the pawn to g5.
And then he goes rook b3.
And then he goes rook b3. And I can go rook a6, but then he'll go rook g2. And so if I take the pawn on a4, Maurice, and check, and why aren't I winning this on this, the pawn on h6? I'll be 2 pawns up.
No, this is completely winning.
I thought so too. I was afraid I was falling for some computer generated.
Is it winning? This take?
Yeah.
I guess you can come back.
I'd be shocked if it wasn't.
Okay, what's this?
Interesting. It's still some fighting going on here. I can't believe it though. Rook a6.
No, let's give a check first.
What? Why?
Let's give a check.
Why? Check. Yeah. Okay.
What's the trick?
What's the trick there?
Well, where is he going?
Probably to d6.
But then we can give the a pawn to him.
So you
King
think
e4 now.
King e4?
King e4,
Yeah, I think you're going to go. I think that's the problem what's going to happen. So let's go here.
But then if you do that, I can go rook a7.
Right. and he goes after us, and then we do king c5.
But that's not. I don't think that's winning.
We're not close enough. We're
No,
not
I know.
far
That's-
enough.
That's winning. Okay, let's go back. Let's go back. King e6.
By the way, he played f3.
He's not in a hurry. That's actually. Is he in a hurry?
No, he's not in a hurry. I mean, there will always be f4 is unstoppable. It's not like black can do anything to prevent white from playing f4 on a given day.
But
2 extra pawns.
but
yes.
No, but f4 gives the thing about h6 is it does give a tempo to white, I think, to
Down
play,
the road?
Let's go to the actual game.
Okay.
f4 in the actual game.
He did play f3, but
he did play f3. It takes 6. So we have a draw in this game, by the way.
Breaking result.
But here,
not a result that actually helps either ladies in the cross table. Both Tatev and Talia looking for victories. Sorry.
Here I'm just curious about this position.
Okay.
Where is the king going? I guess you have to stay on this side.
You have to go to g7. If you go to e7, I think I can just pick up the pawn on h6, rook a6, and that's a completely different
That's
story.
completely winning.
Yeah.
Where the G pawn is protected.
You have to go to g7.
But then how do you...
Well, now I get the position I want, I believe, with king d3.
King, well, you're here. So
king
e4?
e3. King e3.
King e3.
Yes. If you go rook g2, I'll go rook b4.
Yes. Yeah, that's too strong.
And then I'll
Bring
do...
the king.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking.
So that's what I'm saying. By playing f4 immediately, you can get to this position. The king was on f6, but here, if king f6, f4.
I wanted f4 the move before, but okay. Take. I think against king f6, Christian wanted check actually. Check
on king f6 immediately?
Yeah, and driving you back to g7 or wherever it is you have to go, and now f4. And
you have to take.
You have to
There's no
take.
check.
I don't see an issue there. And I don't see how you stop white
And
from
this-
getting the perfect construction.
What's this?
King f3.
King f3.
And you have to stay on the second and keep me honest. Otherwise, I play rook b4 takes a4.
Yeah, that's true. Let's go over here.
Rook b4.
Let's come back. Sorry.
Yeah, that's fair.
What's the arrow that takes me back? There you go. Okay, rook b4. So
King
now I play
g6, king f6, king e3. And I fly towards the c3 square.
Oh.
So that I can play rook takes b4.
That's critical.
Well, now you have to set up the attack on
the
g4.
g2 pawn. Yeah, pardon me, on
Pawn.
the g4 pawn. That's exactly
But
what
then
you
I
have
would
to-
just pick up the a4 pawn, right?
Right. So I go king d3. Now you got to go king there. Now I
Right.
take on a4.
You're not in time to
And
take on g4 because
a4, a5.
I'm promoting on a8 and you're on h2 and you cannot promote.
So you have to take this.
And then I go, I don't care, rook to b4 or king to c3.
Which one?
Rook b4, sorry. And I escort.
Forced? An a4. No, this feels winning.
Yeah, and I escort.
Because you have to play for this.
Right. And you got to be way, way, way behind.
Looks way slow.
Way slow.
Yeah, looks strong.
And
Let's
the
see.
engine says...
Draw.
What?
Check.
What? No, really?
Oh, this check. Wow, I gave up one move too soon.
Oh, no, you were one fly away?
Yep.
How did that... Why does that draw, Maurice?
What do you
King
do?
C2?
Okay, king c2.
There's going to be some kind of Vancouver setup.
Oh, you just give checks.
Okay, hold on. Whoa.
You just
Rook
give
to
checks.
e4.
It's telling you. And now king f6, hilarious.
King b2.
b2 is met by h5.
Whoa. And by the way, in the game...
That's a lot of moves to find that are deep, paradoxical moves. This one is a draw.
It's a table-based draw.
No, the one I'm looking at on the
sorry.
screen.
Yeah, no,
is a
Ray
draw.
Robson and Bruzan, they've already made the draw. They've just getting the arbiters to confirm. and the player's signature.
The draw we saw right there, I don't care if it's equal, I'm going to have to agree with you guys. If you have to find those moves, I think Lenderman loses.
Wow. Wow. Well, practical play. And I mean,
yeah,
by the
it's
way,
back to that.
One of the things that I've always admired about Alex is there are a lot of, I'm not going to say Lenderman's an endgame specialist. No, he's not. But what he is well-grounded in his rook and pawn endings. He knows, as do so many of the Russian players, it's like somehow they grew up with their endgame books, whether it was the influence of Yuri Averbakh or Vasily Smyslov. Russian players overall really, really play the endgame very well. And by the way, that's one of the reasons he's catapulted to a tie for first in these U.S. championships.
And he's also a very practical player. He puts a lot of pressure on his opponent's time.
As you saw in that 140 move brevity he won earlier in the tournament that we were the edge of our seats.
So we only have one game left in the Zvierch versus Lenderman. But Maurice, what do you have for us?
Well, there are 3 games left in the other section. And look at this moment, very instructive moment in chess. Everybody pay attention. This is the kind of position you save so that you remember this kind of maneuver for the rest of your life. In this position, white to move, play the move g5. It's clear what the threat is. Takes and hit the pawn on g7. Now, right at this moment, I'm going to ask my illustrious colleagues to find the right move for black.
After g5?
Yes.
Take it.
No, it has to be e5.
e5? Wow.
You are a dangerous man.
You're too dangerous for yourself.
You wanted to put the rook to h6 and counter.
Whoa.
I wanted to put the knight to f5, but I wanted to, with the hook on h6, I wasn't going to go hg, fg, knight d6, and bring the knight to e4.
So e5 is not the move. We understand that. Okay.
But maybe takes e5. I might be able to support that. But
all right. So g5 weakens the f5 square.
Right. That's where I want to put the knight.
And that's where you should put the knight.
Just go.
Just go. Thanks for your move. Thanks for your move. We appreciate it.
Of course, the whole point is g5 takes h6, knight f5.
Exactly. This takes is just terrible, and now you get this. You take that. Your position. White's positions is horrible.
Yeah, it's
so the weakness. Always look for a weakness to your opponent's last move and give them what they want. And don't make a trade unless it's
forced or fantastic.
Forced or fantastic.
Or forget about it.
And this one is terrible. It's not forced. It's actually not fantastic. She felt the need to play, and then she backed up, and her opponent played g6, not h6. And suddenly, it's not so easy. Knight f5, she could take. She could play for a check on g6, her knight will show up, and what did you do? Why did you do it this way? No need. Her sequence was not accurate. g6 on the board, queen f6 now on the board. This might even allow a rook f2. I'm not really sure because knight f5 is coming, but this has changed the game dramatically in white's favor. Maybe even queen f4, but I guess you're losing this pawn. So what's actually happening here? The e6 pawn could drop. The game just went wild, actually. So if I play this, then takes looks bad. Again, a bad trade. This guy, and that guy, and we're in a war that didn't need to happen when you had the game completely under control. But at any rate, this is the position. Still wild. No one in time pressure at move 41, I want to say, except... Yes, no one in time pressure. She's got 31 moves. We still got a rich position. A lot of moves ahead. I still feel like there are going to be mistakes in this game.
Yeah, h6 takes g5 was simply an unnecessary trade that opened up the f file, but maybe even worse, if you go back to the position that Maurice was saying, actually the pawn on f4 really stinks.
It does.
Because, it takes away the square of a knight on g2. Yeah. So this trade really helped open up the f-file and gave the knight a purpose had she done it the other way. So that is really one of the real problems is like if there was an f-pawn in this position on f4 and a black pawn on h6, there would be no rook f2s.
No
there would
dreams,
be no knight
fantasies,
f4s.
nothing.
There would be no attacks against the e6 pawn. And black would just nicely settle her knight, either, by the way, on
You go back to that
E4
position.
squares.
Go back to that position.
Right?
Yeah, right back here. One move back, if you may humor me, yes. Right here, move G5, you always, I said this in my DVD, The Secret to Chess, you ask yourself the question, what's the weakness? What's the weakness presented by that last move? The weakness is clearly the F5 square. Do I have to deal with what my opponent's doing, or can I just exploit that weakness? Is there a major threat? Take, okay. G6, well, I couldn't stop that anyway. Knight F5, though, shuts everything down. So knight back, headed to the beautiful square. This does nothing at all. Thanks very much for this beautiful position where your structure is just much worse than it was before. There's no attack anywhere. Everything is nice and solid. So this is great for you. Instead, she took and improved White's pawn structure and White's prospects as F4 square, the F file, everything. And now the play is on because threats are coming up against the position. Queen here, by the way, can be met by takes on F7 with a knight F4 siding possible. And this game just got super duper sharp.
That was my question for you, though, Maurice. Isn't black fast? I mean, she just will play knight e4 with a tempo.
Practically,
unless
still
you
looks
want,
like black is.
unless you want to give up on an exchange. But if you have to move your queen, rook takes c3 is coming with authority. Is the problem that I'm seeing. I mean, some move like queen g4. Don't forget about f2 square. Rook takes, rook here. Rook here is one demonstration.
So
of
maybe
how
queen
strong
h3.
the knight is.
But then once again, rook
Queen
takes
G4.
c3.
Yeah, your knight's hanging. So Queen G4.
Just a second, let me point out Christian. Just a second.
Sorry, I got Christian's back on that one. He missed it. Queen G4.
No,
Queen G4.
You want to get that back on
Coach,
me.
we're gonna call you Coach from now. Coach, you don't want to leave your piece of stake. Okay, Queen G4, rook takes.
No. Rook,
Oh, sorry.
Don't take and lose your queen. It's a knight F2 check. I got to help you guys.
No, I would. That was.
Oh, is that what you want to do?
No, I pointed
see.
that all out already. That after rook G2, rook G3, be careful about the.
What do you mean? Your
F2.
E6 pawn is hanging. What?
Yeah,
you can take on E6.
At the end of the day, it's this knight on E4. Ooh, something has happened.
I don't understand.
Rook
Rook to
F2
was played.
immediately.
Okay, it's sharp.
Uh-oh. I'm not sure that was a good move by Anna. Rook F2.
Okay, knight to F5 has almost feels like has to be played.
Very forcing move indeed, but hey, looky.
Wait a minute. Rook takes c3 is coming on the board. So how do you defend against that?
Bingo bongo, that's exactly what I'm asking myself. Maybe I don't, and if I don't, the knight on F5 is super powerful.
Maybe missed this move?
Maybe even another thing, just to point out, I love rook c3, don't get me wrong, but there's a possibility that black will be having a kingside attack herself.
I have a feeling she might have missed this move.
Maurice, how is Anna going to deal with knight f5? Because I'm drawing a blank.
She has to take on F7 and Queen G6.
Take on f7 and queen g6.
So king takes f7? Wait a minute.
Well, okay.
What if you take with the king?
Aha.
Because you were mentioning that idea.
If you take with the king, you are exposing yourself to a...
Yeah, I was wondering who was getting there with the most quickest.
So maybe queen to g4 now?
Okay.
You take on c3?
Yeah.
Or you go rook to h8?
I mean, the rook is playing a very nice defensive role, but maybe it could be playing more of an offensive role as well.
What about knight F4 here?
Okay, just a second. I was thinking
rook
of...
to g3.
It's funny, you were thinking of rook to g3, I was thinking of rook to c1. Rook to g3.
That looks like a problem.
There are issues.
Can't exploit the pin.
There
No,
are issues.
queen to e2, I think the game still
Wait,
goes
where was...
on.
The queen was where? What was the last move? Knight
By the way,
F4
we
was-
have a move on the board.
Knight
Oh, you know
F5
what
is
you
on
can
the
play after
board.
rook c3?
Yes,
Is
what's that?
Queen G6 check.
She took on f7.
It's queen
And
g6
she
check here.
took with the queen instantaneously, actually.
Instantaneously. They didn't even consider
She did not.
our king takes.
Yeah, because if you play king take, if you play
Yes.
this line, king takes, knight
Yes.
f4.
Oh,
No, wait,
queen-
it's your queen g3, sorry.
Queen g4, rook takes, yeah.
Can
Did
I
you
play
want to?
queen check here? But I'm not sure I get what I want.
No,
You can, but then I
I've
just
got-
go king e7
No,
or king f6.
it's
Yeah,
a
no,
beauty
this is-
because
this
if
is
you go
terrible.
here thinking you're crashing through, no, you're not. No, you're not. I'm going to keep you in a pin.
No,
Yeah,
but you can
no.
also go rook to h8.
No, that's too good.
Rook to h8, then rook
Didn't
to
see it.
g3.
Yeah,
rook
good
to
enough.
h1. Yeah, I
Good
think that's
enough.
winning.
Good enough, Christian. You are absolutely, absolutely right. But
Well,
she
she
took
took
with the queen instantly. I
very
think that was
quickly.
our first move too, by the way. And why not?
And she went to g6.
Queen
This is the line
G6.
Maurice was pointing out.
Right. But I thought it was all coming to a very sad end for Anna. Here.
There was a brilliant line, by the way.
Please.
It's interesting. We're too straightforward in our thinking, and the engine shows us that we're too straightforward in our thinking. On taking on f6, taking on 7, excuse me, king takes, queen g4, rook c3 is very powerfully and paradoxically met by an invisible move, at least invisible to my eyes. In this very position,
No, I don't think you can take that. I mean, I saw that move, but
no.
King
See,
takes
all those are
e6.
logical moves. You see that? Our entire training is pushing you in the direction of aggression,
Right.
and centralization.
just knight e3 or something like that.
Knight h4.
Be serious.
Exactly. Be serious.
Right.
Be serious. What? Yeah, knight h4.
Tactics.
Ben Larson is like tasering right now. So you're going to meet rook g3 with knight takes f5. How about that?
And knight d6.
Knight
Knight
d6.
d6
Pure
check.
tactics.
And you cannot go king e7 to attack my knight
Because the rook is
my
hanging
rook
with
on
check.
c8 is hang- Oh my goodness.
Incredible. Show that
Oh.
line, please, because that's
Okay,
brilliant.
so you see a move like knight h4, you want to punish it right away. So you go rook g3 and say, come on, sign my score sheet, you resign, you're out of here, you move your queen away, I'm going to take your knight with check, sign the score sheets, it's dinner time. Black says, dinner bell, my bottom. Knight takes
Now your rook is
f5.
hanging.
Now the
so
rook is hanging.
Rook takes queen.
And now suddenly discover check, and we're saying don't even think about going to e7. That's an intermezzo. When you drop back, your rook is hanging.
Incredible.
That is a remarkable, remarkable
Absolutely
variation.
incredible.
I mean, these chess engines are. Ooh, we have a trade of queens. This is happening very quickly, guys. I mean,
It is
Anna-
indeed, and I like what Anna is doing. Nevertheless,
she's
leaving
got
that
her
pawn on
ideas.
g6 is such a dangerous affair.
You got it. You really. I hate those pawns on h6 and g6.
Yeah.
And the worst pawn is actually the pawn on f6. I've had so many bad memories where my opponent, because I play the French defense a lot, they oftentimes get a pawn on f6, and it's
Still,
a
the knight is
real
heading to e4, so
awkward wedge.
that's a big position for
I
knight.
don't understand anything about chess because the engine is saying draw for white, and it just looks like white's about to lose the game.
Ooh, okay, so obviously in this position, Anna's thinking that she wants to crash through, but she doesn't want to trade her c3 pawn for the a6 pawn. So she's thinking check.
That's
Then
played.
she's going to mask the e file. It doesn't matter whether I play king
Looks
h2.
so beautiful.
Now that the e6 pawn is protected or blocked, rook takes c3 is what Anna has in mind. Now, there might be the fact that she's missed something. The counterplay, this pawn on g3 is big, by the way. I mean, it's really, really big. How can I get rook f7 and rook takes, and no, I can't get the knight to f4.
By the
If
way, guys,
my king was on h2.
I
would
do
it
have a
help?
feeling that
Please.
Katerina is going to win, and that's a big result that's going to happen anytime soon.
Okay, let's
Let's
jump
stay with
into
that
one. Ooh, because somehow
we can understand this. This we can understand.
How did Megan get?
She got the best out of the position.
She just got what she was
but
going to
she's
get.
still completely lost.
But how could she survive? There's nothing to do. Your king is just waltzing to 8-7.
And that's exactly what happened. She played bishop f7 and king to f6, so she got away a little
Okay, because
then she
otherwise I couldn't
sacrificed on
understand
e7.
it.
Yeah.
I couldn't understand how black was still surviving.
What's there? She's not surviving anything. Here goes the king.
Now the king is coming.
You call it a sacrifice on e7? That wasn't a sacrifice. That was a loss of a rook for a bishop and pawn.
Yeah,
that's it.
That was not a. That's finished.
Yep.
This is
Over.
game over.
This is over. Katarina playing a wonderful tournament.
Wow.
Will now win her third game after drawing five in a row.
Yeah.
She won her first two, drew 5 in a row, now about to win again. That sounds like a championship score.
It does.
If it wasn't for this other lady who has actually lost the game. Katarina is the only person undefeated in the women's championship. And yet, and with 3 wins, you'd say, oh, that must be first place. But there's this other lady who's won, what, 5 games? 5, man, I didn't even count them up. Carissa has won 5 games in 8 rounds.
Right. And
That's a
one loss.
boss result. 1 loss puts her at +4.
Decisive result.
And so that's the reason why she's leading Katarina at the moment. But Katarina keeping it interesting for everyone as they play in the last round. So staying as close as possible.
Wow.
This is huge. This keeps the drama on that side for sure. As also Irina is a point behind the leader and is a half a point behind Katarina. Doesn't Katarina play? She plays Irina tomorrow in 2 days, doesn't she?
After the free day, yeah.
I think that's her road ahead. She has a brutal road ahead with Irina. Karina.
That's a strong player.
That's a very strong player. Carissa and Irina combined.
Right.
But she does play Karina with black. The first half with black in round 9, and the second half with black in round 11.
Yeah, where's Bennifer when you need her?
Absolutely, what a combo! She has her work cut out for her. If she survives that, she deserves to be a champ. That's absolutely the case. But incredible
One
finish.
of the things I think is crazy, no, it's seriously crazy. Here in St. Louis, when we call events like the Sinkville Cup or the U.S. Championships, somehow at the very end, it's like a scriptwriter's dream.
Exactly.
The 2 leaders are playing each other, and one leader is playing the guy in second or gal in second. And it's crazy. It's like somebody just set this up. And
It always happens like that.
No. And
I
it's
remember
so confusing.
The championship when Sam
so rare.
Shankland won.
Fantastic.
Last round, he was playing with the white pieces against a Wonder, and he had to win.
Right.
To win the tournament because Fabiano was also winning everything.
Exactly.
And he won that game and he managed to win the championship.
It was fantastic.
Always happens.
Yeah, and
Christian, you're not going to be happy.
Answer some of these questions.
Christian, you're going to not be happy.
We were just going to read some tweets, but Maurice does have some interesting thoughts. What are you saying there, Maurice?
Big news in this game between Yasser Seirawan, who was in the mix as well in the championship, in the women's championship against Begum. She was toast. She was done. Down in exchange, just played D5, desperate to see if she could make some hay. Her opponent should play rook B1, get rid of the rooks, and corral this pawn, get this one going. That's going to be the game.
So
instead,
how do we corral the pawn?
She took the pawn. Well, first let's look at what she did. She took the pawn, allowed queen E8 check, and queen takes A4.
Well,
pawn,
that's just an easy draw.
Pawn gone.
Yeah, that's just an easy draw.
And now the move rook to A2, and she could just play queen D4 check, get rid of queens, and say, how do you break through?
Right. That's a draw.
She has thrown the game away. This line
so where's the win
is even. In this position here, D5, she should have played rook B1 and get rid of these pieces here, takes with check. She can actually defend like this. Stopping anything from happening on this side. And you can't leave this one.
Keep the A pawn.
Keep the A-pawn to push.
That's a powerful move, Queen of
Hit
8.
F2. Queen of 8 is a boss move. And nevertheless, giving away her A-pawn, that would be the last line she should have looked at. To allow Queen E8 check and Queen takes A4, she should still be looking. She had enough time on the clock. She should still have been looking like, don't give away your A-pawn. Don't do that. That has blown the wind for her. Not enough pressure in the position, and suddenly the lady's back from the dead. You remember Seirawan was busted against Tatev and managed to save herself after her opponent missed a win? She's doing it yet again, rising from the ashes. She is actually about to save the game.
We could call her
And the negative trend for Tokirjonova, who was winning yesterday against Foyshore. Managed Foyshore to escape. Now once again, completely winning with the black pieces against Seirawan. Just lets her go.
And you're doing the coaching. This really hurts.
It's tough. It's tough. No, her openings are going amazing, but the execution phase is simply not there.
Once she gets it, we're going to call Shritha Superwoman because she dodges bullets.
She does, indeed.
Remarkable. Oh boy. And again,
and is that going to keep her within striking distance from the leaders?
I think it will, actually.
She will have 4.5, still 1.5 points behind. Carissa 1 point behind Nemtsova because she was in 4th position going into this round.
I'm sorry, you're right. She was upset, or she lost by Arena. Yeah, she will be in a tie, I believe, for second.
If she wins, but she's not going to win this.
Not the way
she's not winning
this game is going. You're pretty confident about that.
If she's winning this one, I'm hitting the bar tonight.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, suicide watch on for Christian.
Well,
what's
direct play? Direct play here.
Anna.
By Anna. Rook takes on C3.
Zatansky, I should
okay,
say,
so takes looks possible.
Forced.
That's been played. What do you do about knight F4 as the E6 pawn is dropping? Also, be careful if this rook gets to the C file itself.
That pawn on G6 is still alive.
Also, there's a knight D3 to E5 siding with F7 weak. There could be some buttons there. There's also a knight C5. This one is not easy. You're up a pawn, but how do you convert? Don't start thinking, well, why don't I just win pawns? While you're busy doing that, because you might survive. You're lucky you do survive this mate on this side. So I guess you can do this. You can get away with this for the moment, at least. But very scary position to have to play, and especially when this king starts to march and your king is stuck out of the way. And there's also the H file. We start seeing some tricks. Yeah. And there it is on the board, knight F4. She won the pawn, but I'm not sure this pawn is going to be enough as to win the battle. All of a sudden, there's going to be some play for her opponent.
Absolutely. Very instructive moment. I just want to turn our attention to Katya's game with Megan Lee. Oftentimes in these battles of rook and bishop, you, with the bishop, have a passed pawn. I, with the rook, have a passed pawn. Don't trade the pawns. Do not trade the pawns. In other words, I think rook G6, bishop takes H5, rook takes G5. Yeah, white is probably winning. But the point is, the rook can dominate the bishop by keeping the passed pawn. So something like check, to my mind, is the way I would want to play this position.
Seems like the easiest.
And if, for example, you play a move like king G6, well, then I play H6. And yeah, you have a passed pawn, but this is what I mean about the rook dominating the bishop in a game of passed pawns. I get to play H7, and you will never be able to pass me. Back over to you and our predict the game.
You guys were so happy and confident.
Yeah, we
taking me down as we go one way, the other way, and the other way. This has been one of those sideways
roller coasters.
All right, H6. He played F3, King G7. He took immediately with no preparation time. Rook takes Rook B4, Rook A2, and now Rook to B3.
It's kind of like having the rook along the fourth line. He protects F3.
But it's one tempo slower
when the pawn is on A4.
Remember those races where the pawn was on A4, the king got there in tempo. And in this position, black can play H5. Threatening H4, you've got to take
we got to take that.
That's got to die. And now play King H5. And it's one step closer Remember, with the rook on b4, all this is not happening. But now it's one step closer to takes and g4, and the king is going to fly back. You pulled your rook one step back in this race.
Pawn should definitely be on a4.
Could be rook b4, a4. So let's take a look.
Right.
Let's send the king in this direction.
Yes.
We don't have time to pick this up. Is that true? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 4.
And we've got king b5 and a4.
Meantime, you've got some really fast things happening there.
Right.
That's too slow.
And the other problem is when you capture on f3, your king will be on the diagonal of the promoting square.
As well. So too much. All right, so this takes.
King.
King, king, push, push, king, push, king, and it's a tempo.
Ooh.
It's a tempo. Remember, your king was on b7 when you were able to play
A7.
I mean, on b6, you were able to play a7 and shut the king out. That's crazy. That is one move.
One tempo.
One tempo that mattered. We saw in the previous line. Now the king gets over there very fast.
He's making a draw by a tempo, and he's doing the salsa as if he's got it on a blueprint. It was all.
I didn't say anything. I'm just reporting the news here.
The bad news.
I'm just reporting the news.
He was shying away from that game
up
until a minute and a half ago, and then he spotted it.
Until he realized that the f3. But that's a very instructive moment, Maurice, where white could have had the pawn on a4 versus the pawn on
That's
a3,
right.
and it could make all the difference.
Tempo. But that doesn't mean he's going to find h5, guys.
That's a difficult.
He's still got to find this drawing sequence. He's going into a deep, deep calculation because remember, he's got to find that by a tempo, and we're talking about a variation that is 8 moves, 9 moves from now.
Okay.
So he has to make the calculation.
Is h5 the only move?
I'm not sure. I mean, but I'd be scared if I were white.
Okay,
I were black. Why? Because black, there's a clear threat. The threat is king d4.
King c4.
King b5. Push, push, push. What are you supposed to do if you're black? You have nothing else to do. That's why he played rook b3. He has a forcing idea that simply wins if you do nothing.
We have predicted game. Do we have a predicted move? I say Alex is going to find this very difficult move, h5.
What else can he do?
That's why I think he's going to find
What is the defense if you, like, the guy's just going to start bringing his king over?
And you can see him nodding his
exactly.
head.
And he's
That's a sign that he's calculating. He's calculating something.
Sequence of h5, king h6, getting over, and
he's looking at the whole thing, and it's very direct, and he has to find a path, and he also has to see that white has no way to block him from doing everything he wants to do. That's an important point in this moment as well.
By the way, that blazer, what kind of a blazer is Darush winning? I see this
wearing the US Championship.
The St. Louis
US Chess Championships. Yep.
Really?
That's the one that you can find at QBoutiqueSTL.com.
Really?
Yep.
Do I get my 5% family and friends discount?
I did not get a swagger bag either.
That's what I'm saying. I missed out.
Why are the commentators not getting one?
I mean, I don't know. I think the players come
first. It's time to protest.
Yeah, it was strike. Probably a performance problem. Come on.
He's looking at it. Well, he's actually not looking
Alex. At it. No, I think
Look. He's looking for it.
Definitely
look
looking
at him.
at h5. Only if, you know what the problem is in this moment?
Yes.
Is things like fatigue.
Yes.
Right?
Sure.
You've been playing for hours. Right? You've been playing right now for 4 hours. Your brain has to remain fresh, but you know what happens. The air starts to get lighter in the room. You're hungry. Right. You feel the fatigue.
You got 1,000 reasons why.
You've been calculating variations for hours and hours.
Right.
And now you have to do one major calculation and hope there's no flaw. And you think, could I play a waiting move?
Right.
But the plus here for him is, what else do you do about the king marching to b5?
Okay, another question.
Yes.
h5, I go king e4. What do you do?
h5, well, I thought we were going to go h4 in that case.
But h4, I go king f5. And now it's a completely different story.
Hold on, I have to.
Because I'm connecting my pawns.
I got to draw it up because I hadn't given it a
Look at Alex. He's deep in it right now.
He seems to be
is deep in the analysis, looking through the forest and trying to come with a clear path out of the jungle. That's what he's looking at. Look at that. You can see he's focused on the variation. We were able to move the pieces. He has to do it in his head.
He seems pained. I was afraid of allowing h4, but you have a very concrete mission, right? You're just going to go after this guy.
Precisely.
King f5, so if I go h3,
King g5.
You snack a pawn. Wow. I can play rook h.
Rook a1,
Rook has
check,
to go.
and rook b2.
Correct.
And I think
Absolutely.
that finishes the game.
Yeah, if I have to play h2,
Again, rook
rook
check,
and
rook
yeah,
b1.
I have to go to a stupid square. You end up coming back.
And you take on a3, and now I defend king f4, but not only defend, also attack that pawn on h2 via g3.
Very nice.
So h4 is not playable.
h4, unfortunately, the desirable h4 is not playable. You're right. So it means after king e4, I have to transpose into our variation, which is to take.
Well, maybe you can go king g6.
Maybe I can go king g6.
You can still go king g6, right? Once you give a check, I go back. And now I'm asking you the question. If you take on h5, I take on a3, that should be a draw.
Right.
Even if you take my g5 pawn, by the way.
For example, just to show what Christian is talking about, these 2 versus none, the split pawns, this should be a table-based draw.
I'm not convinced, but let's assume it's a draw.
I
don't want to defend this position.
I don't want to either.
He might have to.
But he may.
I don't want
He
to
might
defend
have
this
to.
position.
What do you mean you don't want to? He might have to. What do you
Right.
play otherwise?
But again, this is the key. I don't think I asked you your opinion. Is Alex going to play h5?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he's
So-
looking at it. He's looking at it. His gaze is there. He's calculating everything. He cannot back down right now.
Exactly.
He cannot back down right now.
And let's just check in on the ladies' games for just a moment, as we've got 3 games remaining in the ladies section. We think Ashritha is going to properly defend knight and pawn versus exchange to hold the draw. We think that, unfortunately for Megan, she is going down against Katya Nemtsova, who has been a longtime tournament leader, recently passed by Carissa. And in the game between the 2 Annas, Anna Sharovich and Anna Zatansky, we haven't been able to make headway for Anna Zatansky, although she enjoys being a pawn to the good at the moment. And the last moves, by the way, have been knight to f4, gift me the pawn on e6. No, I want to maintain that pawn, and king to g2 by Sharovich. And let's see what's happened with our results. We'll start with the women. Christian, take us through a very eventful round thus far.
Well, Carissa has taken the bull by the horn, won her game, and is now in a clear lead, 6 points. 1
Irina
point
Krush could not
ahead
keep
of Irina Krush, but
could
only
not
half a point.
keep the pace as she
could
makes a
not.
draw against
She could
Nagy.
not from a favorable position, actually. But Katerina Nemtsova is still playing, and with a
Yeah.
win, she's going to be half a point behind the leader. We do have Paikidze versus Krush, that ended in a draw, and Cervantes versus Abrahamian, that
And
ended in a draw as well.
And how about in the open section? What are the results and where do we stand? These were the matchups.
Well,
all draw.
all of them draw. A very peaceful day at the office in the open section, but still 1 game left. Our predict a result game, actually.
How ironic that should be. I remember.
He played h5, by the way.
Oh my goodness.
We knew he was going to play h5. And there's the race.
before,
The race
and
is
now-
on, but he's calculated it, and he's going to have to play this line. It doesn't even matter because he just has to go for it, but he's calculated this ending to a draw. Darius didn't spend too much time capturing this pawn, by the way. King e4 was a move, but that didn't seem to work out in his favor, and there he goes with his king.
He's making a beeline for the b5 square so that his king will support the advance. And it's extraordinary that this king, all the way stuck on this h5 square, is going to make it all the way back to b8 just in time.
The thing is, in order to cut off the black king
Yes.
and win this endgame typically,
You want a rook
You need 3 full files. You need the king to be cut off where the rook is at least on the e file.
Right.
But you won't get your king to the e file, your rook to the e file. Or can you? Check.
Don't say that.
Let's take a look at this.
Okay, so we have king d4 on the board.
King d4, and let's analyze this line. g4 takes. King
c5.
No, wait, it's white to move.
Yes.
It's white to move, so the king gets
king
the
c5.
So right now we're expecting Darush to play either king c4 or king c5. I
right.
pick
So
c5
this is the tempo
because
you're going to lose. So g4.
G4 is like the only. Oops, excuse me. Otherwise, we just play king b5 and push the pawn. So we're going to take this pawn.
Right, and take.
Now we're going to play king
b5
here.
and king f5. And here's where you want to play f5. Here's where you want to play rook e3.
But then I go king f4.
And then I could, if I had my pawn on a4, rook e3 to stop the king would be really nice.
So you want to get to the c8 square. That's the technique in this ending. So king f4 is a bit more dangerous because you could get boxed out.
Right, no, I go king f5, I wait for you to go rook e3, and then I go
And
king
then
f4.
you go king f4. That's
Correct.
the point.
Okay. So if
Now-
I play a4, king
Then the
e6,
king comes back.
And then I understand where you're going. Can I cut your king off here?
You can, but I give a check, and once I put the king on the a file, I think as long as the king is
It's the
cut-
3-file rule.
Yes.
This
I think
is
I'm
the
okay
3-file
here.
rule.
I think I'm okay here.
Right.
You
king
wait.
back, and then you can do
King7,
all you want
Go
in this
all the way
position.
up.
Oops, sorry. You wait.
That's
you wait.
fine.
You wait.
That's fine. I still
And we
wait.
reach this. Oops, sorry. You wait. We reach this position, and then to liberate the king, you have to bring the rook to b8.
Precisely.
So you wait. The rook goes swinging over,
And the king
the
comes.
king is just. That's why we
And
need
this
to
is-
cut.
You need to do one more tempo, because when you play rook b8, the king would have been on d7 instead
And then we could
with
make
the extra file. But because you didn't have that extra file, your king cannot get out.
Exactly.
And that is the one tempo that cost him because he played rook b3 instead of having his pawn on a4 and rook on b4.
Gotcha. Oh my word!
That's gonna
Sometimes,
hurt.
Chess is so cruel that you could be working, slaving away for 6 hours, and one tempo saves the entire position
let's
and
go.
or loses
Could we
the
go?
position.
Could we go to that? By the way, just to show this point.
Okay,
If
at
white,
what moment?
If the moment when black played king f5, because black has
Right
to make
here.
a straight line to c8
Here
in
it
these
is.
endings.
Here it
So the moment here.
So white has just played the move king b5.
What if I go king f4?
So
all right.
king f4 is the question. If
Let's
you play
just see.
king f4, a4,
A4.
king e5, a5, king d6,
And now I can
king
shoulder you with king
b6.
d6.
Right.
But then I go king
But
d7.
no, because of a6. This is the
A6,
point. And king
you're
c8,
not in time.
a7, one tempo. So you have to have that little technique of king f5 followed by king f4.
That is so cruel.
That is precision, boy. That is what you got to know about those endings.
Oh, and again, to those in our audience, I mean, you doing all your work on your openings, and I appreciate that. But when you understand your endings, you are going to save half points galore by knowing your rook and pawn endgames, because these are the most frequent endings you're going to have in chess at the club and professional level. Rook endings, know them inside out.
And let's point out, again, the 3-file rule so that people can actually see it concretely. Lose a tempo for black in the position, Yaz, going back in the position. Right, so here, takes here, king f5.
Well, this is where we blundered with king f4, but king f5 was the right move.
No, rook e3, no, don't let him get in. Rook e3.
So king f5, good move. Rook e3.
Yes, and now don't give him king f4, exactly. Now play, and now you start checking, and just get everything.
And now we're gonna go, oops, sorry, we're gonna
king
wait.
back. Yeah, bring the king back to f7. That's important as well.
Wait.
You can't let rook e8 happen in this variation.
Okay.
So now you wait.
King a7, rook b2, a6,
Yeah.
b1, king a8.
So this is the exact same position only we moved the rook over a file
That's
and we
right.
kept the king
Precisely.
away from the A pawn. Now we set the table. We've got to bring our rook to B8. So after A7.
You can play rook C3 here, or rook, yeah, wherever you put it.
Yeah, okay. I think we did this last time, so let's be consistent.
Rook. And there's still tricks, by the way, right at the very end of this line. I remember there being a trick. So now you play this, now the rook.
And now we're released. Now
Yes.
the king can escape, so we're ready to queen
And now-
to promote the pawn.
Check.
And now check,
King A6.
king A6, check, king B6, and finally the check. And no, now the king is gone. So this is not a mating trick. I thought there was a... the
No,
rook
but
against
let's
rook.
go back. Let's go back. Instead of King D7, let's go King D6 as black.
Oh, very nice.
Right, that's the
Very
trick.
nice.
This is the trick.
That's the trick. Thank you. And
You
now
go
you
Rook
move the
A1.
rook.
Now you go King B7. You get the king to C8.
Right, the check, and you can't, and king A6 doesn't work this time.
You give another check.
Because you give another check, and when king goes to B6, then you check, your king is on D6.
Correct.
And you can't go to A5 because of check.
Or
and
C5, yeah.
And you're forced to go back to king A5.
And he played it. He played G4.
G4 is played. So that's that, but the king C8, and king C8 has a final
Check.
trick as well,
Yes. King to D8.
Let's get back.
And
Let's
now
get
rook
back.
to H1.
We don't see it, folks.
Yeah.
Wait, we skipped over it right there. Right here, after king D6, king B7, check, king here, check, king moves,
Rook to H1
rook
or
to
rook to
H1.
G1. Let's say rook to G1.
And now white has to play rook B6 check. And now when the king
has to go to C5.
King has to go to C5. Now you can play rook C6 check.
King has to go to B5.
The king has to go to B5, and now you can play rook to C8.
And
that is
finishes
the end.
The job.
You had other moves there, I think, but rook C8
Right.
finishes because now when you play check, king D7.
King
King C7,
King
excuse
C7.
me. Still more tricks. King C7, so that you don't get skewered, so you can play King B8. And finally, after all of that, that's that darn A pawn that we have to study because it's so hard to win. The other pawns, we just mosey on down, no problem.
Right.
But it's that A pawn that we have to study when you're looking at Levenfish Smyslov and all those rook and pawn endings that say, okay, this is the technique with this pawn. It's a hard pawn to queen. And when you know all these tricks, you know everything you need to know. Not everything you need to know, but what it is that we study in this particular
By the
ending.
way, guys,
Yes.
after king to B6 in that final position, let's just go there. Yasser, you left.
No, what this?
No,
what
the final position.
Final
All the way
position?
forward.
All the way
The one with the king
Oh
on
my
D6.
gosh.
Yeah, so
I
the one with the
thought-
king on D6, not on D7.
Got.
All
Oh,
the
yes.
way, yeah.
Okay, right here, king to D6.
Correct.
The last
Yes.
mini trick.
Let's go all the way.
My goodness.
Keep going. Rook to G1. Instead of
Okay, yeah, we were
rook to
playing
G1.
rook to G1.
Precisely.
Yes, and then we were playing check, and then we were playing check.
Keep going. All the
And
way
then we-
until the end.
This is it.
Yes,
This is
all the way.
over.
Do not pull after king to B6 a Fabiano Caruana and under promote into a rook.
Oh.
No, a rook. Don't
For fun?
under promote into a rook. A bishop, it's a draw. Yep.
I mean, they would be telling this tale for 500 years from now that the epileptic.
Nobody's
How do you even think about a move like
Why would you do that?
Well, here's the scenario.
Okay.
You play a blitz tournament,
Okay.
wilderness. Last 50 moves, you're playing on 1 second or like 5 seconds.
And you can't find a queen.
Where's the queen? Where's the queen?
Right.
You get a rook. I'm winning anyway.
Right.
Rook to B7, checkmate.
Right. And there was something like that in the Canadian Championship. For those of us who play a lot of blitz chess, it often happens that we don't have a queen handy, and we take a rook, and we turn it upside down
Exactly.
so it's on its head.
Exactly.
And we say queen, and promote that way. So there was a tournament in Canada, the Canadian Championships, where the opponent was holding the queen in his hands. So his opponent in time trouble couldn't find the queen. It was disappeared. He took the rook, turned it upside down on its head, said queen, and removed the pawn. the arbiter insisted that it was a rook.
Oh no!
Yes.
Yeah.
And it was, and it's,
I've seen
and
that.
it was a draw.
I've seen that.
Oh.
Drawn game because the arbiter said, no, 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 no. You have to put a queen on the board, not an upside
A rook is a
down
rook, yeah. We're not in the park right here. Yeah.
Right. I mean, can you imagine?
You can put an inverse rook in the
how
park,
red
but
hot you would be after a decision like
A8
that.
rook b7, game over. Thank you very much.
And that arbiter was stalked and assassinated, but that guy went to jail.
Yeah, it was a
Painful.
15-year sentence, by the way. But no,
I'm sure the judge, after that happened, said,
no,
whoa,
if
whoa,
the
whoa,
judge
whoa.
who was a
The
chess
judge was a
player.
chess player. Come on, of
He
course.
said, no,
He could use a rook as a
justifiable-
queen.
justifiable homicide.
We're going to give him time off for good behavior.
Justifiable.
No way in the
Get out of here. Get out.
Uh-uh.
Next case. You got a case for us. What are you looking at?
Well, we got a queen trade in a position where you magically try to make a win if you are black, but it ain't going to happen. I mean, it's just knight and pawn, everything on the same side. The only target is f2. How do you maneuver here? Black will try her level
For a
best
long
because she
time.
can't lose, but there's just no construction that says you can win in this position. There
Gotta
we
put the
see-
rook on the second rank and then
Right,
try for something.
H4,
H4, get some more.
Right.
H4, G4, G5, King G6, F5, G4.
It's true.
At
Lots
some
of rook.
point, maybe something is going to happen. I've seen worse.
We have seen worse.
I've seen
We've
worse.
seen a lot
You've been
worse, so
studying
might as
my
well go for it.
I mean, sounds like you've been studying my games. Oh boy.
What about Anna?
Let-
Anna Zatansky seems to be
Exactly.
pulling through in that game with that extra
Oh,
pawn.
really?
Our opponent messed up.
Feels like it.
No.
Definitely feels like it.
Oh no, what's going on? So, hold on. Rook F1, King E8. So the king is actually getting liberated, but
King
isn't
is finally out. I'm
Knight
very happy.
H5? No, Knight H5. I can't play Knight H5 and Rook F7. That looks very desirable to hunt down that G7 pawn. But Knight H5 is walking into, I guess, Rook C7. Does that make any
Rook
sense?
C7.
What she did instead is she brought her knight back. Still looking to play
But
Rook
even
F7.
just 1 second. Even with the rook on C7, that seems very passive.
It does.
So why not Knight H5? Keep the rook passive.
I'm thinking the same thing. Well, let's just catch up with the players to see. Oh my goodness! Now Rook G3 check
Ooh. And
makes
that
all
means
the
another
difference in the
pawn.
world. Oh,
Depending
oh,
on
oh.
where you put the knight.
Right.
If you go
exactly.
to C5, I think that end well.
And what did she do? She
put
put
it
her
on
knight back.
E5.
She put her knight back to E5, and again, Rook F7 is on White's agenda, and we do have the position.
Immediately denied with Knight D6.
Yeah, we
no
don't.
Rook F7.
No Rook F7.
You're not activating that rook.
And once again, we're seeing the knight coming to F5 where it blocked the rook and will. This feels
That is
good.
the big problem.
This feels very good
That is the big
suddenly
problem.
for White. And should Anna, in this moment, have actually played her knight? By the way, this is breaking the rule. The rule is in these rook and knight endings, you want your knight centralized.
Mm-hmm.
So, squares like C5 and E5 immediately pop to mind. But the difference here is that the knight on H5 requires the rook to be passive. Now, how do we get our rook?
This is still not over, by the way.
No.
Black might still be winning
A lot
this
of work.
position.
A lot of work ahead, but
A
best
much
chance.
better option.
Much better option.
for White.
Lenderman, by the way, is so much closer to his draw now
Than
in his
before.
game against Darius because Darius
Let's
played
jump into it.
King B4 and Rook H6, hoping to block the king laterally, but this is definitely drawn.
Okay, so we saw that we were expecting our main moves were King B5 and A4 so that we could support the pawn, could get an A5 ASAP. Darius played King B4 with the idea of activating his rook and protecting his pawn. Now he's cut the king. Usually we like to cut the king on the file, something like cutting the king on the, say, E file. Here his idea is to cut the king on the rank so that the king cannot get back to C8. Why is this a bad idea, Maurice?
King D5.
King David 5, A4.
Rook check.
And I have, unfortunately, to step in front of the pawn, not the desire.
And now in the worst case, I can play rook. I'm thinking I could just play rook b8. And this is over, as we expected, Nemtsova with a big win to now only be a half a point out of first. She's having the tournament of her life right now. +3, no losses whatsoever in the women's section. The only player to have gone unblemished. A fantastic score. She will have control of her own destiny as she plays Carissa Yip in the last round. So she's taking care of business as she needs to. Fantastic play by her. Let's get back to this endgame, yes, because I think it's a straightforward draw. Rook b8 should draw easily.
Why? Because after king a6, if you give me a check, then, okay, this is the current position. This was where we left it.
But I don't want to go rook to b8.
You do not want to go to rook to b8.
I don't like that move too much.
Because you did have this as a possibility that I thought was very interesting. Rook to b8, king here, king to c5.
Right.
But if you don't like rook b8, what would you like, Christian?
But then I go king to a7.
Clear. But what would you like, Christian, as a move for black at this moment? Maurice is agitating for rook b8.
But
I mean,
I don't understand. How do you?
I want to go king a6.
That might be a draw as well.
King a6
so rook to
and
b8, that's fine. You go king a6, king c5, king a7.
King a7, rook.
And now I'm starting to check you from the side. Just rook to g8.
Check me from the side. Oh.
This might be it.
You don't even need this. This is definitely one. The problem is, what is the max? There's the rook. No, it will end up being checks on the side regardless.
Correct. Here you actually.
Because the rook, you have to play for rook b6.
Rook b6 is going to be played.
Yeah, you're going to play within a small window.
How do I play for rook b6?
No, if you keep the rook on the b file as black, as the defensive side, if you keep the rook on the b file, then we're going to be seeing, so for example, rook to b1. Let's just play that move.
Then eventually I will play
a5, king c5, let's say, and now you go rook to b6.
Your only chance.
Right. I will one day.
But now I can just simply go rook
even
to
rook
a1.
a1 is possible here.
This seems to be very easy.
Are you sure?
That's fine. Rook to b2.
Why?
That's fine. Rook to b1. That's fine. Rook to b2. Keep going.
By the way, we just should look at the clock here. It's 22 seconds left for Dariush, and he's played king a5, so we've got that. He's never going to get in lose on time. It's just a question of accuracy. And Yasser, did you just trick Christian? We didn't get a chance to see the trick. Let's see the trick. Let's show the trick. Let's show the trick. You can't have a moment where you have a special guest.
Studio. Let's get to it.
I remember the trick, Yasser, because you
is with Maurice Ashley.
How
Maurice,
Christian
take it over.
Blew that end game. One person who did not blow her game, however, is Katerina Nemtsova, which let me just get that final position on my screen, who we have in studio. She's had a fantastic performance so far, going +3 with no losses. Katerina, you must be thrilled with your performance up to this stage.
Yes, I think I'm still processing that I actually won a game after so many draws. So I'm very happy.
Now, given that, you did have a weird opening. You played knight b3 in the opening, which we weren't...
It's not a main line?
No.
Confused yourself.
No, we were certainly confused to see this move, and especially queen e7 would have given you some fits in this position.
So Megan kind of tricked me, and she went knight f6, which was very unexpected. I was expecting like early to go that she's gonna go bishop c5, which she played here. So I wanted to trick her back. The problem was I wasn't sure about my lines.
I see, because castles is the normal move that was played over 5,000 times. Your move was played about 30 times.
Because I wanted to stop c5. I mean, the movement makes sense, but I don't know if queen e7, if it's tactically wrong.
No, castles is just the line. That's just the main line. But knight b3 would allow queen e7, and you would be on skates almost immediately. Well, thankfully, she played very solidly, and we predicted she would play solidly with bishop e7 and castles, which seemed very normal. But then you started outplaying her and got the typical advantage in this in this opening. So you dominated. You must have felt good when you finally got a pawn on e7.
Yes, that was a very good feeling. I was not sure about my knight c3 move, but I remember when I was actually analyzing my previous game with Talia, I should have got to this structure, but I didn't go for it because I wasn't sure how strong it is, so I analyzed it a little bit more. And now I was like, oh, I can have the structure again and like repeat and improve. So I thought this is better, but I wasn't sure how big of an advantage I have here because black is very solid.
Right, so you got to go through, and then she played as sharp as she could, but soon this pawn got, now h6 is a blunder according to the engines.
And e7 as well. I thought it's the point that I can push the pawn.
Hard to imagine exactly why that would be a mistake.
I can imagine queen f7, perhaps? Was that a main move for you?
Queen f7, then I can always capture and take on c6, and knight d8 are threats?
Not sure, not sure.
The engine
e7 certainly has my attention.
The engine saying e7 can be met
bishop f6.
by king h7, king h1. As played, that bishop d4 was a mistake, but instead bishop f5 was better and still holding, apparently, which, if we're confused, then it doesn't matter. It was
I thought that
tricky nevertheless.
Bishop takes d4, I have a very nice structure because the pawn on e7 is fantastic.
Right.
But then at some moment I was like, wait, is there like a fortress that I cannot actually push through? But luckily I had the h4, h5.
Yes, exactly.
I was a little bit scolding you here.
Oh no, for playing c3.
For
I know,
c3.
I know.
I mean, you just, all you have to do is establish a rook on f8. The c2 pawn, as it turns out, obviously got you with your bishop lording over the position on c5.
But even c3, bishop e4, and then rook f1 instead of king g1.
Thank you, Christian, you're on my side.
No, of course. I mean, this is still completely winning, right?
It is completely winning. Even c3 doesn't
But with
spoil
c3,
anything.
bishop e4, now king g1, I think, was the loss of tempo, which is quite important. Because you can go rook to f1.
Still go
I was scared that after rook f1, she's going to go something like rook b8, and now I cannot go rook f8 because of checkmate.
Guys, it's all winning. It's all winning
It's
anyway.
all winning.
It's all winning, all of it, all of it.
All of it.
A big win for you. You're half a point out of first, keeping the pressure on Carissa, who had a big win today as well. You got 3 rounds with a rest day. You've been telling us, just play my best. But you're only 3 rounds from winning a championship.
Yeah, it's working. I mean, I'm surprised by my play. I'm definitely not complaining, very happy. I'm so happy there is a rest day tomorrow because I'm exhausted. Yesterday's game with Tata was extremely exhausting, today as well, so I really needed that extra day.
You get black against Irina and you get black against Carissa. That's going to be a tall order.
Big challenge.
It's okay. Whatever I get, I'm going to play my best.
All right. Congratulations and good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Our congratulations too, Katja. Very fine performance indeed. Only overshadowed by an incredible performance of the 18-year-old Carissa Yip, who has been
half a point in the lead still.
Fantastic.
Fantastic last couple of rounds. But let's get back to that endgame, Yasser.
Absolutely.
And
I'll try to wash away the stain of our previous analysis.
Well, look, he knows without any doubt, this young GM, that this is a draw.
Right.
And
this is what this is what I was saying about Alex Lenderman, that again, he's not known as the world's greatest endgame expert or anything like that, but he's schooled, schooled in these types of endings, and his h5 g4 was right on the mark all the way through.
Absolutely, you got his
H7
chance.
was played. Now the easiest way is to just go rook to a8.
Check.
Check. Exchange the rooks. And go king c6.
That actually works.
Don't encourage him.
No, that one we are schooled on as well. The king c6
and he's
technique.
going for it.
And here it comes.
Wow.
Here it comes. King c6 is the perfect defense, and there's nothing. Now we do have a draw coming quite shortly. It will happen, and he knows it. Right now, he knows it for a fact that he has saved an incredibly difficult game.
Wow. No, sometimes you just got to tip your hat. I mean, Dariush will feel like this one got away from him, and
the rook
in some ways
B3
it did. But you got to give Alex a great deal of credit for calculating such a difficult line, and he is saving a tough game.
Yes. His
And
last
for-
look, just to make sure that what he knows about these endings is right, that King C6 draws.
And
But
for Alex, this saving of the half point is huge for
Oh,
the tournament
man.
your standings. Oh my goodness.
He had a very difficult opening.
He did. He certainly did.
nothing to do now, as your king will be trapped in, or you lose your pawn. Or Black's king will get in front with King A6, King C7, and your king goes to B5. The Black king gets in front of the A pawn, which we know this pawn, the problem pawn on the board, the A and H pawns in these kind of endings so often, they can be positives. When there's a knight, you want the A pawn.
Right.
But when they're almost every other end game, you don't want to have the A pawn because it just creates so many issues trying to win the game. It's not going to be superior because you can't go to the other side of the pawn because there's no board over there.
First round of these U.S. championships were in the open section all draws because we have been fated and treated to an enormous number of decisive games. So suddenly we were saying, here we are the day before the rest day. The players are going to give it the best, give it their all, and they did, but nobody won.
What happens if Dariush runs out of time in this position?
He's not going to run out of time.
You know,
and that's a draw.
in Blitz, we would say draw,
That's still a draw.
but I'm not sure. Is it absolutely the case?
It's still a draw.
Of course,
in
it is.
classical?
He has no
It's
mating
still a draw.
material, so
No
it's a
mating
draw.
material.
No mate.
All right.
I would be afraid to play him.
I would never play King C8.
I just
I'd
go
never
King
play
C8, King C7, give me the
C7.
draw.
And I would say, look, I'd say to the arbiter, oh, I get to stalemate
Stalemate
you.
on the board and the end. Terrific fight.
And by the
Wow.
way, let's go back to that position because I was
Which
checking
position?
a little bit how to make the draw if you stay on the B file.
Right back here.
Yeah. The mistake that I made, and that's it.
Yes?
That's it. Keep going. Keep going. Keep
Backwards
going
or
with
forwards?
with your idea of winning this position.
Okay.
Rook to B1, right?
Right, rook to B1. Okay.
I think this is what it was.
And I
then
was
he
trying to play
going-
A6.
Correct.
And you were waiting,
Exactly.
and you're still waiting for me. And then I said, ha-ha.
And now the move is Rook B6
Oh.
with the same idea.
As the game. You're
As the game.
transposing
Exactly the
directly
same
into the
position.
He
as in the
learns.
Ah.
I
it
always say.
lives. Just for everybody else's amusement,
Oh, wait a minute. Wait. Wait a minute. We have this
We're
graphic.
not interested in
We
this.
have this
the
graphic
quality
to
of my
show.
life. I tell you,
Wow.
Not interested in this.
You know,
Acapulco cliff diver, right here.
it's the adventurers.
second time that it's happened.
It's the bold adventurers that cause
Profiles and
that
courage.
cause change and progress in this world. The ones who are willing to
Innovation.
step out
Creative.
away from the pack.
I'm not even watching. I don't even know what's happening over there.
You know, the thing
We're
is,
going to call this the lowlights of our broadcast, not the highlights.
the ones, it's the thing about those, you know, the crowd pleasers,
Right.
And the ones who the followers.
We
That's
just,
what it is.
we
The
just go
followers.
We just go along to
Go
get
along with
along.
popular
That's what we're all
opinion.
about.
It's got a
We're the
Maverick, that's the
we
word.
are the popular crowd. You know.
All right,
Nice.
let's get back to the games,
ladies.
guys.
How many
wisdom,
games?
wisdom, Yasser. That's
Wisdom.
always
Back to the
just
games.
incredible.
That was the first thought that came into my mind. Sorry, we've got 2 games remaining in the ladies section, and let's see. Whoa! Oh my gosh! Blunder alert!
Okay,
Holy
all right.
smokes!
All right. That
We
is the
are on the game.
Eswaran versus Tokyo
Ashri-
Nova.
No, Ashritha, right? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Ashrita Eswaran, yes.
Yes. Okay, we got the best that Begum could do. She doubled her rooks on the second rank, which we thought
Black needed a miracle.
Absolutely.
In this
and
position.
she got it. She played the move rook e2. Now, in this exact moment, came this move, and rook takes e3, and oopsie daisy, look what we have.
But I'm still not sure this is winning, by the way.
What?
Just put the knight on h3, and I'm not 100% sure you make any progress.
That looks dangerous. I got problems with that.
I have a lot of. You could have put the knight on h3 a long time ago and kept the pawn on e3 too.
Of course,
right?
No, I mean, this is something to play with.
That was a disaster.
Oh, I think this is winning actually. Well, one person who certainly knows about endgames.
It's Alex Lenderman, who is with Maurice Ashley right now.
Indeed, with Alex Linderman, who stays right there at the top of the leaderboard thanks to this draw. Alex, I got to tell you, I was the only one in the studio who had confidence in you that you were going to pull it off, coming from Brooklyn, and your fine play. Congratulations on that. But I will say, you did have me scared, and I imagine you were scared too.
Oh yeah, definitely the game didn't go according to plan. I thought the move Queen C7 in the early in the opening might be a surprise to him. It's not the most common move. The most common move there is Knight H6, and there's some other moves, but Queen C7 I think is very interesting. I worked a lot on that line, and the main line actually after Queen C7 is C3, but Dariush pretty quickly played D3 and C3, which I believe is actually the most difficult line for Black, and it was a bit disappointing to me that he knew the line, and he played it so quickly. And yeah, I knew that this endgame might be a bit difficult for Black. I think this is kind of the best White can get in this line. I came to the conclusion that it's kind of holdable, but actually I think there is one new. I'm not sure if E5 was in my prep, because the thing is, I think I remember a position that maybe it's Queen takes B6 first, and then E5, and then I think I'm going Knight E8. And I think I vaguely remembered something like that. And then, of course, there's also Queen takes, something like that. And then there's also Bishop E3 instead, or Bishop F4. But I think E5 right away, maybe I didn't analyze. Because the thing is, now I can't play Knight E8 because of Queen H4, right? So I have to take on D4, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Queen H4, I think it should be bad.
Bishop H6 and Knight G5.
Right, so I'm pretty sure I have to take on D4. But then after he took on D4, I realized, wait a second, I remember that in the other line, he's taking on B6 and I have different pawn structures. So I realized, probably I'm not playing Knight E8 here. And then, of course, I had a deep think because I have to compare Rook E8 or Knight G4, and maybe even some Knight D5 position. Yeah, and I guess I misplayed it slightly, and maybe I didn't go for the right idea, and and ended up having to suffer, and I thought somehow I'll still get good drawing chances, but then it became quite difficult, and I think in a lot of lines, I was surviving by a tempo. So yeah, I mean, obviously this didn't go according to plan, but all things considered, obviously at this point, I'm very happy with to survive this with a draw.
Right, this endgame looked horrible for you, and as you said, you managed to survive. In the end, he gave you this endgame that we all have to study, the rook cutting off the king by 3 files, the A pawn going down. You went into a deep think. We saw you calculating before you played H5. Tell us about your thoughts at that moment.
Well, I wanted to make sure I'm not going into a losing line, right? I had a lot of time, that's the thing, so there was no point of rushing. That was the last critical moment, right? So, like, I can't use my time for the next game. So, given the fact that it was probably the last critical moment of the game, it made sense to try to really make sure and not miss a detail, right? Because in a lot of lines, I was actually making it by a tempo. I was making a draw in that line, right? So I wanted to make sure I didn't skip a move for him or something like that, or for myself, right? So I just was double checking my calculation. But I'm pretty sure I have to play this H5 idea anyways. So yeah, it's.
If I can ask you, Alex, just your instinct in this exact position after you played H7, H6, did you think you were drawing or losing?
Honestly speaking, I never thought I was losing, but I didn't want to believe that. I think in this particular position, I thought I was drawing, because I saw a lot of lines where he gets the king to B5, but then I thought I have always, when I'm taking on F3, he takes on A4, I have ideas like Rook F4 trying to exchange into an endgame, pawn endgame, or even H5, and then I get counterplay. And I was fairly certain that I'm drawing there, but yeah, of course it's quite. And then, of course, he was thinking for a long time here, trying to find something. I looked at F4 for him as well, but...
Yes, this was our main move, and this was the line we thought has chances.
Yeah, here's the thing, though, about F4. So it's actually very important that I don't automatically exchange the other pawn, right? Because otherwise, I'm going to be stuck with that a4 pawn. That's
right.
Normally, I'm happy, down in the pawn to exchange the pawns, right, in the endgame.
Right.
But in this particular structure with that pawn on a4 so misplaced, my only chance is getting counterplayed because of the g4 pawns. So I think here I was going to play something like king f6 and wait. And I didn't see for sure how... Yeah, king g5. I mean, yeah, rook g2. Yeah, rook takes b2. Like that? Uh-huh. Okay. Like this, yeah.
This is faster by a tempo, for sure. It depends on a4.
So what's happening? Is he actually winning here?
No, which is the most amazing thing of all.
Here was a tempo that you did lose by.
But there was it wasn't this still the rook a2, rook
No,
a3?
this is the line where we got to king b6 and a7.
Okay.
Yeah. And actually
before the king could get
right,
over.
and actually that position, if he gets king b6 and a7 in that endgame, I think that might be losing, right? Or
Yeah,
maybe
that's losing.
That's losing, yeah. That's what I thought. That's why I was thinking a long time, right? Because at first I thought, yeah, he's getting that in, but then I realized he's not, right? It was like tempo, right? I can't. That's a position I just can't miscalculate.
Right.
Otherwise, I lose, right? So, but the thing is, I didn't really see what else I can do anyway. So I kind of had to play this way.
Exactly.
Fortunately, he brought his rook back to the for the b3 square, and that pulled you by a tempo and gave you the forced line.
Yeah,
here.
no, this is a lucky break. Just the fact that the lines kind of survive. I'm surviving by a tempo.
I apologize.
Normally, in order to get into the top 3 or especially win the tournament like that, you need some lucky breaks at some points. So the fact that I was able to win that endgame against Sam, at the end it was like 50-50 if I'm gonna win it, and then to survive this one, I mean, I feel like in terms of endgames, I feel like luck has gone my way, and now hopefully I'll be able to play better next few rounds.
Got a rest day to think about it. 3 rounds to go.
I definitely need that rest day after these last 4 games, and especially this long-suffering game.
Who do you play to close out the tournament?
Yeah, so I'm playing double white against Sam Shankland, and then I'm playing against Fabi, and then I'm playing in the last round against Lazaro Brazon. So yeah, it's not easy,
path.
but we'll see. I like the fact that I have 2 whites, so.
Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank
Get
you
your
so
rest.
Much. Thank you.
Absolutely, Alex. Congratulations. And the sprint to the finish, we'll be watching you closely. Sometimes that's what it takes. You need luck to win a great tournament, like this. And let's go back to the ladies' games. Let's jump into the game of Zatansky right away.
She's about to win that game now.
Whoa.
She has collected almost all the pawns. Rook to c4, and this is an easy technical win.
She's
How many
winning.
pawns is that? 2 pawns, 2 extra pawns, probably 3 soon to be.
Let's see what happened. Anna, we got here, and Anna had issues. She lost the d4 pawn. She went after the a6 pawn, but oops.
I think
that was the crusher move, that knight takes b4. Check. I think we can see a resignation in the not too distant future as, this is a strange thing. When Anna Zatansky just survives the opening, she survives her time trouble mismanagement, and she just plays chess. She's a formidable player.
Of course.
She's very, very good. I mean, I'll go so far as to say very strong IM player.
Well, Anna was
playing
2,500 FIDE at one point.
Exactly. Capable of playing much better, but her openings have been terrible. She's getting terrible positions out of the opening, and her time management has always been terrible. But give her positions that she's just playing chess like she got today, under no particular pressure, and she can play with the best of them.
Absolutely, and even if you get a terrible opening, you will get your chances in these events. Nevertheless, her time management was disastrous.
It was
and has been disastrous for a few years right now.
Don't I know it? 2016, we were in Baku, and I would come to the ladies. I was the team captain of the ladies. The first thing I would check in on, bring the teas and the chocolates and making sure the players are comfy and everything. They got their pens. I was looking at Anna's clock. I saw 60 minutes. I was like, great. Oh, this is wonderful.
More than enough.
I saw 8 minutes. Oh, no. Another one of those bad days at the office. Talking about bad days at the office, Maurice, as a Shritha lost it.
No, still a long way to go. She put the best defense she could. But I want to point out this position where she made a mistake. Easy mistake to make. Here, she played the move knight f3. It's the most natural looking move on the board, but you have to calculate what your opponent will do next. Knight f3 runs into rook to e2, and how do you stop rook takes e3?
Whoops.
You just don't. Rook takes e3 is coming on the next move, and there's really nothing here
to be done.
To do. The correct move at this point was actually knight b3.
What?
Nobody wants to move their knight away from the action like that. What? Huh?
No.
But what do you do if you're black? Because if you now try rook to e2, there's a knight c5 check problem.
I think knight c1 is the problem.
Oh yeah, in this position, you're right. Sorry, my bad. Rook to e2 does allow knight c1 here, and that would be a straightforward fork. So you can't play rook to e2. So a knight b3, excuse me, as I get this position back.
Yes.
Here, knight, okay. All right, so let me just get the actual game. So this is the position. If you play knight b3, rook here, you can go back with check, forcing the king away. And when the king leaves, then you can start attacking again. Your knight gets to great squares, and there's no progress. You can even put the knight back on h3, as we mentioned before. Easy. And there goes a resignation in this game.
Right.
A great win for Anna. So knight b3, it looks dangerous, but it's the most flexible square for the knight. It's aggressive, it's hitting the rook, it's threatening knight c1, it's chasing the king off of that square, and it's impossible to dominate it. But you feel scared moving your knight away. We've known those endgames where you move the knight away and you end up losing this piece. But the knight always has d4. It can come back to the square depending on where the rook goes. So the rook has no aggressive square for it to worry about. c2, it can go back to d4 and just chase the rook, and it just simply has maximum flexibility. In the present position, with rook e5, this knight is on h3, there's a pawn here, she's keeping some activity. You've got to get some kind of g5 break to disturb this knight to get your win. But white is fighting terrifically in this endgame, trying to hold her opponent back. It takes some time. I'm not sure it's even winnable.
Wow, I had just been very, very dismissive. I appreciate that the knight on h3 is the best defensive square, but I thought rook versus 3 against knight versus 3, with or without the extra pair of rooks, it doesn't make any difference. It's a win.
But what she has to do, Tokirjonova that is make 10, 15 moves really quickly. Gain
like
some
the
time.
Alex Lenderman Fabiano technique, the school of chess.
Gain some time.
You play some quick moves.
And then start thinking about ways to make that g5 break happen.
Right.
Because if you time it wrongly and you have only 3 minutes and 30 seconds right now on the clock, and you give up a pawn, then you might end up actually in trouble.
Yeah, no, you
don't do that.
No.
10, 15 moves, gain some time, gain like 5 minutes on the clock.
Right.
You can do that. White is not threatening anything in this position. And after that, think of ways to make g5 happen. I don't see how you can do it, but there has to be a way. You're going to get this rook off the 6th rank, the other one on e7. There's ways, obviously. It's not going to be easy. It probably is a technical draw.
My knowledge of rook and knight, or rook versus knight, pardon me, I want to say king and rook versus king and knight, is the knight has to stay close to the king. If the king and knight get separated, the rook can trap the knight and the king will pick it up. In this position, I would never have played the move knight b3 because I want the knight as close to the king as possible. I don't like the square f3. I always like my knights to have protected squares, meaning squares that are protected by the pawn. I would have played knight e6 in a nanosecond with the idea of putting the knight on f4, not necessarily because I want to put the knight on h3, but with the knight on f4, I'll be hitting g6 and h5, and there I do think the draw is all but assured. That's 4 versus 3, not the 3 versus 3. So,
are you sure? Like, what if we aim for your knight in that situation?
How so, Maurice?
I guess if I play rook a5, you'll bring your knight back to d4?
Could I kick your king out of dodge, first of all? I mean, this king kind of bugs me a little bit.
Yeah, and now you go rook a2 and you have to go back to f1.
Right?
No, you cannot win this position. I mean, knight to b3, knight to e6. There is multiple ways.
But hold on, I think you were about to make a point that if I did go to f4, then something bad could happen to
I was trying to go for a g5 break.
G5,
but
gift
knight takes on h5, and now your knight is coming back, is it?
I'm taking another.
If I take on if I take here on h4?
Give me a Slurpee.
And then if king...
This is who's
you're
playing.
You're going back to the same square.
I once saw Larry Christensen lose 2 pawns and a knight versus a rook.
No, the fact I'm trying to trap your knight. So this is the point: is it trappable? But it's not.
So. I would be stunned if it were. I mean, no problem.
No,
and if your king is going back to f5, then I'm thinking I can go up, or again, I can activate my rook in any case. But that's not what happened. Let's get to the game position, because I'm a little bit surprised that there's any difficulty whatsoever for black here. Why is it so difficult for black to prep the move g5?
Well, I'm going to take on h5 at the right moment. So, is white to move right now?
Right.
What is the best defense? Do you leave the knight on f4? It feels like you have to do it.
So rook b4.
So that g5 is...
What if you just play rook b4?
Rook to b4.
No, she played rook c6.
All right, same.
Wait, let's just wait and see how you make progress.
Gain some time.
Gain some time.
That's fine.
Rook
to
b7. Very quickly played, by the way.
All right, so rook a6.
That looks like a very good and quickly played.
See, the difference here also, as far as the clock is concerned, is that Seirawan is not the one who's down on clock. Remember, Fabiano Caruana milked his lead on the clock to make the defense harder for Ray when the time came to find exact moves.
Exactly.
It is not the case here. Here, Seirawan has plenty of time. So any trick, you gain a little bit of time here, and I see she's gaining time, but she got her 30 seconds, but she's not getting 30 unless she plays instantly. So if the rook moves to c6, you got to play rook a7 immediately.
Right.
That's how you get your
to
time.
Gain the 30
seconds. So you can get more, maybe 27 seconds, let's say.
Right,
but you play it instantly. You have to do that instantly without repeating the position. You don't want any repetitions on the board. So you can do that. You have to do it immediately. But then at some point, you're going to have to think. So I'm surprised that actually Ashrita is stopping here. In this moment, she could just play rook b6.
So mentally, you've got to have some kind of a pre-move in mind. If she doesn't make any moves that necessarily threaten anything, we're going to play rook on f5 to b5 right away.
Yes.
So you get the whole 27 seconds, as you say. I mean, physically, it takes a second or two for you to put the move on the board.
Okay, I see a plan.
Okay, please.
I see a plan. You get the rook from d7 to f7. Put the king on h7. And then at the right moment, you go g5.
Well, precisely.
Double up on the f file, so that whenever white takes and exchanges those pawns on h and f pawns, the f file opens up.
But then she just put a rook on a2. So
Okay,
that
that's
plan
fine.
Doesn't work.
Well, no, because if you don't keep the rook on the 6th rank, then I'm going to keep my king on h6.
So, okay, just give me the dream position. I like the king going to h6 so that when you play the move g5, we're not blundering the h5 pawn.
Precisely.
Okay, so you like, but did you want to put the rook on? So what's the setup?
Put the rook on e7, that's fine.
Okay.
You can put the rook, you have time.
And I'll pass. I'll just make a pass move.
King h7, king g7, sorry.
Okay, I'll make another pass move.
King h6.
And I'll make another pass move. So you get everything
now g5.
you want,
Well, actually, no, not yet. I'm not playing g5 yet. Rook f7.
Because there's a rook b6.
Now you put
rook
now
f7.
this I thought was the maximum you might be able to get.
It probably is.
And if you have g5 on the board, I think you've improved a lot. My question for you, though, Christian, is if I play rook here.
And this might be the way to hold the draw, because king h7, now you go back to the second rank.
Exactly. And then
Also-
your h-pawn.
Also, let's say I gave you your position. Could we see that?
Pardon me?
let's say I gave you that position.
This
you get
position.
G5 successfully.
Oh, excuse me. So
I'm going to play a stupid
Rook
move.
F. Yeah.
I'm not going to compete. I'm going to let you get your Rook F7.
Rook F7.
And I'm not going to compete.
You're not competing. Okay.
G5, I'll take it.
Okay.
And bring the knight back.
Okay. So this is like, by far. I mean,
The
I
best
think
you
you're
can get.
yeah, by far. I think you're giving me even too much.
Yeah,
actually,
I'm just wondering what the plan is now.
I think you might have over done it a little bit. H5, King
H5.
Getting slowly closer,
It feels
closer.
like you're right there.
That's still there? Really?
Yeah, I mean, the knight. But let's not hold her up too long. We do have a special guest in studio.
This is going to be indeed a long endgame, but we do have Anna Zatonsky with Maurice Ashley.
Anna Zatonsky won a long endgame herself. I'm going down to 67 moves before finally putting it together. Anna, it seems like a tale of two tournaments for you. A little bit of a slow start, but now a couple of wins in a row.
Not in a row, I lost yesterday.
Oh, sorry. I wouldn't have reminded you of that, but you did get a couple of wins, bounce back wins for sure. How are you feeling about this this performance?
Okay, well, of course, much better than in the beginning, and I don't know, I hope I will get in shape, back in shape, and I hope we have still 3 more rounds, like play better than I played in the beginning. And I was in Europe, and probably it's a jet lag and a lack of practice. I have like plenty of excuses for my performance.
This game was very sharp. It looked like you were controlling the game. And then you took on G5 at some moments. You got G6 and...
Yeah, this was a mistake. I just forgot that my knight can jump not only on E4, but on F5.
Right.
So this was... Yeah, I played knight F5 later in the game, but at this point, somehow I just forgot that I can play knight F5.
Right, knight D6 instead of trading on the G5 square would have given you a strong position. You basically have stated it. It seems like you're just playing for form now, like just to play some good games.
Yes, I was like in the beginning, I was playing so fast, like even faster than Anna Sherevich. So like in the beginning, we had like almost 20 moves and spent like 15 minutes. I think yesterday I spent like 1.5 hours on 20 moves, something like that. So that I decided to play just fast and just make sure that I'm not blundering anything.
All right, well, that's worked out for you. We'll let you get your rest. We know it's been a long day, and the rest day tomorrow as well.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, enjoy your rest day, Anna. And what do we finally think about the game of Shritha? Can she hold it?
It seems holdable. I really don't see the way to make any progress. At some point, it feels like you're going to have to go G5. But when the recapture happens, if you don't recapture with the F-pawn, then that just seems like an easy draw.
Yeah, this is the worst. This is the worst. Some kind of situation where what we've managed to do only is split
separate
our
the pawns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that this means that the knight forever will have a very good square. So the one thing we want to be able to assure ourselves is that when we do play the move G5, we do have the F6 takes G5
Precisely.
recapture. Otherwise, nothing to say about it. Draw.
I think it matters, you know, Yasser, when you said the rook versus the knight, we got chances. But I think it matters a lot that white has a rook. Because that rook is able to disturb all the constructions that you want.
Oh no, without the rooks
without the rooks, you just waltz, right? And then you have chances. But with the rook, white's like, no, you can't get everything you want. And that rook keeps putting up really formidable resistance. And I think that's the difference. And I'm not even sure if you play passive that you necessarily lose, but there you have it. It looks very much like this should be drawn. Just the fact there's too many pawns on one, there's all about pawns being on one side, and the formation, there is no imbalance in the formation. It's FGH versus FGH. Black wishes, for example, that the H pawn were an E pawn, which would give her some fighting chances, but it's just not the case.
It seems to me that for black to win, you can't allow I'm going to have to put my king on H6.
Correct.
Full stop.
But
I'm
then
going to have to play
comes
G5.
on the 6th rank.
Correct. I'm going to have to play G5 and recapture with the pawn. So it seems to me it's absolutely necessary that I put a rook on the 6th rank in anticipation of putting my king on H6 and my pawn here. And I don't like my rook on f5. I'd actually much rather have the rook, for example, on e8. So if you would just allow me to do this for just a moment, let me just put my rook on on that square, and let me put my king on h6. This is where I'm ready.
Okay.
I'm ready. I'm ready for g5, and I've got this square covered, I got this square covered, and I'm not being harassed when I play h5 by your rook.
And we have rook a4 on the board, and right now she is eyeing that knight on f4. Maybe an exchange sacrifice, get a pawn, and hope that you can confuse your opponent in that rook endgame, which is still a draw. But that is a threat she has to deal with right now.
A potential threat.
Potential threat.
Right. I
think we're going to see king to f3. No, it doesn't lose, but...
Yeah, I really think that the rook on b6 is simply too strong, and I really think that black is required to kick that rook away from that square, and
the knight has fallen back to h3.
Just to avoid rook takes f4 potential sacrifices. I think that's a decent move, by the way.
Again, I don't like the fact that she's down to her last 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock. She needs to move faster than that. She's not winning time, she's losing time. And that's not a recipe for success.
No, it's not. And rook e4. Wow.
It's not easy to do. I mean, it's just not easy to do.
It's easy for us to say.
It's easy to talk about it, but
right.
She's trying to figure something out, and she's...
That's fine. Figure something out.
20 seconds.
But play faster. Gain some time. Don't lose time. Gain some time. Because at some point you know a break is going to happen. And the position is going to get much more complicated than it is right now. You need to have time to think when that happens.
Right.
So you're saying rook e8 right now. Quick,
Rook e8, rook e7, rook e8.
But she's going to move her king.
Yeah.
That's fine.
It's
Getting
almost
the
like
king up is good.
You have to have a pre-move. Like
All
what
right,
she's
but
done right now.
She's spent all the time. It's gone.
It's like ridiculous. She doesn't even have a pre-move in mind.
Exactly.
And this hesitation, what, are you afraid you're going to lose the game? Why
King
not play King
G7
G7 instantly?
Was supposed to be played in a second.
Right. And get those 27.
King G7, King F8, cover check.
Right, right.
So what we're saying then is stop thinking about the board. Like
Make
right now,
a
check.
lot of
So she was at
series of
157. Let's see what she gains any time on the clock right now.
She should have anticipated this rook check, and she should already have King H6 or King F8, whatever.
The problem
on
right
the
now
board.
with King F8 is kind of, well, you're also allowing Knight F4 instantaneously.
And then I'm
20
prepared
seconds.
to sacrifice in exchange.
You're not winning any time.
Wow.
King to G8, that's fine. That's fine. Play it.
She gained 3 seconds.
That's all. That's not enough.
She gained 3 seconds.
That's
playing King G8.
Not enough, because at some point you're going to reach that 50 move threshold. And you're going to panic because you have to do something.
No, 50 moves. She can play G5 eventually.
That's the problem. It's not that easy to make G5 happen. And if you play it
By the way,
in the wrong way, it's
Isn't
just
she
going to be a
threatening
draw.
G5 right now?
I think she was.
She was.
I think she's found the position she wants, and she wants to play G5.
King F7.
King
Quickly,
F7.
instantly,
at
let's
2
go.
minutes.
Let's go, King F7. Whew. That
She
cost her.
gained 17 seconds there.
She should have gained closer to 20, I think. That move, King F7, should have been way faster.
Critical moment for Ashrita, because if she doesn't play Knight F4, G5 is actually coming.
Right?
She hasn't. Okay.
So Rook can come back to E7.
Okay, Rook E7 followed by G5. Yes.
Right. Like play Rook E7 instantly now. Now you don't want to trade rooks. That would make the task
way too difficult.
Much easier.
Much easier. I think Ashrita is going to play Rook G4, anticipating G5, and then maybe takes and
no,
G4
Rook A6,
herself.
Rook A6. Rook A6, and after G5, the exchange happens, and Rook H6.
Nice. Yes, I
think this
no,
might
then in
be
that
the
case,
best.
I'll play King G7.
Rook
But
takes
then you'll play
H5.
Knight F4. Okay, I get. Oh, sorry. What?
No, Rook takes H5.
No, I was saying that instead of G5, because your move Rook H6.
King G7. Yes, yes. But then Knight comes back to F4.
Precisely.
There's no more threat of sacrificing the exchange.
Levon doing his very best Borat imitation, so I appreciate.
So you see, she had an idea. She made it very concrete.
And
She was
then
about to
stop.
execute. Now she's here. She
And
doesn't know,
stop.
but she doesn't know what to do because G5 doesn't work.
G5 exactly at this moment doesn't work.
And she thought it would have. So she had clearly figured out what she wanted to do using her time. But now she's looking at it going, wait.
G5 is a move. Okay, G5 is a move. It can be played.
Yeah, I have it on my board.
But does it work?
I have it on my board. This is what she's looking at. If she tries to advance the pawn to G5 in order to contain the knight, something that she's aspiring to do, and I think that this is in fact a threat, G5 takes H4. What
And
she
rook H6
realizes
has
is
to be
that
played.
a trade, rook H6, you've got to play G4
G4
now. And then after the knight goes to F4,
rook E5.
Rook E5 to protect the pawn. Can she somehow magically drive the king away, drive the rook away? Pardon me. Like, I'm trying to play this.
Well, if you go there, maybe I can go.
That's
H4
what I'm trying to
directly.
play.
Right.
I'm playing for H4,
but the idea being that as white, I'm going to wait for you to go king to G7.
Okay.
So that whenever you push H4, I have the move rook to G6 check.
Party pooper. Gotcha. So you're going to wait, maybe with a move like this.
She played?
And then
King back to G8. She's not sure.
Not ready yet to play G5.
Gotcha.
We are at move 88.
Again, she has a minute and 16, or how much? A minute and 50 seconds on the clock. Not enough.
She took on E3 on move 66.
Okay.
And no pawn or capture, pawn move or capture has occurred in 22 moves. So there's 28 moves to go before she has to push a pawn, which shouldn't be too hard for her to just play G5 at that point. So we are in for a long endgame.
Oh my goodness.
The last game left, not exactly profoundly critical to the standings, but certainly if Ashrita loses this game, she'll be demoralized. And tomorrow she plays Carissa, I believe. If I'm not mistaken. Yes, she does play Carissa tomorrow. Not tomorrow, but 2 days from now, the day after the rest day. And so a demoralized Ashrita would be a very nice person for Carissa to think, okay, you now are giving up on the tournament, basically. So still an important result for the tournament in terms of the morale of the players.
Yeah. It was always nice when I was playing in tournaments with Gary Kasparov at the drawing of lots. I wanted to be the player who was following Gary Kasparov because he's going in there and demoralizing everybody.
Winning everything.
Putting big donuts on them. And it's like, okay, I'm going to follow in Gary's wake. And I understand what you mean about demoralized opponents. King H7. And again, this rook on the 6th rank, this white rook on A6 is simply too strong. That's why I wanted this rook on F5.
It's so
to be,
difficult.
For example, on the D6.
The thing is, even after you achieve what you want to achieve, it's still difficult.
I had to struggle to achieve
still
what I
works. So
wanted.
we have no idea what's going to happen in this game.
Exactly.
But so far, Eswaran is defending very well. And because of the time challenge, Tokejanova is not quite getting what she wants.
And since we have
she's always in time pressure.
Most of the analysis, maybe we can see the bird's eye view of the board right now.
Yeah.
Because we have analyzed
By
pretty
the way,
much all
practical
the options.
perspective. From a practical perspective, obviously an entire exchange that's a lot. But White's moves, knight F4, knight H3, knight F4, knight F are not difficult.
That's
either.
important.
That's important.
Very important to have easy moves.
Yeah.
You might lose, but you know what you're supposed to do. And she's down. She's about to go under a minute.
Ooh.
And there it goes. As she tries to figure out how do I make real progress. She's prepared to play G5 now, though, right?
That's fine. Rook to F7.
Nope.
No, not to
And a quick
A7.
snap of the clock. Rook to A7.
And that's fine. Win some time.
No tricks, no threats, nothing to worry about. So just rook
B7.
C6.
Come on. Play fast.
Exactly. Play fast.
Not going to happen, Christian. She's headed back under a minute.
Oh, she's not using the 30-second increment
correctly. No.
That's one of the problems I have with the 30-second increment. You don't make any moves at all. You just gain time on the clock.
Right.
No logic to the board. You just say, you know what? Let me just get free time because it's a rule.
Right.
I'll just take advantage. Back in our day, yes. You're getting no time. No. You better figure out a way to win. Because this is just freebie, free time. Don't do anything for a while. Part of the game, though, if you're going to be given an increment,
exactly,
use and abuse.
I think Begum has come to the realization that she's going to have to play king to f7, rook on f5 to a5, and then contest the 6th rank. Because quite frankly, the white rook on the 6th rank is too great a disruptive force.
She just looked at the score sheet, did Seirawan.
Just to see.
You got 25 moves to go, young lady. It's a long way to Tipperary.
Right.
Not likely yet.
King f7, quick.
But how do you make any progress?
I want to go rook on f5.
That's fine.
To a5.
That's fine.
Then I want to go rook on a5 to a6.
That's fine.
And drive the rook away.
That's fine.
Then I want to bring my king back to h6 and play g5.
Okay.
That
sounds like a plan.
At least a plan, and it's something I can do very, very, very quickly.
But could we please see what happens when you finally get that? Let's give you that.
We've done it already, Maurice.
No, because when you successfully achieved it, we were able to cause trouble for you. So let's get the max. How do you win when you get this pawn on g5? The knight is on h3, the pawn's on g5.
So what we're looking at is the king is on f7, and we're going to assume that you allow me to
let's keep going. Just make all the moves.
And so this is my plan, is I want to boost this rook off this 6th rank. And let's say you just drop back.
Yep.
You can decide later if you
let's just keep going.
And this is part of the maximization. I'm going to play for g5, but I absolutely want to recapture with the pawn. Once your white's rook is on the 6th rank, I can't recapture with the pawn.
So give it to yourself. All right, g5, takes. I assume knight back to h3. She's played rook b2, by the way. All right, now, how do you win?
Exactly. How do I win? And I think the last time I was trying something with h4.
No, I want to put the rooks on the f file.
Okay, I like that too.
I want to pin it down to the defense of that f2 pawn.
What do you mean? The rook can always move. The f2 is covered.
Let's see where she's going. Rook to a5.
f2 is covered by a knight, so you're not really
G4.
worried about that. I would have played more actively, by the way, and I'd attack your g pawn.
Let's go g4.
Yes, that's why I want my rook on the 5th rank, not like this.
Okay.
So let's not play passively when you double the rooks.
So I went rook f6. You went to the 5th rank?
I'll stay. I can go there now. Yeah, sure.
Could I ask this question? Do you want to take this pawn?
No.
You don't?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
And if you do, practically you don't. From a practical perspective, you don't.
Say what?
From a practical perspective, you
I'm
don't.
not touching that pawn with a 10-foot pole.
Maybe it's a draw. Maybe.
Keep the rook, please. Keep the rook. Let's
But keep the rooks
not
on
be
the board.
ridiculous.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
Check 'em.
So great. So you get this
Rook
position.
down to the back rank. No,
Right.
I'm not defending.
Okay.
No. Active rook. The knight's got the job.
No, I mean, at some point we have to go g4 and
Okay,
assess the endgame after that.
Exactly.
So let's go g4.
So let's see it. All right, g4.
Well,
You
no,
do
I
it
can't.
now or later?
If I go g4, I'm going to have to take the knight.
That's fine. That's
You want to go rook?
You want to
pawn?
play rook takes f4?
Nothing else to do.
That's not.
I think that's not good enough at all.
I'm not saying it is, but there's nothing else to do, I think.
Well, let's at least try this.
Okay, check.
And let's try this.
That's okay.
Rook back down.
Rook back down.
Okay, just a second. Rook back down. And if I go here, let's see this one.
So now if I take
it.
You have g4. No, this is the only trick
this
he
is
has.
the trick.
No.
This is the trick.
Don't take on h4.
No. Let me explain to the audience.
I don't understand. Knight
Christian-
g5. Let's go.
Christian is
Knight
on-
g5.
Knight
Wait,
G5.
what? Did they just? No, they haven't.
Knight
said
g5. Let's go.
And
I
so
thought they
even
signed
the
this
loss of the
King,
f2
king
pawn,
up. What do you have?
Even the loss of the f2 pawn isn't enough? Oh boy.
Where's the beef?
Yeah, no.
Back?
No, that cannot be it.
Can't be winning.
No, you have to go into the rook endgame.
You think oh my gosh.
It has
I
to be done.
feel that this is
That
far
is a
more
draw.
a draw.
Has to be done.
What?
Then
No, that's a draw, Christian.
How do you play, Maurice?
Anything.
Just play.
Like
Just play.
rook.
What's your plan?
Well, rook j8 was a good move.
Maybe to stop.
That's why I asked
H5.
Maurice.
no,
I'll play check if you want me to play a move. I'll play check.
Okay, suppose he plays check. Even I think that this
King g5.
I think this has a draw written all over it. Unless you think your king is going to h4.
What?
Not doing anything after that.
I mean, what? This is a draw.
Yeah, this is too easy.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, too easy.
Too easy. Too easy, too easy. What do we have instead? Let me just refresh my board.
Basically the same position. Nothing much has happened.
She could get all she wants, and the position's still going to be rough.
I think
sooner or later she's just going to have to play for it and hope for a mistake. But
exactly.
The knight being
time
able to pivot
situation?
back and forth to h3 is what is the key in this position.
What is the time situation right now?
133 versus 1149 or 11 minutes thereabout.
11 minutes.
133 is not
very
good
nice.
enough. No.
Ashritha is definitely the one who's been building up on the cat and mouse game of who's getting more time from the increment.
That's 30, by the way. 30 moves.
30 moves.
So 20 to go before g5 will have to be played, or something will have to be played to change his position. Give credit to this fighter. Begim is showing that she wants to win. She's not going to just give her the draw. But technically, this is hard.
Really?
This is extremely difficult if it's winning at all.
Okay.
And my bet would be that it's not winning.
Remarkable.
No, this is not winning for sure. Technically, it has to be a draw, but
remarkable.
The only question is practical. If there are any practical chances.
That's what you hope for. The
I don't
problem is
see it.
g5 is the only real break. And knight on h3 shuts everything else down.
Yeah,
You can't even get to the back rank to play two rooks on the back row and play rook g1 and flush the king out, get something going. The knight on h3 laughs at you. And just having that rook, the white rook, says harassment, harassment every time you try to do something. There she goes down there, and the knight will drop. Well, she actually could play check first.
She could, but then king g8. Okay, the knight drops. That's fine. All right.
But now put ourselves in the shoes of Ashritha for just a moment. If we go back to the position where she blunders her e3 pawn, imagine how terrible she was feeling at that moment. Like, oh my God, I'm going to lose this game. I just blundered my e3 pawn.
She played quite fast even after that. She played knight g1, knight h3 quite fast.
Well, I'm saying that she kept her
composure. Absolutely. Yeah.
Usually in the face of making, a dreadful mistake like the one she made, it's easy to break down and, one mistake begets another, but she didn't. She hung in there, hung tough.
Move 99. We are about to see another 100 century.
A century
game
in snooker that's celebrated in snooker, not quite so much so in chess.
How many have we had so far at the U.S. Championships?
Well, I mean, it seems like
we know the one,
and
right?
Fabi.
Oh, Fabi as well.
Yeah, with Ray just had a. Sorry, I asked that question before. Your longest game? A century?
I don't know. It must be more than that. Yeah.
More than a century? Yeah. And you, Maurice?
It's definitely more than 100 moves. There was Larry Remlinger that I beat in the Marshall qualifier.
By the way, big shout out to a legendary name, Remlinger. I remember him from the day. Do you know how he's doing, by the way?
No idea.
No touch. No, not in touch, yeah.
100 moves played. Rook e7, rook b7 and rook e7 were the 100th move. 66 was the last pawn capture. And
66.
Move 66, so we're looking to move 116. She's not that far off anymore. As rook e5 was just played, is she preparing? But why can't we just check again?
By the way, one thing I didn't Wait,
I think she wants to get the king to f5 now.
What?
She's trying to get the king to f5.
King to f5. Back to f5. Okay. I'm all for it. Let's do it.
Get a king up.
Let's do it. Let's go.
This is such a draw.
Let's
we just
go.
have to. We're just at the mercy of these two fighters right now, because we know it's drawn, but we also know we have a segment called Blunders and Brilliancies, and
we have that segment for a reason.
There's a reason why that segment exists, because it doesn't matter objectively what's going on. It matters that the players are tired, just feeling worn out, wishing the game were over, and then suddenly, oops. And the fact that chess is not an easy game. Otherwise, we'd all be playing tic-tac-toe instead.
Yeah, right.
Although I think I could trick Christian at tic-tac-toe. No?
He's sly. He's sly.
He is sly.
I found a win.
Oh, good.
You found a win.
I found a win.
Show me. Show
Is
me.
this so guaranteed you want to bet?
No. Okay, you have to help me in order to be able to win.
Right.
But still,
Cooperate.
it's something.
I will cooperate.
All right.
I promise to cooperate.
So let's get the king to f5.
Okay, how do I I'll check you.
Sure.
Check. And although
Check,
rook-
check.
I'll check you again.
No, actually, knight f4. Yes, go knight f4. King f5.
Okay.
Now go
rook
g7. Go rook g7.
Okay.
Force me to go g5.
All right.
Now I go g5. And I
take
take.
Got it. And if I take this one?
Rook e2.
Ooh. Rook e2. And if I run?
Stop playing.
sorry.
Please. Just play rook f7.
Rook f7.
Just play rook f7. Defend the pawn on f2.
Very clever. I defend the pawn on f2, and now you...
What kind of line involves the person blundering?
It's funny that I don't know.
King h3, right?
King h3, we could try.
If this is a draw, then okay.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
We're out of here.
We're out of here. We're out of here. I understand what you're trying to achieve there with the king on f5 versus the king on h6. It just seems that, okay, you got somehow a maximum.
Okay, so you go king to h3, even at the end. You go king to h3.
Okay.
I take on f2.
You sure did. And I take and took us.
King to e4.
Ooh. Got some ideas for me. Oh, bravo. Or why is
no,
it
that's
bravo?
checkmate, right?
That's mate too.
That's mate into
Rook h2 and rook g2.
Correct. You got it.
Finally, I got the checkmate.
Yay. Very nice. Very nice. But then, what does it mean? If I go knight g3 check,
and I go
you
king
move
f3.
Anywhere.
Actually, king anywhere.
Yeah,
Yes.
and you're threatening this mate. And suddenly, any rook checks, you walk towards the rook, and I'm the one getting mated.
Well, she went to f5.
That's
She's
the
on f5.
practical. That's what we're talking about. That kind of practical trap.
She's on f5. And right
Okay,
now
but
is
nobody is going to take on h5.
And
If you
rook
get
g7.
all of that, let's get the line on the board, and let's see her play the correct knight to h3, where her knight belongs.
Oh, but then I'm happy.
Why?
At least I
At
reset the
least.
clock.
Yeah, I get
reset
to
the
play
clock.
That's all you're
g5
playing for? Resetting the clock?
for 50
I
moves.
reset the clock.
Re-
50
re-
moves.
You can do that whenever you like.
No, not that easy. Not that easy.
Right.
No, I'm not talking about this position. I'm talking about the position.
No,
with
this
the
is the
rook.
game
The
position.
rook behind. The rook behind the pawn.
Right.
What? Which
Rook
position?
g7. Rook g7. Even though I think the
g7?
most precise right now for white
Might be
is
rook
rook
f7.
f7. Yeah.
But let's go, because I think it's so drawn we can play bad moves.
Okay.
So
G5.
take.
Take on h5 or take on g5?
That's a good question.
No, if you take on h5, I go rook e2, and I think
play
you're in
that,
trouble.
and
Okay.
then
You
take
have
it.
to be in trouble.
No, you have to take.
On g5,
Yep.
hg, fg.
Knight back.
Now, if you give a check on f7,
I'll go.
I go up to g4.
Wow.
Ooh.
And there's no mate, right?
I
You,
don't know.
you just said right. You hope there's no
maybe.
mate.
Yeah.
Ah, you
I
wanted
don't-
to go to e4. Okay.
I don't know where I wanted to go. I thought that, okay. we're
That king
playing a
looks
little
saucy. Hold on. You're lucky there's no mate.
Knight f6, knight e3, no.
How do you get to those squares?
Exactly.
How do you get to those
No,
squares?
it looks like your bravery is being rewarded.
Well, the problem is
profile encouraged.
If I go to e4, you take on h5, and the game is over, right?
Draw, yeah.
So that's
right
a draw.
away. Okay, so king g4 is the. Okay. And by the way,
She went to f7.
She did go to f7.
That's the correct move.
Wow. Because we've been talking for the longest time that anytime we drop the g5 move on the board, we definitely want to be able to answer hg with fg. That's why Shritha just played the move rook f7. Can I dislodge that rook? Can I go rook here?
Let's try it out.
Okay, with at least the idea of, actually I'm trapping the rook. Rook f7 has a, pardon me, rook e5 to a5 has a threat.
No, actually right now, Yasser, I want to put the rook on the 4th rank right now.
Okay.
By the way, the last maneuver, bringing the king to f5, has decreased black's advantage according to the engine.
Okay, we
made
think
it
that
easier for black to for white to draw.
Yeah, but we think the engine's evaluation are basically not that important.
At this point, it's kind of
useful.
irrelevant. Yeah,
because we think that the rook, the exchange, is being
Doesn't change
overestimated.
Yeah, it doesn't change anything.
Rook c5.
Rook c5, rook f8. So Ashrita decides to stay on the f file.
Is that on the board? Rook
f8 is on the board.
Okay.
And maybe actually we can see the bird's eye view right now.
Okay.
That is move 30.
There it is.
Oh, she
39.
She needs to start thinking about playing g5
faster
and soon.
Yeah. Again,
11 moves to go.
I'm thinking something in the neighborhood of rook on c5 to a5. At least this is a threat she's never had in the position up to now of playing rook to a8 and forcing the trade of the rooks.
True.
And
she might slip it.
By the way, guys, we do have a promo immediately after the U.S. Championship broadcast ends. You should check the main page, the main YouTube page of the St. Louis Chess Club, because we will have coverage of tonight's corporate chess league. The commentary will be provided by National Master Caleb Denby. You know Caleb.
Of course.
Yasser.
I mean, he's always here.
He's
at
a
the
powerhouse
club.
here at the St. Louis Chess Club.
Absolutely. I mean, he's looking for those staff tournaments, kind of winning vacations. Hates it when Tony Rich shows up. Why does Tony, his boss, have to play in the tournament and win, the all-expense-paid trip to Acapulco?
And the Corporate Chess League was established to bring St. Louis area professionals a fun but competitive edge for the strategic thinker and the casual chess player alike.
All I want to know is who's the favorites and how much do they pay?
That is a good question. I
Two
do not
good
have
questions.
the answer for that, but if you want to find the answer...
So the point is, for those people who are watching our broadcast, first of all, thank you very, very much. But secondly, we have more chess for you in the corporate championship. And by the way, that team league, that corporate team league is almost a daily occurrence after the show.
It is indeed.
9 moves.
She dropped her
10
king.
moves.
Look, she dropped her king back. Why? What
That's fine. So knight f4 right now.
Right? That's the problem. You can't go king e7.
But I go king d7.
Knight
Why can't
F4,
she move her
king.
rook? What's the threat? What threat do you have?
That's her idea. King to
Okay.
d7.
But why
she
can't
has
she
an
move
idea.
her rook? She just
did
moved her
it.
rook.
She did it. She did it.
There's nothing. What's the progress?
We're about to find out.
Yeah, g5 is not possible.
It's still not possible. But I think she laid it kind of an. I would have done the other trap with the rook. Frankly, I would have played for rook to a8. She played actually a pretty nice trap, and let me just put it on the board so we can show. A lot of players would have been very attracted to the move knight f4 check, hoping that king e7 would be met by knight takes g6 check, and king f5 would be an easy repetition. But what Begum had prepared was a very nice trap, in my opinion. She was ready to go king here, and then after knight back, played the move g. No,
That's a trap?
No. Yes, it
yourself.
is. Yes, it
King
is.
E7.
This is the trap she had prepared.
But still,
king e7.
rook g8.
Well, then king f.
And then rook b8. and I take on g5 with the check.
Not so fast, but you're right. I haven't made progress. Sorry, the trap I was hoping to produce, I didn't produce it very well, but the trap I was hoping to produce
Move 66
was something of this
Now
nature.
we're at move 108.
9 moves to go.
Wow. Okay, let's see where we are. I have to refresh my board. I will be right back, everybody. Don't panic. And this is the current position.
They must have both checked the actual number. 116 is the move that she's waiting for, so...
And I would like to see her time right now because she's down under 1 minute once again.
That's not the problem. The problem is Ashritha's time. She has a ton of time and
look at
no
Ashritha
worries whatsoever.
Playing a la tempo.
Well, she's attacking her rook.
I understand, but it's like I'm impressed that Ashritha is playing a la tempo, and Begum is not picking up the seconds that this cat and mouse to and fro is supposed to produce.
But what is she supposed to do? She can't figure out a move, and if she wastes time picking up moves without G5, they're currently at move 109.
Oh, finally.
7 moves away.
And that's why at the beginning of this endgame, after she captured that pawn on E3, 20 moves you make instantaneously. You gain 10 minutes, and then you figure out the way.
Exactly, or at least figure out the plan of how you're planning to
Look,
win.
she tried, but Ashrita was defending quite ferociously.
No question about it, she sure was. And again, I'm thinking that
and she's looking right now.
Maybe she's run out of the opportunity of putting a rook on the 6th rank, a rook on E8, and playing for the maximum with G5. Maybe she's already too late. She's wasted her 50 moves.
She might be not on time. Okay, so
Here,
rook to C2.
I would, if I were in white shoes, I would just play check and knight back promptly.
No, but then rook to C5 and G5.
A rook to C5 and G5.
If you go knight F4, knight H3, yes.
What am I missing?
With your king on F7?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
This is
HG and rook H6 is not your worry?
There's a great idea she played otherwise. Knight F4 check and knight to D5 after king F7, which looks like suicide.
Wait a minute. Where is she going?
Uh-oh.
Oh, setting up a nice trap with king to F5.
What, who, what, where?
King to F5 was played.
Back.
Now, wait a minute.
What?
Rook to G8 was played, and now I can trap your rook.
Oh,
rook
no.
to C8, rook to C7.
She has fallen for it.
Oh, my goodness.
After all this time,
she trapped
at
her
move
rook.
112, she's gotten her rook trapped.
And she was just a few moves away from the 50 move rule, so any trade of
resets the clock.
Resets the 50 move rule.
Unbelievable. This has happened.
One move away from
Chess is brutal, and now she's lost.
Well, she's trading the rooks, whether she's
the
lost.
engine's giving dead loss by 6 points.
Well, that's why I thought the ending of 3 versus 3 was just dead lost. I didn't think the presence of a pair of rooks would change that, but it turns out the presence of a pair of rooks made a huge difference and potentially a drawn position.
This innocuous looking, doubling up on the C file. Looks like nothing.
Crafty.
Yeah, without a threat. She had to create her own blunder. The blunder was to play rook G8. She did it to herself.
Right.
She didn't do it. Wasn't a threat. It wasn't a threat. She did it to herself.
And look at this. The rooks have been
And
traded.
suddenly the rooks have been traded, and I cannot imagine how demoralized Iswaran is right now, realizing she's had to trade this off. Now she has got to rethink everything. She was so close to the draw. All she had to do was keep the rooks on the board. Now she's in deep trouble.
Knight to F4.
Any sacrifice by the rook, by the way, is also winning.
Now it's over, yeah. Any sacrifice is over.
Uh-oh. Raro.
That knight has to put the skates on.
Incredible. Chess is brutal.
And then you die. Terrible, terrible.
By the way, guys, this game is not over.
No,
it's still far from over.
I think we've had more adventures ahead. I mean, just when we've been calling a draw. No practical chances. And then
By the way,
suddenly,
this is move 115. They exchanged rooks at move 114.
Yeah, she was just a few moves away.
2 moves away.
Correct.
2 moves.
2 moves away.
Brutal.
From even if your rook is lost, you can still stop the clock and say,
claim a draw.
I've made 50 moves.
She just had to keep her rook on the file. She blundered.
How painful.
This one, Yaz, will go in your blunder versus brilliancy file as she played rook g8 and allowed a trade of rooks. And now has to suffer in the worst way possible.
Okay, so if I were white and I was trying to make a fortress, where would I
Knight
want
on
my
e3, right?
Right. Would I want my pawn on f3 and my knight on e3? Would I want my king on f3, my knight on e3? Would I leave my knight on f4? The problem with leaving my knight on f4, I fear, is that rook takes f4 will force my knight to move.
Wait a minute.
Now,
wait a minute.
right
guys,
now there's a
guys,
threat.
wait a minute.
Knight e7 and knight e3 check.
This is a problem.
Threat. No, it's not.
You can go king to e6 or king to e5.
I like king e5.
But just be careful not to allow that knight e7 move.
Usually you put your rook over on the a file so you could never walk into a fork. Blitz players know, get your rook away from, and we're about to see king e6.
King to e6 was played, okay.
Okay. Well, after king e6, I can play knight f4 check. I like that. What am I saying? No, that makes sense, because king e5, knight f4, I have to go king f5 anyway. So king e6 is the best move. And she has played knight check and king f7.
But this is not good. No, this is not good.
Did you see what Begum did? Finally, she made a move very, very quickly. It was like she was waiting for knight f4.
How do you make g5 happen now?
Oh, it's another long-winded discussion. I'll put the rook on e8. I'll put the rook all the way over on e8, right?
And then you put the king on h6.
And then finally, put the king on h6. We've been here before. It's like we know each other very well.
Well, she has a lot of moves
left. A lot of moves left to reset her winning ways.
I thought the plan was to get the king all the way into the black position, like on e1.
Into the white position on e1.
Into the white position,
yeah.
sorry.
Right.
And then go g5.
And then go g5.
When you put the knight on h3.
Right. I think her problem was that g6 was just too tender.
Yeah, that makes sense. If the f1's on f7, you get away with that, but not
exactly.
on f6.
Yeah.
And if Tokirjanova wins this one, she leapfrogs Ashrita and lands in
fourth,
I think. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Fourth. Yes, because if Ashrita drew, she only kept fourth place. That's what I remember. Because she's behind Irina.
Irina is on 5 points. Nemtsova 5.5. Carissa 6.
And Carissa, yeah. Those are all ahead of her.
So if I'm in black shoes, I'm putting my rook so far away from my king so I never walk into a fork. And if she wins,
absolutely.
So fourth.
Put that rook on a2.
Exactly.
Put that rook on a2. That rook on c2 doesn't look good.
Right.
Just
right.
Get the rook out of the
way. Right.
In a bullet game, you lose the rook.
No, yeah.
I was having a dinner conversation with Alejandro Ramirez a short time ago, and I said, Alejandro, sorry to ask you, but what's your worst blunder ever? Unhesitatingly. I mean, he knew it just like that. It's still painful. He was in a Pan Am, and it was one of those situations of rook versus knight, only 2 results. And with a draw, his team wins the competition.
Right.
And, you know, for rating purposes and whatever else, he doesn't want to give the draw right away, but just wants to test. And his opponent attacked his rook. And he quickly and confidently made another move, and the rook was captured. And it was like, oh yeah. And he lost the game.
Wait. He lost the game.
He lost the game, and his team didn't win the match. I talk about painful losses. I said, oh dear, oh dear. And he said he was glued. He was looking at his score sheet, and the knight attacked the rook. And the knight captured the rook. And this actually happened in a very important collegiate championship game.
Didn't Petrosian blunder a queen in one move to
against David Bronstein? Yeah. The backward capture of the queen, right? Oops.
Knight takes queen on d6.
Oh, hate that. And is time a factor?
I don't think it's a factor right now. 2 minutes and 40 seconds for Tokirjanova, but at least right now she's making moves fast. She was supposed to make moves fast previously.
Right.
Now she's making moves fast. There's no rook on the board, so there's no tactics.
No.
Unless you blunder a rook.
Correct.
But g5 is coming next.
Right. Okay, so here to mess you up and to kind of stop you from playing your desired g5, I would probably be playing knight d5 myself.
Which I think she did.
And it looks like she did, in fact, play knight d5. Now, this rook should actually be way over here on a2, so you could defend.
I really don't know what she's doing with the rook on c2.
So you could defend the pawn on f6 from afar. And this is my question. Let's just imagine this. If you were to be playing for a fortress, would you play the move f4?
No.
Why not?
Because the knight doesn't have any outposts anymore. So now I'm going to do exactly the same thing. And I'm just going to circle around with the king. I think I can even put the pawn on f5 and then just circle with the king. Okay, I don't want to put the pawn on f5 right now.
Immediately.
Not immediately. Like, for example, if I manage to keep your knight on e3.
Which is where it's going,
Which I think you're going there.
That's exactly where I am going, yeah.
And then I'm just going to circle. I'm going to combine the threats of circling around.
So what I was suggesting is the fortress that I want to set up is I want to meet your g5 by trading all the pawns and to put my knight on e3. Your king will be on g5, my knight will be on e3, more or less keeping you out. I'm not happy, but because I'm afraid that after a move like rook c6, if it was black to move and black gets into these moves, g5 and let's say rook to a6 and king to g6, something like king f5 and takes the pawn, I'll lose.
Right.
I'm also afraid that I will lose if I get into a position like, for example, let me just make some moves, sorry. King h2, g5, excuse me, apologies. I am afraid that I'm going to lose this kind of a, how come I never get my mouse to cooperate? I'm afraid I just lose this ending.
For sure.
There's nothing, but if I at least have my knight on e3 and my pawn on f4, I kind of feel I know what to do.
Hold on, let's make some moves, please, because we're assuming some things.
By the way, after rook c6, Ashrita has played the move knight e3 and not gone for, or, well, at least did not yet play f4. So
the rook on c5 now.
Don't think it's necessary. Let me just finally I can just play g5, yes. You can play knight f5 check. And
king g6.
I will not walk into the fork.
Please don't do that.
Yeah, but now I'm ready to kick you back.
Well, she's going for it.
And
she played g5.
Right, and she's
with the rook still on c6. Why do you do that?
Yeah, normally you want the rook again as far away from the knight so you can't.
Why are you trying to give your coach a heart attack?
That's what students do.
What's the point? Please just put the rook on a6.
That's what students do to their coaches. They make life miserable for themselves. But okay, I'm afraid that this is losing. And that's why I thought to ask that maybe she had to play f4. Yeah. How bad is it, Maurice, for Ashrita now?
Very bad.
Very bad. That's very...
The problem is we just can't figure out what the defense should be looking like. But Black's plan after you've traded on G5 is what? And she's done it. She's taken on G5.
She took? Oh, pardon me. Let's just put this back. So, this is a dream. Now I get to do this.
And by the way, right now, you give the check on F5.
Okay.
Oh, your last chance.
H7.
But you just give it.
You give the
You
check.
just might as
You give
well.
the check.
If you're gonna go down in a blaze of glory. I
No,
agree.
she's not going to play King G6. Come
No.
on, give me a break. So let's play. I'm going to play real quick. Actually, it's a good moment to do a recap of human versus machine. Give you guys a second chance.
Sure.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's do human versus machine. It's a completely winning position according to the machine. This should be no problem.
This is an easy one.
I'm going to give you a second chance for the day.
All right.
This is the late night edition. We had the regular edition. Now we're going to do the late night edition, and we're going to do human
Maurice is
versus
in a generous mood.
Generous mood. Give you a second chance.
All right.
Especially since I was the only one who predicted a result earlier. Yeah, you remember that. So we're going to do human versus machine. We're going to give the Grandmasters a chance to beat Stockfish in this position. Stockfish 14. All right, guys.
King to F3. All right. You play
All
that.
right. King F3. We'll
King
give
G6.
We'll give you. All right. King
Let's
G6.
go.
I'm all for it.
All right. It is white to move king back to G2.
King back to G2.
Rook A6. Let's just
Let's just get off the.
All right.
let's
Rook
just go
A6. King G1.
King to G1. Let's just get off the rank.
How do we do it?
Now, ideally, I think we want our king on E4.
Let's
we?
go. Let's go.
But shouldn't we put our rook on A4 first? Let's put our rook
Sure.
on A4 first.
Sure. Rook to A4.
Rook A4. King G2.
King
G2.
F6.
Are we afraid? No,
No.
we're not afraid. King F6.
King F6.
King G1.
Knight C2.
Knight C2.
King E5.
Yay.
King E5. Knight. Ooh, some terrible moves being suggested. Yuck. All right. King F3.
King F3. Okay, the one thing I don't want to do is I want to keep G4 check in reserve. I don't want to
Hurry up with
G4. We're told to play patiently.
So let's go rook to A2.
Tickle the knight and bring it back.
Tickle. All right. Knight. Oh, I don't. Okay, I'll let it. Okay, Knight E3.
Rook A3.
Yeah, and we got a pin.
Rook A3.
The knight and
King
the
back
king.
to G2.
Now
Pause.
let's be very careful.
Can we
No
take
knights.
the knight? I think we take the knight. I think we've got a dead one
No,
king
no,
upon ending.
no, we don't.
No?
What do you play?
Takes, king E4, king F2. Oh, you
King
king
D3, King F3.
Right.
We
Okay,
don't want
so we
that.
don't take
No,
the knight.
not yet.
So we got to go king up.
But, by the way, if we do put a pawn on G4, then we are threatening the move rook to AC3.
Yeah, he's threatening
So
knight C4 to check at the moment, so we got to make sure we don't.
All right. King E4. That would have been a nice one.
King
Good catch.
E4, yeah. And you got to move the knight because I do believe rook takes is a killer threat at the moment.
All right. The knight. It's telling the knight to go to C4, which I don't want to do, but I'm gonna just. It's against Stockfish, so I'm just going to play.
It's human versus machine.
It's human versus machine.
Yeah.
But knight C4 looks disastrous.
I remember when Gary Kasparov was complaining that Deep Blue had outside interference. And we said
Exactly.
to Gary, yeah, but from who? Maurice Ashley.
I didn't want to play knight C4. It's a
Maybe
stupid
he
move.
was the one.
We played rook D3.
Why
by the
couldn't I
way.
have helped it to play a more tenacious defense?
No.
It sees my defense is terrible. You play rook D3. Of course I'm losing. What am I doing? Put my knight on A5.
But by the way, go ahead.
Human
Knight
versus machine. There
Knight
we go.
A5. Let's go rook C3.
Of course you
Thank
play
you.
rook C3.
All right.
Now it's completely busted.
And by the way,
that was
let me-
terrible. What kind of
No.
defense was that?
Easy.
I mean,
Nice
come
work.
on,
Nice work.
Human
of course.
over machine.
Wow.
lorded-
All right. Well,
we
the
lorded over
humans defeated the
silicon.
machines, the machine in that end game. Although I gotta say, moving your
gave
knight
us-
away.
You gave
moving
us a
the knight
far
away.
too
I gave you an advantage.
No,
All right,
not
guys.
only did you give us a major advantage, but the machine did not defend tenaciously.
That was
I think
awful.
you put it on a low level. Did you handicap them?
I don't know.
handicap
The
computer?
knight at least should be near the
right
near the king. Why
I'm
you
sure,
go stranded?
I'm sure
to
you
death?
handicapped the stockfish and put it on edition 2.
Well, now she's made some progress.
Yes, she has.
Pawn on g5. Unfortunately for Shritha, now she has to play f3 because she's about to get dominated by a rook and king just
rook check.
marching into her position.
Exactly.
But f3 just king d4, and you're
Right.
still not stopping me from giving that check. No, I think her only defensive setup would be to go knight e1 and king f1.
Knight e1.
But then I'm going to start pushing my h-pawn.
I'm afraid of exactly that point.
Yeah.
What you just revealed what the problem was. At first blush, knight e1, rook check, king f1 looks like a good way of kind of creating a fortress. The black king is kept at bay. But once you get here and you say, ruh-roh,
oh my goodness,
the worst pawns for the knight to defend against are the h pawns as well as the a pawn, and that
we saw Lindemann draw in the rook and pawn ending because that's the worst pawn to have if you're trying to win.
Right.
But when you're fighting a knight, oh, it's joy to have an outside passer. The wing pawn, the H pawn or the A pawn.
Exactly.
It's a joy because the knight is just ridiculously innocuous, feeble, useless against H pawns. It's just incredible how bad it is. Plus, you're up in exchange, so easy.
Again, to my way of thinking, this is too easy for black. And if we had gone back to the position right about here, this was the moment I was suggesting that if white had any chances of defending, it was based on the move f4, knight e3, and hoping that g5 would see a lot of pawns just being traded off. And because unfortunately it's too easy for Begum, she just brought her king right into play, and once she got to this dominating square on e4, she's eyeballing all kinds of opportunities to play king f3 or play for h4, and I think it's just too easy.
It is indeed. And by the way, let's remind the viewers, this whole process had a lot of steps.
Oh gosh, yes,
I want to go all the way back, before the queens were even traded.
Oh my goodness, how far back?
Because white, Ashrita, was avoiding the queen trade. And that was great, because it was keeping a lot of checks against the king.
You mean the presence of the queens was helping
white,
the defender.
So in order to get the queens off the board,
was already success number one.
She needed a mistake by her opponent. And that was it, queen to b6, allowing rook to g5. Now the idea being that if you go g3, I have rook takes g3.
Oh, nasty. Look at that. The x-ray, the rook is x-raying g2. So rook takes g3 check, fg3, it's mate and 1. Oh, that's nasty.
So that was the first step.
Okay.
Which forced the move queen to c6, allowing the queen trade.
Gotcha. So, I mean, she's had to do a lot.
She had to go through a very lengthy process.
And then the next process was she won the pawn on e3, thanks to a blunder, and then a kind of a zugzwang, kind of right here. It's like, oops, I've blundered a pawn. Now she needs to trade rooks, which was also extremely
very
difficult. She only managed it 2 moves before the 50-move rule was invoked. And then once she traded rooks, then Ashrita really didn't put up her best. And we are now, oops, I think that's not over yet. Our analysis.
The king is on e2. Okay. She has to find a way right now.
Well, this is obviously pretty bad. Flash tactic. I know it's been like, how many hours? 6 hours since we've been working. Flash tactic.
Yep.
Queen b4 instead of queen b6, and now queen a8. Sorry, now rook g5. What do you do to defend yourself?
Knight c6.
Knight f3.
Knight c6. Or
knight f3. Queen f8.
Yeah.
Queen f8. Queen f8.
Can't fool these guys. Even after 6 hours, finding perpets.
those patterns, man, I think they're hardwired. And at a certain moment, Maurice, you play enough chess in the park, you know your perpets, man.
Yep.
And you can do it in under 30 seconds. I got those perpets down, yeah.
Rook to b1 was played. I think that's a good move.
Sometimes you
That's
got to give your
almost.
you got to give your opponent a little rope.
Exactly.
Move 129. Will we see a longer game over and under versus the 140 move game?
I think so.
We saw.
I think Ashrita
Resigns before then?
Yeah, I don't think she.
Ashrita plays until the end.
There's no end. I mean, if
she does.
The end is right.
With the queens on the board, I think she's
The Lenderman 140 mover against, was it Nanya?
No.
No, was
Sam.
Sam Sevian. It was against Sam. That's right. It was against Sam.
And wow, and for Sam, by the way, I mean, I'm still amazed by you overcome such a defeat. You go on to win a few games, and the next thing you know, you're on the podium after such a loss.
Carissa did the same thing?
It's just, these guys have energy, man. It's impressive.
No, she's putting up the resistance
F3
right
check.
now. F3 followed by King F2. The king is going to hide in its shell on H2 or G1.
One of the things I'm really concerned about from White's point of view is there's not many moves in this position for White, right? I mean, if I were to play a move, for example, like Rook H1.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
the time to be concerned is
It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. Yeah, yeah.
You're lost right now.
Correct. You got it. You got it.
You're only playing
something
for
like-
tricks and fatigue
Right.
and hope.
Right. So something like Rook H1, some kind of weird H4 and
Knight
King
to
upon
E3,
endgame.
yeah.
But I suspect that she will play instead something of the nature of Rook check and just force the king. And again, one of those kind of a Zugzwang-like situations. But
How's
Rook
our
H1
endgame technique, coach?
Yes.
Her endgame technique?
And how
decent,
do you
yeah.
drill your team on endgames, or do you drill
I
your
do.
team?
I do a lot, actually. Endgames are a major part of our training very often, especially for Begim. Specifically, recently she has lost a couple of Rook, Bishop versus Rook.
Oh, okay.
So we drill that one quite a lot.
Okay.
Her endgames, well, I don't want to give too much
Okay.
out of
But no, I mean, I'm just saying that in general, you've got a team of really strong grandmasters, a mixture of players of different strengths. Which tools is there? Like, for example, lead chess. There's some
We're using,
tools on lead chess. There's tools with chess.com.
We're
or
using some
chess-based.
books, chess.com as well. Dvoretsky, Endgame Manual, that's a big one that we have in our chess training room. But
Yes,
it's all,
B2
once again,
check.
it's all about repetition. And you're always going to forget these endgames. But you still have to repeat them every now and then.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Okay.
the routine you have to kind of
Instill.
find for yourself. Yes.
Okay. After this Rook B2 check,
And the
I
king is
do-
going to D3.
Is the king going to D3? I was thinking that I think I'm even in time for the triumphant march to F3 as well with G4. And then I can just go.
Somehow I just don't want to play that move.
Okay, you like King D3. Rook
I just don't want
D2
to
check on the board.
exchange, a
You
set
make-
of pawns.
You want
How do you win if you allow that trade and then put a knight on H4?
That's a good
What's your
question.
win?
That's a question I don't want to answer, basically. So I'm not going to do that.
No, let's see
I
it though,
want
because
H4.
it's something you might do in the middle of fatigue. King F1, G4, takes, and now knight to H4, and shuffle the king back and forth to G1.
That's the problem.
This could.
No, I really don't want to end.
I can't believe it's a draw by any means, but
King G2. King G1.
whoa,
Knight G2.
Knight G2,
I don't
knight
think
F4.
Wait,
Check.
guys. Rook
Knight
takes
F4
G2. Rook
check.
takes G2. Rook takes G2, right?
Oh,
Rook takes G2.
Rook takes G2. No.
Oh, rook takes
G2.
G2 does win that endgame. Yeah, you're right.
So knight has to go to g6.
Yes. Okay, that's better. But now your line, where do I have to be? E4 to 4Q.
I think it's one of those really nice, somehow Zook's.
No, F4.
F4.
No,
sorry.
that's fine. H4 is fine. No,
I
I don't
thought
want
you
to go to
wanted
F4 because then my king is going to
Excuse
find
me.
a way.
No. Draw instantly with knight E5 instead
Draw
of this
knight
one.
E5.
Okay.
Okay. By the way, we do now see on the board F4. At the very last, is this the last call for F4? I think so. We have king
G4
F1,
should win the game, though. G4
king to
looks too strong.
D3.
G4 was played, but
F4.
again, how do you do the whole thing? Now that
F4,
if I go knight
G-
H4?
Is G4 on the board? Sorry.
G4 is on the board.
It is, you're right. Okay, fantastic. So I was suggesting a long time ago that the defense that white might want to have set up with F4. Here, I don't think there's any fortress whatsoever.
No, this
I'm
looks...
going to play rook to H2 and rook takes H4.
This looks terrible. F5 might be the only chance to try to flail, but this is not going to work.
So, in other words, I'm going to go
Okay, show me.
here.
No, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go rook king G1 first.
Okay. King G1 first. Fair enough. King here.
Knight H4 now.
Knight H4 now.
By the way, knight H4 is on the board.
The immediate knight H4 is on the board. Really? How can you tell? Oh, you're looking at the...
I'm looking at the board.
At the video, sorry.
And maybe we can see it right now because we're getting to our last final moments of the game. Maybe we can see the bird's eye view.
I'm thinking rook H2, and I'm thinking my threat
Rook
is
H2
to simply...
I think is important, yes.
I'm thinking my threat is simply to capture this knight. Thinking rook H2.
But then you have to contend with F5.
Right here, right now?
Yeah.
No one.
Knight G6.
No, this is too easy, I guess. Too easy.
Yeah, this is easy.
Yeah.
This is a win.
Anytime you play F5, your king is not going to support it, and the pawn is going to be easily corralled.
Well, it's lost,
Yes.
we know. It's just a matter of her finding the right
No,
moves.
but she didn't play rook H2.
Will she or won't she?
King E4?
This is
What
really
did she
not
do?
good.
What
King
did
E4 I think was played, or King E3, but...
King E3?
Allowing
Okay.
King G1, which she really is happy to be able to play.
Okay.
But why would you ever allow this move?
King. You didn't like King E3?
No.
No. And again, which move did you like?
Rook H2.
Rook H2.
But you're in Zugzwang now, no?
Well, let's see it. Why am I in
Rook
Zugzwang?
A2.
King G1.
Rook A2.
Rook A2.
Which she played.
Any knight moves, whether it be knight F3 or knight G6, will allow King F3 and I can resign. So I'll move my king.
King F2? Wow.
Yeah, King H1, King... Wait.
Rook.
You really want to defend this?
I don't want to defend this.
Rook
I have
A3?
Right. Tickle.
Knight F5 and
H4?
B3.
H4?
Or H4.
Nice.
Yeah.
And it's mate. It's just mate.
Yeah.
Maurice is right. That's a mate. There you have it.
But at some point you're going to have to go rook H2 after king to F1. So if you go king to F1...
Yes.
Yeah,
After
now you
King
play
G.
Rook H2.
Rook to H2.
So it didn't lose anything. It's still...
No, the king
perfectly
is
fine.
actually, nicely placed on E3 because this threat is just a killer threat. Nothing to... No trickies.
But by the way, I think, and this is probably an important point to make, once we get into that endgame, so king G1, rook takes H4.
Yeah.
Take on H4, king takes H4.
There's a stalemate trick, right?
King to G2.
Right.
Don't go
play it.
G3.
Yeah,
Right.
that's the one.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Don't go G3, because this just...
Well, show it, yeah. Show the final move.
That's it? That's
No,
it?
yeah,
King
King
to
F3
F3
to
at
show
the
the stalemate. These are all the tricks we learn.
I can't
By the
move.
way,
F5.
F5
Let's
was
go.
played. So
let's go.
Let's not forget, this is still our what? 6?
We know anything could happen.
Do not play, once again, Rook to F2.
Because of knight G2.
Knight G2, backwards move.
Right. Followed by knight F4.
Followed by knight F4 and then F6.
Are you sure? No,
I'm not
sure.
No.
I think Rook F2 actually, unfortunately,
over.
that might be winning as well. That's the sad
over.
part. I think that's winning as well. The point is that after knight G2, we're scared that this F pawn might be running, but our rook is actually in behind the
King
pawn.
to E4 was played, which is the safe approach.
Maybe the sane approach.
Or the sane approach, right.
Sorry, let me just refresh my board. King E4, not... Okay, just a second. I refresh my...
And by the way, how is the end game? So for example, let's say I go king to F1.
King to F1?
And you want to take on F5. You want to go Rook A5.
I don't, in fact.
I know.
I want to go King E5, Rook H2, and take it that way.
But I'm wondering whether,
yes,
okay,
please.
Rook to A5.
Right, okay.
King G1. And now you say, oh, okay, I can take on F5, and that's a winning pawn endgame.
And then we have to ask ourselves,
is it winning pawn endgame?
I would be...
King to F1?
I would be worried.
King F1, no?
King F1 or King F2?
Or King F2, I think both of them work.
I think this is...
So this is just a draw?
Yeah, I think that this is a shoulder or block and keep you out.
Wait.
Of
If
the
King
front
F2,
gate.
King F6, what do you do?
I wait, I think. And King
King
E6.
E6?
Okay, so she's still not seeing the right way, it seems like. What is that king doing on E5?
And now, and in that position, you ask King F5.
Yeah, am I getting shouldered by...
okay, guys, wait.
Sorry.
How do you win this again? I mean,
I don't know.
We're still at the end of it.
More waiting moves until you play Rook H2.
But you don't, because I keep my king on H1.
But then you play Rook F2 and take the pawn.
You don't take the pawn. Because then that's
your
exactly
king-
what we're looking at, right?
That's what I was looking at, and I was winning.
So it's winning.
I thought I
either
was
way.
winning, and you guys did not let me demonstrate. Let's go and show the position.
Okay.
I really don't want to see that endgame.
No, not King E, not here. You don't want to see it, okay? But
I'm
if it's winning, it's winning.
Not convinced. Okay.
All right.
let's
So
go.
what happens here?
So
King G1. That's fine.
This is where we were looking with Maurice at this.
Take it.
Take it. And I was playing King F2.
Yeah, and King
By
back.
the way, King F1 is on the board, and now she has the option of going Rook to H2, Rook takes H4.
Oh dear. Well, that's actually the simplest, but
Which she has to go for.
I think that ending is a lot more simpler than.
Well, let's finish this one before, because that one does look simple. King F6.
Okay, and what did I do a moment
King
ago?
E2. King E6.
And I was kind of with you. I was just going with you wherever.
King
F5.
Oh, King F5. King
Sorry,
D.
but how is that endgame that simple? Okay,
King
I'm
D3. King F5. King D3. Actually.
King F5. Yeah.
Guys, let's go back to the Rook H2 endgame, because
Okay.
even this is not clear. I never want to see that endgame. But let's say we go into
Poor
the
Christian is worried about his student.
No. But
Corresponding squares.
let's go into the Rook H2 line.
And she's
King
done
G1.
it.
Yeah.
King G1.
You take
Now,
on H4.
I can always take on H4. Let me just slow
Sure,
play it.
Sure. King G2.
Okay. King here.
Okay, you're being tricky, Yasser. But come on.
Okay. I agree.
Amuse
How is it being
take on
tricky?
H4.
King F2
Take.
was.
Take and take.
Okay.
And now where
King
would
F2.
you? King F2. So I can get my king to F4, and then you get your king to G2.
And then King E4.
So king E4.
No. King.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's
We're
all the
gonna-
same.
King
yeah.
G2.
King to G2. Can I go get around you? No.
King
No,
G3.
King F.
No, King G3, King E3.
King
Good.
F1 instead.
And now we got
That's
a
easy.
win.
King F1 is the right.
King
move.
F1.
Okay. Now I'm threatening to shuttle my king to g3.
Yeah,
That's and it's over.
That's
it.
Whew.
You were shaking, yes.
I know.
You were shaking that.
I felt I was
Played
a little
on the board.
shaky.
Rook takes h5.
Rook
and
takes h4 is on the board.
Rook takes h4. The engine's
Guys,
saying,
I see
saying
an engine
draw,
that's
but that
going to
can't
the
be
draw.
right.
Que pasa? What? Have we done
No,
it
this,
wrong?
this cannot be a draw. The engine is giving me a heart attack.
Well, this engine is saying mate in 18, so.
Okay.
The bar, you see the
bar went
going up.
You know, again, I've told the story often. I was in this machine versus human competition in Aegon, and my friend Roberta Cifuentes was in a rook ending, very tricky rook ending. It was a pawn down, and I really hung around and was watching his game, and he, after some thought, he played the move that I wanted to play. And the machine operator leaned across the board and said, mate in 47. Like, oh! I said, Roberta, don't believe him. Don't believe him. He's wrong. Play it on. Oh, that was terrible. Mate in 47. Oh, my word. That hurt.
So now king e4 is the move.
So a moment ago, somebody asked, would this game go longer or further than the game of Alex Lenderman?
Yes.
Who was 141. What number are we up to?
We passed it.
Yeah.
We passed it.
143.
So the women are greater fighters than the open fighters.
Let's not go
Something
there.
like that. King G2, I'm looking behind you, Maurice, it looks like plus 18, or is it just mate?
Mate.
Mate, okay.
Just time to circle around, because you don't have that f3 square.
Right, the one thing,
That's
as you
the
said
important.
a long time ago, is just don't be prematurely
Don't go G3.
advancing your pawn to G3. So, in fact, what you want is this position, this exact position, with white to move. If white, if white is forced to play king here, then you could go check and you would get your king to G4.
Precisely.
And
She will not play G3.
No, she will not.
Christian will just pass out.
If she goes G3, I take my microphone off. I'm going out of the studio, going to the bar, 3 shots deep.
3 straight, no.
By the way,
that's the howler, where you politely congratulate your partner. You go all the way back to your hotel room and then tear out the walls, right?
Yeah.
By the way, that endgame I was trying to win by taking on f5 with the rook, knight takes f5, king takes.
Yes.
Engine gives us a draw.
Is a draw.
Let's go back to that just to say, right here.
One move earlier. You could get it anyway.
Yeah. So Black might have 2 ways of approaching this ending. One was as played in the game. You go rook h2 and you transpose into a king and pawn endgame where there's a g3 pawn has been transferred to h4, you lose. Maurice was just saying
No,
that,
the king could go to h1 though and stop you from getting that move. So then you play rook f2.
Understood. So Maurice was just saying one ending that the machine, the engine, if you will, this is a draw. This
With
one is
king
a
to
draw.
f1.
King f1.
Wow.
Wait, or is it king f1 or king e3?
King f1.
King e3, king e5.
King d3.
King d5.
King e3.
King at c4.
King f4.
No, king f4, you can't let the
No.
white king run.
Oh, I go to f3, you go to h4.
Yeah.
Nice.
No, I think king e3 might be the draw.
Also.
This king f1.
King f1 is also a draw.
Wow.
Your king
But,
can't
all
get in.
right, but that was why we saw
The rook h2.
Black
This maneuver
sacrifice
does win the game.
the exchange on h4 and not against the f5 pawn.
Because she has to play king f1 and king e3 just wins.
And
Just
she
goes
she's
to
got-
show how tricky chess is.
Yeah.
And how everything can fall down after like a 7-hour titanic struggle.
And again, one of the great quotes really was young boy in audience, Magnus Carlsen having a press conference. When did you stop crying after a loss? And Magnus said, who said I stopped crying?
Exactly.
And this is how painful chess can be. And unfortunately, Ashrita is just going to be outmaneuvered, and she's going to be forced away from the defense of the H pawn.
One last trick. King F1, King H2, King F2,
Yes.
King H1.
King
And now
G3.
don't get...
Yeah, don't touch the G pawn.
Don't touch the G pawn.
Well,
King
you guys
to
didn't
G3.
show it on the board. You guys got to show that trick.
Right. Well, we're
gonna
about to
get
see
there
it.
in just
We're
a
about to
second.
see it. If you go King F4, then King F2, and it's an express train to G1 and a coronation. On the other hand, if Ashrita plays King H2, she gets outfoxed. Don't play G3 stalemate. Play King G3, take a pawn, and that's an easy win. And this is the current position, and it's Hobson's choice.
Oh, she's played King F4.
She's played King
which
F4.
There's nothing to look at now as King
Right.
F2 just forces resignation. It's move 147. Too bad we didn't get to 150.
We
that
will
would have
get
been
to
a new
150.
high. Oh, she's going to go for it.
She's going to play until Queen is on the board.
Really?
Yeah.
Maybe she's never played.
Nope.
No.
Never mind. Never mind.
Pointless. After G3, 148.
Ooh, another very, very, very long game.
What a game.
Yeah.
What a day.
Yeah.
Much more tame
Let's
than
recap.
what we had yesterday.
All the games in the open,
the open
section
section
were
were a draw.
drawn.
Yes.
But we had some results, and very important results. Carissa Yip keeps her lead,
Keeps the
going
pace.
into the rest day, which is tomorrow.
But also, Katerina Nemtsova follows closely behind.
Half a
Important
point.
victory against Megan Lee. That was
Absolutely.
not an easy game. Starting from the beginning, she was worse.
Clearly.
As early as move 10, and then
Let's-
she fought her way back. Let's look at the standings. We're going to start with the open section. We see Wesley So, Sam Sevian,
No
and
changes
Alex
at the top.
Lenderman. No changes at the top, 5 points each. Lenier Dominguez and Ray Robson following closely behind with 4.5 points.
And again, in the ladies section, because that was a much more eventful day, as we did have a number of wins. Anna Satansky won against Anna Sharovich. Katya and Carissa all win. And of course, the reminder of our tournament schedule, where it's a sprint to the finish coming up.
Absolutely, and just a reminder, if you are looking to watch some US Championship tomorrow, there's not going to be any rounds tomorrow. Tomorrow is our last rest day. We're going to resume the championship on Saturday, October 16th.
Very nice. And again, the standings for the ladies.
In the ladies section, we have still a clear leader. Carissa Yip, 6 points.
But a clear
following
second, a
closely
clear third.
behind, half a point. Katerina Nemtsova, 5.5 points. Irina Krush, 5 points. And in sole fourth position, after leapfrogging Ashrita Seirawan, is Gulruh Begim Tohirjonova with 4.5.
Big
I see
fight.
3 names there that can win the championship. 1, 2, and 3. That's
how it
really
works.
realistically what we're looking at with only 3 rounds to go.
Right.
But Katerina plays number 1 and number 3, 2 of them in the next 3 rounds.
With the black pieces.
With
as
the
we
black
met-
pieces.
As you
That'll
mentioned
be
at the opening
quite
show.
a challenge.
The challenge that the players have ahead of them. Maurice, your final thoughts as we wrap up our coverage for round 8.
We're waiting right now for a guest, a winner.
Of course.
We want to share thoughts with her before.
Apologies.
Before we get to our wrap.
Absolutely.
I know it's only been like 2 hours since we've been working, yes.
Yasser, we've had a tremendous day.
It has
And
been.
let's
I just
review
feel
what
like-
happened.
Please.
So in the open section, did we have any close encounters, as in close for a decisive result? That was the game that we were discussing.
I think this game
Darius Vierch versus Alex
yeah,
Lenderman.
that was the one we were trying to predict the outcome of this game. This is the one that it felt to me, at least, that Darius had some really good chances.
Oh, he did.
Had he
I don't
played
understand. You
with
said you were
A4,
trying to
F4.
predict?
Yeah.
We predicted.
Yeah.
We didn't try to predict.
We did.
Someone did predict.
Yeah, we tried to predict, and our guess was wrong. But
lose
besides this
what
one,
can we say?
Our guess was wrong.
Yes, we
you
were
and
on the
Christian.
our
Oh,
guess.
okay.
Your guess was correct.
Oh, that's all I wanted to hear.
Guess was
You
wrong.
can keep talking now. Just all I wanted to hear was that.
Okay, I didn't see enough of the Danya's game with Bruzon.
Not very eventful.
It wasn't.
That was
eventful
not
game.
very
Okay.
eventful. So was the game between Wesley So and Sam Shanklin. Not very eventful either.
A lot of theory.
The Berlin.
Yeah, a
we've
lot
seen
of
the
theory.
Berlin. Wesley knew his theory. Normally, he knew his theory.
Okay, so
he never forgets his theory.
So that was it then. It was just a tough day at the office in the Open, but we do have a guest in studio.
We do have a guest. Gulruch Begim Tohirjonova is with Begim after a tremendous win.
Indeed, after one of those miniatures only lasting about 18 moves, well, more like 148 moves, we are with Begim. That game was titanic. It looked like you had an easy win and then the whole thing flipped.
Yeah, I
What
don't
were
know
your
what
thoughts?
I did wrong. At some point, I thought that knight c3 and b4 I should be totally winning.
But you were?
And I couldn't find the right move, I guess. And then it got so tricky. I got so frustrated. I said, okay, probably it's draw again. And then I decided I need to fight and find ideas there. So at some point, I should be winning very easily.
You dropped the A-pawn. That was the main problem in the game.
I didn't see what to do if I play rook b1. I guess I could play rook b1, right?
Show me the position.
Oh, we can get the position back. You remember Yas when she plays queen e8 check? She allowed queen e8 check. Move 42.
So I shouldn't take on...
Should not take on d5.
Rook b1, right? Instead.
A3 simply was best.
d5 and now rook b1.
A3?
No, I think rook b1 was the winning move.
Yeah,
no,
rook
wait,
b1.
what's the difference? A3, then white can take on A3.
This is not. We had rook b1 earlier. I was pretty sure it was rook b1 that was winning. Rook b1.
No, we have it on
rook
Yasser's
b1.
board actually.
Rook b1
so
was the winning move.
Okay, rook b1, rook takes b1.
Queen takes,
Queen,
and then check back, and then queen f8.
Yeah, that was actually my initial idea, but I wasn't sure if it's winning after. Knight e5, I guess.
Knight e5, rook c7, I think was the winning move.
Because if I take on f2, then d6, I didn't find the right move here, I guess. I wasn't sure what to do after.
I think the much more difficult question was if
Rook
she goes
c7.
d6 after queen to b8. And I have a feeling there is only one move in the
That's
position,
queen f8.
and that is queen f8.
I saw this move, but I wasn't sure what to do after knight e5. I didn't see rook c7. I missed it.
So let's go back to the knight e5 variation. Is rook
Knight
c7?
e5 a lot.
Is that the only move, rook c7? I wasn't sure. If I play rook...
Rook c7?
yeah, I didn't see this move.
And then just push the pawn.
Apparently, also just taking on f2, although rook c7 looks like the safest, taking on f2, saving the pawn this way, and then queen back down to b2 will be very powerful.
And rook takes on g2, right? Yeah. At some point, and then winning.
I think d6, queen b2, that might be an important line. d6, queen b2, and if queen g5, now you can just simply take on g2.
Yeah. I don't know why. My initial idea was to play rook b1, and after the time control, I started thinking, and I did just bullshit. It's just...
Well, then you got into this titanic struggle that looked just like it was drawn, but slowly but surely, she started giving you real chances.
Yeah, I tricked her in the end. I was like, okay, this should work, you know. And after rook g8, it's just losing position, I guess. I'm not sure. It's still very hard to win that game, but.
Well, somehow you traded queens, like right here. Sorry, back up, Yaz. Right here, you managed to trade queens. We had a trick queen b4 instead of queen b6.
Yeah.
Was a good move because of knight f3.
Yeah. And she missed the rook g5 idea.
She did. And then you got to this end game where you still should have been drawn. You seem to just get life after life after life.
I just tried my best. I knew that it had to be winning, and I missed it. And I was like, okay, fine, whatever. I need to continue playing, you know.
You gave your coach a heart attack.
The usual.
The usual.
It's not
Why
the
not?
first time.
Why not?
Yeah. Well, indeed, a titanic struggle. You get a rest day with 3 rounds to go. Who do you have remaining?
I have no idea, to be honest. I don't know who I'm playing with. I just check it after the round.
All right, right attitude. Congrats on this win. You deserve some rest. Go get it.
Thank you very much.
Well done. What a fight. What a
fight and what a day.
Yeah. First, she had to force the trade of queens. Not easy.
Not easy. That was.
Then she had to force the trade of rooks.
That was the 100-move process.
Yes, exactly. And then finally, she had to still overcome this resistance of a knight that was just hanging around. And I don't know, the fortress, I don't think it holds with f4, but she could have even been tested in that variation too. It was great.
And you can easily just go for the f-pawn instead of going for the knight on h4, and then realize the pawn endgame is a draw.
Wow, what traps she had to avoid. And coming up next, after this, we check out our St. Louis Chess Club channel, as we've got Kayla.
The same one on YouTube, and then we will have the corporate chess league going on tonight with commentary by ours truly, national master, Callum Davey. Maurice, final thoughts.
You mean the day's over already?
We've had some.
It's been that kind of day, but very important day indeed, as we saw a couple of big victories on the women's side. Carissa Yip showing that she is ready to be a champion, defeating 3 champions so far in this tournament, 3 former champs, but being tailed very closely by Katerina Nemtsova. Certainly in the Open, we've got a tie, 3-way tie at the top. This rest day is well-deserved, guys. You guys can take the day off. I'm allowing you to.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you, Maurice.
And I'm going to do the same as well. It's going to be an incredible sprint to the finish. Definitely looking forward to that.
Absolutely. Championship weekend coming up. 3 games in a row, including Monday. Plan your schedule accordingly. Thank you, everybody, for joining you. We're out of here. Good night.
See you guys.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.